Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night and reactions. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast, by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
Doing new things are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. Tonight, again, is open panel debate night and reaction night. We did have a special reaction plan for you guys. We were going to react to the Tucker Carlson versus Nick Fuentes. But I heard that a lot of people's streams was being basically deleted due to copyright restrictions and stuff like that from Tucker Carlson's channel. So we're not reacting to that anymore, but we got a lot of other things that we're going to be reacting to that the members sent us in today. And then also it's going to be open panel debate night where anyone can join. So if you have, disagreements with my point of views, or if you're just a hater and you want to come on up and challenge me today in a debate, tonight is your night. Okay. So first and foremost, we got a few links in the YouTube description. The first link is going to be to join the membership. I'm sorry, the first link is actually going to be to join the stream. So if you want to join the stream for open panel debate night, you click that link. The second link is going to be for the memberships. We got 3 tiers. First tier is gang. Second tier is hitman. Third tier is mob ties. You join any of those tiers, you're locked in with us. The next link is going to be for one-on-one consultations. If you want to speak with me privately, go ahead and book a one-on-one consultation. And then we have the Clips channel where we post clips on there daily. If you don't have time to watch the full 2-hour to 8-hour stream sometimes, then go on over to the Clips channel. We post all the clips there. And then we have all of our social media accounts as well, from the TikTok, the Instagram, the Facebook account, the X, wherever you want to hit us up, you can do that there. All right. So once again, it's open panel debate night and reactions. Whoever is new here, I'll go ahead and explain to you how we run our show. So the show is basically ran with I'm going to react to content. In between me reacting to content, I'm going to bring people on up for open panel debate. And the people that come up, just be prepared, have your camera on, your microphone on, and be prepared to give me your name, your age, since we're on TikTok. And then also tell me what you want to debate about. And then we'll get right into it for open panel debate. Now, I know we get a lot of people in here that just want to, chop it up with me and, show me love and give me support. I appreciate all of that, but we're trying to run a show. So it's debate night. So a quick overview of my worldview. If you already don't know, anti-feminist, anti-rainbow flag, let's see here, atheist, and I think black fatigue is a psyop. So if you believe in this thing, black fatigue, and you want to come up on and debate me, you've been psyoped, and I will explain exactly how you've been psyoped. So that will be an easy victory. Because if there's a such thing as black fatigue, then there's all type of fatigues. You got white fatigue, Spanish fatigue, you got all the fatigues, right? But that, if you want to come up and debate me about that, let's see what else. You watch my dating and relationship content, so you get to understand that I believe that the man is the leader in the relationship and men should never submit to women, stuff like that. So if you disagree with my dating, my intersexual, male and female intersexual dynamic takes, then come on up, and you can debate me. That's just a quick overview of my worldview. And I could, if you want more information, I can, explain more of my worldview. But most people, man, we got over 400K subscribers. Clips go viral all the time. We're popping on all social media platforms. So most of you know my worldview. So if you want to debate, you know where I stand. Once again, I am not a liberal and I am not a Democrat. So I stand more to the right as far as my ideology and values. So that's another thing. So if you are a liberal, a leftist, then tonight's your night. Come on up and join the stream. Okay. Let's hop right into the first clip for tonight. Also, if anyone wants to support the channel, you can do so by sending in some super chats, man. Send in a super chat and, I'll go ahead and your super chat will pop up on the screen and we'll read your super chat. All right. Let's get to this first clip, see what we got here.
Shit's getting weird. Part infinity.
I would never cry in front of my wife.
Really?
I just wouldn't.
What if your kid died?
That's a different thing. I mean, I would try not to cry in front of my wife. Everything is going south. I want my wife to know I'm strong in that situation. And I can be. I don't have to cry. So I heard a guy say this, is that when my father passes away, which everybody's parent is going to pass away, I'm not going to cry at his funeral. I don't want to cry at his funeral. I want my father to know that I'm strong enough.
All right, this dude is making that face.
Okay.
As far as the whole crying thing, I would say with Officer Tatum, once again, me and him don't agree on everything, but I would say I share this point of view. I don't think that men should just, fall apart and crumble when times get hard and let their emotions just, fall out of them. I think that they should stay stoic to a degree, have some self-control, and know that they need to be strong for not only themselves, but for their family. So, I agree with that part. I could actually relate. I didn't cry when any of my grandparents died or my uncles or aunties at all. And I was a young child as well. Just didn't cry. It wasn't in me. But anyway, so I understand that aspect. Let's continue on.
Wait. You won't cry in front of your wife, but you'll cry in front of millions of people for Charlie Kirk? Nigga, are you okay? That doesn't even make any sense.
So here's the thing, right? So it's so funny. It's because people clip up stuff to make a point, and you really don't know the context of what he said. You just seen a little clip of him saying, well, I won't cry in front of, my wife and things like that. And then he's crying for Charlie Kirk. He could have put other things in there like, I won't cry in front of my wife. I won't cry in front for these reasons. But, if someone close to me happened to die and this, I would cry. So we don't really know the context. So I like to give a little bit of grace because I've been part of this whole, clip farming thing where people would clip you and take you out of context. But let's be no Fugazi here. From the looks of this, looks like Officer Tatum was definitely being Fugazi. Very Fugazi. Homie was saying all of this like he's not going to cry, but then cries on national television where millions of people can see him crying. It's not even for a family member, it's for Charlie Kirk. So RIP to Charlie, but for me, I'm just being honest. Tatum just got caught up there. He wasn't being honest, right? He could have been honest and kept it no Fugazi. Like, I really don't cry, But, if, who knows? Sometimes I break down. If I'm too emotional, I may break down and cry. That's more no Fugazi, for him at least. For me, nah, you're not going to catch me crying at all. Yeah, I think the last time I cried was after I received the Holy Ghost. That was the last time I cried. That was 2000 and that was a while ago. Yeah, that was a long time ago. But I was crying for Jesus Christ, man, and for joy, not for sadness or anything like that. But yeah, let's continue on.
This tough guy facade gotta go, bro. It's so weird, man. If you're wondering why men die from suicide 3 to 5 times more.
Well, that part where he's saying why men die from offing themselves 2 to 3 times more than women, or I guess he was about to say, that's false. That correlation doesn't equal causation. But the other part, this whole like faking to be tough guy, I agree with him on that. Like, if you ain't really that guy, bro, just be like, I don't cry, but sometimes I do. Keep it no Fugazi. Like, at the end of the day, ain't nobody judging you like that, right? I think crying in front of your woman, well, your woman would judge you. You don't really want to show any vulnerability around your woman, or around your kids either. You don't want to, because you are the leader in that house, so you don't want to show any vulnerability. So even if you are vulnerable, it's best to try to hold them tears up as much as you can. So I understand the concept of not crying in front of your family, your immediate family, in order to, not allow them to be overwhelmed by the situation by seeing you overwhelmed. Because you got to think about it. Women, they're emotional. Children, they're not mature enough, so they're emotional as well. And then they see the father, the leader, crying. They're more likely to break down into pieces and not feel as secure if they see the leader crying. So from the concept, stick with that, you would have been good. Because the concept makes sense, and I believe in that. I think that men shouldn't cry in front of their immediate family like that. Or at least try not to I'm not opposed to anyone crying if there's a death in a family. If there's a death in a family, let them tears out, brother. I don't mind it at all. For me, myself, that's just not me, right? So I guess I'm a little bit different. I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I just haven't. That's a difference there. But let's continue on.
More than women, this is why. Because some of y'all be trying to hold up this tough guy facade. Like, I'm not going to cry at my dad's funeral because I'm a man. You can't do both? Why can't you do both? In 2019, when my dad passed away, at his funeral, I cried my eyes out. And I woke up the next day and I was strong for my family. Why does it got to be this or that? Why can't it be this and that? It doesn't make any sense. And I'm not saying go out there and cry at every little thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in front of your wife, the person you married and should feel most comfortable with, you can't cry in front of her?
Yeah, he doesn't understand that men and women are different. Oh, in front of your wife, the person that you're committed to, that you're going to be with forever? Like, yeah, that sounds good, dude. But men and women are different. And women, it just so happens to be that from a biological aspect, they get repulsed by seeing weakness in men. But every woman has a threshold, right? I would say all women feel some type of repulsion or negative type of feeling, whether if it's like they feel less secure, they feel less safe. If a man breaks down to pieces, weeping, right? Like, there's a threshold of, panty boyness that a woman can deal with and tolerate, to where, if you're crying for a family member dying, I think most women will be like understanding and they won't lose attraction for you. But then there's probably some women that would be like, dang, man, like, I'm crying and you crying, like, I need you to be strong for me, right? And then as far as like, if we just remove death from it, if a man is crying for any other reason, like, oh, you lost your job, or, you're having some financial issues, or, a situation that happened with a friend and you really don't know what's going on and you're crying for that, That's just dumb. You shouldn't be crying as a man for those type of reasons. But I digress. Let's continue on.
Nigga, there's a problem there, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But you'll cry for Charlie Kirk. Okay. You got it, bro. Shit, you cry more for Charlie Kirk than Charlie Kirk's wife cried for Charlie Kirk. Shit's gay.
Hey, listen, man, he got a point on that. He has a point. So it looks like Officer Tatum has gotten caught up with, looking like a little, it's hypocritical. But I think that, anyone can like clip up something and make anyone look hypocritical. You know what I mean? So I'll allow him some grace, even though I disagree with, some of his opinions and stuff. I think we agree on most things, but I disagree with him a little bit. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to give him grace, because I understand how that stuff goes when people just click farm to put you out of context and to make you look bad. But anyways, let's get to the next clip. See who we got. Let's see who we got backstage for open panel debate night. Looks like we got Michael backstage. Michael, go ahead and turn on your camera, Michael. We got Spin City. Shout out to Spin City. I see your camera is off. Spin City, I doubt you want to debate. You probably just tuning in and watching the show. But for Michael that's backstage, I'll bring you up, but your camera must be on. Currently, I don't see your camera on, so I'm not going to bring you up. And anyone else that wants to join open panel debate night, just click the first link in the YouTube description or click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. We are currently live on Facebook and TikTok. So if you're tuning in on Facebook and TikTok, come on over to YouTube and click the first link in the YouTube description if you want to debate tonight. All right, let's get to the second clip. Let's get the likes up too, man. Don't be a ninja watcher. Let's get them likes up. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, Michael, you said that you're just watching. Okay, Michael, if you're just watching, come on over to YouTube. I need to leave this link. I need to leave this link open so people can join the debate. So I'm going to go ahead and remove you from backstage and just watch the show, man. All right, let's see what we got here. We got Dane Snyder sends him $5. Appreciate the support. He says Tatum is on the feminine side of conservative men podcast world, of the conservative man podcast world. I'm not a fan. I think he's a grifter, honestly. You know what? I haven't watched too much of Tatum. I haven't watched too much of him. I just know that the stuff that I do watch of him, I would say that we agree on a lot of things, but as far as his geopolitical views, I would say that we disagree. And then as far as his even, other takes as well, I would say that we tend to disagree. Probably agree with him about like on 80% of stuff, though. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see. Let's see what other chats we got in here. We got Dane Snyder again, says in $10. He says, my 34-year-old son supports the man crying crap. Okay, but like I told him, if he is in the corner, curled up crying with your wife, who's going to fight the wolves at the door? Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I don't think a man should just be falling to pieces when times get a little rough. We got shouts out to Wake Kid Dreams. Appreciate the support. We got the members in here supporting the show. He says, shout outs to Cooley. I have made my No Fugazi shirt, the one I wear to the play place I take my son to. All right. That way, all the women there know the order. That's dope. That's dope, man. That God over man, man over woman, woman over children t-shirt. That's fire. Appreciate the support, man. All right. Let's keep it going. Let's get to another clip. Oh, Spin City, I see you. I see you in a private chat, man. Shout outs to you, Spin City. Let me go ahead and get to this next clip, though. Shout out to you, my brother. Where we at? All right, here's the next clip. Who's this? Homie, glasses is mad thick. Homie got bifocals. Dang. Yo, homie got night vision goggles. Homie got telescope vision. Homie can see the Jupiter with them dang glasses on, man. What is this? I ain't even watched the video yet, but homie glasses is mad big. All right, let's watch this.
Say heaven is a place for sociopaths? I'm not just saying it for shock value. I know it sounds like an insult, but it's not meant to mock believers. It's meant to interrogate the moral logic of what's being celebrated. Because if we strip away the emotional comfort and look at it rationally, the core idea of heaven, eternal joy existing alongside eternal suffering, is a contradiction that only works if you suspend empathy. It forces...
So what he just said really doesn't make sense. You know what? I'm going to play it back so I can just make sure I heard that properly there, because I was doing something backstage while I was doing it. Sorry, chat. Let's just rewind it again. I just caught it there for a second, though.
Heaven is a place for sociopaths? I'm not just saying it for shock value. I know it sounds like an insult, but it's not meant to mock believers. It's meant to interrogate the moral logic of what's being celebrated. Because if we strip away the emotional comfort and look at it rationally, the core idea of heaven, eternal joy existing alongside eternal suffering, is a contradiction that only works if you suspend empathy.
Yeah, so that part is dumb. He says eternal joy compared to eternal suffering. The only way this concept works if you strip away empathy. And he would believe this is because he probably doesn't believe in objective morality, right? So if you believe in objective morality, you believe that God sets the moral standard of what's good and what's bad, and God is the ultimate judge. He judges us at the end. He gives us judgment. No one else does. So it's not up to us to judge other people. God is going to be the ultimate judger. With that being said, the only way you would, find that, oh, if I go to heaven, these other people that didn't follow God's order and didn't, repent from their sins and turn over their sinful ways, then, I lack empathy because what? Like, what is he talking about? The only way you can think this way is if you believe in subjective morality, meaning that you believe that you are the arbiter of morality, and morality derives from you. So you actually are the one that's going to be judging people. So then it's like, oh, God said bad, God said good. So if I go to good and people go to bad, then I'm basically judging God because he put the people that did bad in hell and they're suffering for eternity. No, that's not no lacking empathy. That's actually having empathy. And that's actually being obedient to God's law, right? He's like knocking at the door of Satan with his ideology. But let's continue on.
It forces a question few dare to ask.
Like, that's basically the question that he's asking is the question that Satan asked. Like, oh, well, God, I know you set the standard of what is good and what is bad, but Satan was like, well, I don't really like your standard because, like, the people that did bad is like, I think that they, even though they did bad, they should still, have a place in heaven, or they should still, whatever it may be. Like, you're not obeying God's law. That's Satan. Let's just point it out. So his glasses is too thick to see the truth.
How could a moral being experience eternal bliss knowing that others are in endless agony? That's tribal triumph. And that's where the sociopathic parallel comes in. To enjoy heaven, you must learn to feel nothing for the condemned. To find peace, you must silence compassion.
No, to enjoy heaven. And also these things he's presupposing that, heaven is a place of that you don't have any other feelings. Like, we don't know about any of these things, right? We don't know if in heaven we'll feel only joy, but that doesn't sound right either, that we'll feel only joy in heaven. And I don't believe that to be the case because, even in the Bible, angels fell. So this means that angels had a choice to rebel. So angels fell from heaven because they disobeyed God, which means that people, even the angels, still have the ability to, be subordinate to God's law or be insubordinate. So I don't think that's the case. I think that, on earth and the trials and tribulations we go through on earth, God chooses the people that has a true change of heart and they repent from their sins and they change it, like their spirit actually changes, right? And those people make it to heaven because I would just thinking with my human brain, I would think that, well, the reason why Jesus picks those people to go to heaven is because the probability is higher that they will be obedient and not disobedient, like some of the angels that rebelled against God, right? His understanding of it is not logical, based off of, biblical texts and stuff like that. But anyways, this is all speculation anyway. At least from my standpoint, I can say that I'm at least taking in consideration of what the Bible is actually saying, but he isn't at all. He's just like making up stuff and creating all of these false presuppositions.
That's moral detachment disguised as righteousness. In this model, empathy isn't rewarded.
That's moral detachment disguised. Yeah, man, you just have the spirit of Satan in you because you think that you are the arbiter of morality. You basically think that you are God. So that's why big glasses. So, maybe get some different glasses, man. I don't know, but let's get on to the next clip. Homie is just wrong. You couldn't be more wrong. Or maybe he's reading maybe it's not the Bible, or maybe you got to think about, maybe it is the Bible, because some people read the Bible and they read it from this feminist lens. Other people read the Bible and they read it from, a Satanist lens like he is. So it all depends, right? We got some people joining backstage. Just make sure your camera is on because I see a few people join backstage, but I got no cameras on, so I won't bring you up for open panel debate night. Again, it is open panel debate night. Click the first link in the YouTube description or click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. But you have to make sure your camera is on. And you can debate me about anything tonight. Male and female intersexual dynamics, religious versus atheism, feminism versus patriarchy, whatever you want to debate tonight, we can have a debate about. All right. Next clip. Jesus was a radical liberal. Oh, it's so funny. And once again, whoever is new to debate night, these are clips that the members sent me. So I haven't reviewed these clips, but it's ironic that I just mentioned that, some people can read the Bible and interpret it in very weird ways. And right before I even play this video, just from looking at this and reading it, I can tell that by saying that Jesus was a radical liberal, they read it from a feminist lens. They interpret it wrong. Okay, let's play this.
Was a peaceful, radical, nonviolent revolutionary, hung around with lepers, hookers, and crooks, never spoke English, was not American, was anti-wealth, anti-death penalty, anti-public prayer, Matthew 6:5, but never anti-gay, never anti-abortion, never called poor people lazy, never fought for tax cuts for wealthy.
Yeah, this is just a clip of someone speaking while this little face up here, I guess this woman is reacting to it. So some things that he's saying is just totally wrong. Jesus was an anti-abortion. Well, where do you get this from? Because maybe in the Bible, maybe in the New Testament, it doesn't say that he was he actually didn't say he was anti-abortion. This doesn't mean that he wasn't anti-abortion, right? Why would, Jesus want you to kill your babies? That just doesn't make any sense, right? So already the way that they interpret biblical scriptures is just inaccurate. They interpret it after they've been indoctrinated by feminism or Marxism.
Nazarenes, never said torture's okay in some situations. He was a long-haired, brown-skinned, that's in Revelation, brown-skinned, homeless, community organizing, unarmed, anti-slut shaming.
Anti-slut shaming? No, that's a lie. Yeah, that is a total lie. Jesus was not for any of the promiscuity that's going on. It doesn't mean that he didn't try to help those men and women that were promiscuous or the women that were sluts. No, he came to help all people, but it doesn't mean that he was for it. So if he tried to help them overcome this state, this would mean that he is actually anti that state. The state of promiscuity, the state of being a slut, the state of wanting to abort your children, the state of sin, right? Just because he helped people that was in that sinful state doesn't mean that he wasn't anti the sinful state. The logical conclusion is the reason why he's trying to help people overcome that sinful state is because he's anti the sinful state. So this person is just dumb. They read the Bible all wrong. With their logic is kind of just like, well, you know what? In biblical texts and in biblical scriptures, we used to sacrifice goats and lambs and stuff like that and put the blood across across our doors. Right? Why aren't we still doing that? They're just stupid, man. They don't know how to read the Bible. Let's continue on.
Authority questioning, authority challenging Palestinian liberal Jew. But
in regards to Jesus being black or at least not white, yeah, I believe that he definitely wasn't white. I don't think that there are people that definitely believe that Jesus was a white European man, which is crazy, right? There's actually people that, no, Jesus was blonde hair, blue eyes, a white European man, like the pictures that's like very popular in America and in other parts of Europe. No, he didn't look anything like that. Probably looked a lot more like me than anything. And you got to think about this. So if you look at the history back then, so most of the people in that area, they were either black or they looked Arab, right? And even when you look at, Arab people, even the lighter skinned ones, a lot of them are actually mixed with, because there's only, if we're being honest here, it's only three races. You got Mongoloid, Caucasoid, and you got Negroid, right? So the Mongoloid, they all the way over there. There's no mixture in with as far as Arabs, right? It's not really any mixtures with Mongoloid, I would say. Maybe you make it a little bit. But if you look at it, you got Africa right there, Northern Africa. You got Egypt, which is part of Africa. This is not separate from Africa, like people like to say. But you got Northern Africa, which are black people. And then you going up a little bit, you have, the Arab, nations. And then you go up a little bit more, you have the Caucasoid nation. So I think that it's almost like Dominicans, right? So Dominicans are on an island. They're like in the middle. And then you got the Haitians and you got the Puerto Ricans. And the Puerto Ricans, they're basically a mixture of, a lot of them is a mixture of, Italian and black. But I would say a lot of even the Puerto Ricans, they look just like the people over there in Italy anyway. They look white. Italy is white, right? Rome is in Italy, right? So they're white. They're European. But if you just look at it, so you got Puerto Rico, you got Haiti, and then in the middle you got DR. These two islands came over, was mixing, having some fun, smashing, and this is why you get a whole lot of Dominicans that be darker than me. Some of them is my complexion. A lot of them is darker than me. But then you still get like a few of them that's maybe a little, they basically look Puerto Rican. And that is like that Arab mix. So let's put it together. You got Africa, Northern Africa. These people are black. Then you got up north, you got the Europeans in the Caucasus Mountains. And then they basically met in the middle. They started mixing, and that's where you get that Arab race, right? So it's like that. That's my logic behind it. And if anyone wants to, they have any like actual stats or proof, I mean, prove me wrong, but I think that makes sense. Let's move it right along. This clip is stupid. The person that's, interpreting this, and the person who's that basically interpreting this biblical scripture and saying that Jesus was a radical liberal is stupid. Interpreting. Yeah, that's the word. I don't know why I say interpreting. That is not a word. Actually, it is a word, but it's a word that no one uses anymore. It's actually interpreting. All right, let's get to another clip here. Also, I just see two people that came backstage for open panel debate night. Make sure your camera is on. Camera must be on. And you know what? The funny thing is, it's so funny because you get certain people that's like so fixated on Jesus' color. Like, oh, is he black? Is he white? Is he Middle Eastern? It's like, at the end of the day, bro, I don't even care, right? I don't even care at all. And I'll be honest. Growing up black in black culture, you are told, and even with the white culture, I would say that generally most people are told that, Jesus is white because that's the pictures that you see. And then in black culture, we're told that, no, these white niggas is lying. Jesus is not white. Jesus is black. They'll go to the biblical scriptures, say he has hands like brass, hair like wool. It says white wool, but wool is nappy. So, it's stuff like that where it's like, okay. So, or feet like brass, the color brass, and brass looks, is similar to my complexion, not white. So this would mean that he has more pigment in his skin than a regular European. But at the end of the day, like, it doesn't even matter, bro. Like, this whole color stuff doesn't even matter of, what race he was. So, but I remember growing up, I truly thought that, no, he was dark skinned, he was black. There's no way he could be white. The white people that believes that Jesus is white, they're evil, they're racist. Because I used to have this victim mindset. And I remember it was like, I had to think to myself, this was prior to me receiving the Holy Ghost. This was when I was young. I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, well, hypothetically, what if Jesus is white and he returns? Like, am I not going to accept him? Right? I had to think about it like, well, no, I would still accept Jesus for, that's God. So it doesn't matter if he's white, black, Hispanic, what nationality he is really. That's God. So once I came to that conclusion and accepted the fact that just accept Jesus no matter what race he is, that was one of the areas where it helped me overcome that victim mindset. So yeah, just thought I'd share that with you guys because some white people, some of my white audience, they may be fixated on that as well. Like, well, Jesus is white, but what if this nigga come back and he come back Asian, right? And then we all wrong, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it really don't matter at the end of the day. All right, let's get to this clip right here. Get the likes up, chat. It's a chill stream. We ain't got nobody in here debating right now. We are reacting to content and I'm chopping it up with y'all. So get the likes up, man.
How can you be a gay Christian?
Easily. This is easily.
Easily.
I believe in God 10 times over, but that doesn't change my sexuality. Doesn't change who I want to lay down with every night. I have a son, he's 9 years old, so I lay with women, but I choose to lay with a man over a woman.
Well, you know, Jesus says that homosexuals will not inherit the kingdom of God.
And you know, Jesus also said that adultery is a sin.
Yeah.
He also states that sex before marriage is a sin. He also states that lying is a sin.
It is.
There's a million things that he considers a sin. People.
Yeah, there's a million things that Jesus considers to be a sin. It doesn't mean that you keep sinning. Like, oh, well, I'm just going to keep sinning as long as I repent. Oh, yeah, Jesus, I repent for all of my sins and all of my sins that I'm going to do and all of the sins that I did. So therefore, I love you and let me just continue to sin. No, that isn't how it works, bro.
We do it every day.
Yeah, and you know what? I was a fornicator before I came to Christ. I used to have sex outside of marriage. And when I saw that verse, that fornicators will not inherit the kingdom of God, I immediately stopped.
That's the thing that people don't understand. There's this one thing that God always says, that ask for repentance. So when you ask for repentance of all sins, that's repenting.
Oh, he said exactly what I already knew where his mindset was going when he started to say this. When he said that, oh yeah, I'm a gay Christian. And oh yeah, I'm still into men. I'm still gay. I'm still having homosexual sex. I knew that the logical entailment was going to be, well, I can call myself a gay Christian because I repented for my sins and my future sins. So therefore, I'm saved. And even though I'm going to still be sinning now, I'll still make it to heaven. I'll continue to always be saved. This is just false. He only read like a chapter in the Bible because this is not truth. But let's continue on.
Of your past, your present, and your future sins. Yeah. So listen, I went to theological school as well.
I did too.
So that's why I can also speak on this.
Yeah, I went to theological school as well. No, man. The reason why you can't even speak on it properly because you're perverted. When you're perverted in one way, normally you're perverted in many other ways, right? This is why, as far as certain people where they have these weird perversions, you can't trust them, especially when it like homosexuality. That's a big perversion, right? You're doing something that's filthy as well, like sticking your part into the area where feces come out. This is disgusting. So people like this, you really can't trust like that because normally they'll be perverted in other ways. They'll pervert the truth, so on and so forth. But let's continue on.
Yeah.
So when you're speaking of repentance, when you repent, and you ask God, repent of all doesn't have an exception.
Repentance doesn't have to do with the future.
Yeah. Who said that?
The Bible.
Where? What scripture?
1 Corinthians 6:9-10.
And what does it say?
It says that fornicators will not inherit the kingdom of God.
I said, what does it say about repentance?
It says 1 John 1:9, if we confess our sins, God is faithful and just to forgive us of our sins and cleanse us of all unrighteousness. But Jesus also said, if anyone is to come after me, they are to pick up their cross daily and follow me and deny themselves. So when we say that, we literally, it's like a daily walk. We constantly have to crucify our flesh. So I can't come to Jesus.
Yeah, she's spitting.
No Fugazee.
She broke it down to him perfectly.
And be like, Jesus, I love you, but I'm going to dishonor what you said because.
And women are barely right, but right now she's at least correcting. And here's the thing: I would say that why is this woman even, because there's many scriptures in the Bible that says women should be silent and stuff like that. So I was going to make a joke and say, why is she even speaking about biblical scriptures? This woman should be silent. But really, it says that the woman shouldn't have any authority over a man. But this dude isn't even a man. He's gay. So he's less of a man. So it's basically they're unequal. She's speaking to basically another woman. But let's continue on.
Jesus says, if you love me, keep my commandments. Your salvation is deeply at risk. Like, I'm here to like literally warn you now. Like, I'm scared for your soul. Because I love you. I do. Yeah.
I don't want you to be scared for my soul.
I am. I'm terrified for you because fornicators, homosexuals, liars, thieves, adulterers will not inherit the kingdom of...
Yeah, she's spitting truth right now. Let's get to another clip. We got someone backstage. Let's see who we got. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and your age.
Sick Cap from Brooklyn, 36.
What's going on, Sick Cap? Sick Cap, you ain't 36.
I said 52. I'm sorry. I was thinking Lotto. I was playing Lotto in my head.
I'm like, Sick Cap, you've been up here before, man. You at least 50 something.
No, I'm 52. I'm sorry.
Okay. What's going on, man? And what do you want to debate about?
Well, it's a hypothetical question, but it's about the president. And I just want to know if you will make a choice. Now, he's on the conservative. They're both on the conservative side. Their standards and what they believe in and everything is the same, basically. But there's only one choice that you can take. Which one would you take? Would you take the man that's married or the man that doesn't have a family anymore?
So, okay, you're just speaking about this. Is just a hypothetical question, man. This isn't a debate question,
it might
man.
be a debate. It depends how you answer it. It could be
since you've been in here before, I'll entertain the hypothetical question. But it's debate night, man. So I want to get some people in here that want to debate. But anyways, who would I choose as a president? The president that has a family, and then what was the other one?
And the one that doesn't have a family.
And then
like the 15th president was. That's the only president.
You said like he was like a bachelor. And
Yeah,
what's the difference between them?
Well, one has a family and one doesn't.
Oh, that's the only difference, and everything else is equal?
Everything is equal.
Choose the one with the family.
Okay. Now, the second one, would you choose the one with the family or the one that does have a family but is not married?
They would be the same, for me at least.
Yeah, because they both have family, but which one would you pick? The one that's married or the one that's not married with a family?
They would be the same. That's like the same to me. Yeah, it would be the same. It would equal it out as long as like they're both committed in a relationship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same to me then. And the one that is married, is it married through like God, like the church, or he's married through the state?
Yeah. Both.
Oh, through both.
Yeah.
Okay, I would lean more towards the one that is married through religious reasons. Yeah, Christianity. Yeah, I would go with that one if I had to choose.
You mean the actions of it?
Yeah. If the other one didn't get married due to, like, say if he didn't get married by the state, but he got married through the church, then yeah.
Okay. Hey, Dave, thanks a lot, man. I like that. I appreciate that, man. Have a good
That's
one,
all you
man.
had for me?
Yeah, well,
okay, all right,
for
cool.
a debate, it's like it came out, cool. So be good.
All right, fair enough. All right, man. Have a blessed one. Peace.
Peace.
This guy, people coming in here asking me hypotheticals. Cooley, which one would you accept as a president? The one that's married or one that's a playboy? I'm like, man, what? I guess trying to see if I'm logically consistent with the things that I say, I guess. So, but I am. I mean, I'm not married by the state or by the church, so, I guess it's a little hypocritical on my end, but not really. All right, next person. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Jungle, Washington, D.C. I am the urban landlord. I rent to blacks. You want to talk about black fatigue? I document it.
Okay.
I've been a landlord to blacks for 30 years.
Okay.
In this city, Washington, D.C. Yeah.
Got you. So, and how old are you? Because we're live on TikTok, so I guess you just got to say your age. I mean, you
Yeah, I'm 50. Yeah, no problem. I'm 50
Okay.
years old. Yeah.
Cool. So you said you want to speak about black fatigue. Let me take a quick bathroom break. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Take your time.
Anyone that leaves while I'm taking this bathroom break is literally only going to take 1 minute. If you leave, it's okay, because we all know that you're gay. So this is what we do to get rid of the gays in the chat. We take this 1 minute bathroom break, and if you do leave, we know that you was at the Diddy parties sprinkling that baby oil around you. So, anyways, I'll be right back. All right, we are back, ladies and gents. Welcome back to No Fugazee podcast. Looks like we have a debate that's about to take place. So,
Debate.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I don't do much debate. It's not my style. So I don't know about that.
okay, and
We can talk. We can have a conversation. Though.
no worries. And let me know exactly what you want to debate on. I know you said black fatigue, but let me know. Elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, man, I've been a landlord a long time. I deal with a lot of blacks. I talk about blacks. I document truly how blacks live. And I've been doing it for a very long time. So it's not like something that just trying to come lately here. And, you know, I don't even know where to start. It was the black tax, how blacks are driving the cost of living up in inner cities. We can talk about that. I can show you evidence, mounds on top of mounds of evidence there. The crime, my tenants that have been beaten up, the ones that have canceled reservations because they've been robbed by children, black children. Wherever you want to go, we can take it there. So it's really kind of up to you where you want to cover. I got videos. You can review some of my videos.
Okay, and well, first, I guess we can start, and we got some people backstage too. The people backstage, I'll be bringing you up after. It seems like we got a Cheyenne back here, and we got a Michael back here as well. And then anyone else that wants to join the stream, just make sure your camera is on, and I'll go ahead and bring you up. But we can go ahead and start with your definition of black fatigue, just to make sure we're, referring to the same thing.
Man, here's what I say, bro. I've been doing this 30 years. And it's to the point where if I hear a white voice on the phone, I know they don't want to live around black people. Hell, a lot of blacks don't want to live around blacks. I got videos of that, phone calls of that. And it's driving people, the poor people, the middle class people, to go above their head in trying to afford housing to get away from blacks.
Okay.
And in my opinion, it's causing a lot of fatigue, man. People having to work, they're stressed.
I got you. So I'm just looking for your definition. So your definition of black fatigue would be what exactly? Give me a definition that we can work off.
It goes up and down the spectrum from the housing costs to crime. The people that can't afford to live around blacks, they end up taking a chance and they end up getting shot or something like that. You can see people in your chat right now. Some of the people that are in my chat, like Droz Andrews, there, he said, "John keeps it real about blacks," and I do because I see I see things that never gets reported on the news.
Yeah. So in regards to stats of stats about black people, I have no quorum with statistics about black people. I speak about black people all the time and how black people in the black community need to self-improve, how we need to get rid of the negative aspects in hip hop and embrace more of a virtuous music and embrace something else that's brings more value rather than just entertainment. I speak about so many things as far as so I understand that there are stats out there that doesn't favor black people in a good light. That's basically would be your definition of black fatigue then, or express to me what it is then if I have it wrong.
Man, to be brutally honest, I think that blacks and whites are totally different. Not all, not painting with a broad brush, but just the way that they live. For instance, the volume of music. Blacks can tolerate a louder bass than say white people can. The temperature in the house. White people are totally different about the temperature in the house.
I don't know about that with the whole music thing, the bass. I would say that, all right, black people, we brung in the 808s. So the 808s is a longer bass, a boom. This doesn't mean that we, other genres of music didn't have basses playing as well. But the 808s, I would say this is something that's specific to hip hop music. Not saying that other genres of music don't use it, but rock and roll, we can even say that, well, for in some aspects, maybe black people did invent rock and roll. That's up for debate, but that's more of white culture, right? That's more of the white genre of music, rock and roll, and that's extremely loud. I would say possibly even, louder than hip hop music or just as loud. So I get what you're saying, that black and whites are different as far as culture is involved. We do have different culture, but go ahead, expound on your point a little bit more on this whole black fatigue thing.
I'm going to give you a very good example so you give you a little bit of nuance to what I'm talking about here.
Okay, sure.
So I live in Brooklyn too. I live in Crown Heights, and if you're familiar with Brooklyn, they have Caribbean Day festivals and all that, correct? You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that? Okay, so throughout the summer, they play the music really loud. The Caribbeans play the music with a bass, boom, boom, as opposed to a lot of loud treble.
Waking up the neighbors and other tenants in the buildings that you own. I'm guessing this is the logical entailment.
Well, here's what I'm telling you, though. So one of my neighbors, an Albanian white guy, he comes to me, he says, sign a petition, Mr. John Galt, because I can't sleep through the bass. My children sleep through it. I signed it nevertheless, but I didn't have a problem with it. Now, if they had played some loud treble like an orchestra or something, I probably couldn't have slept with it through that. My children probably couldn't have slept through it. But blacks maybe have a finer tuned ear for bass where they can tune it out. My children clearly tune it out. They were very young children at the time, and they never had a problem with the bass that the Caribbeans played, but my white neighbors did. They would ask me to sign petitions. That there is a conflict. The Caribbeans left to themselves, and the blacks, along with them, didn't have a problem with loud music.
Okay, so then
moved into the neighborhood.
Sure, got it. Okay, so what about Karens? White people that move into black neighborhoods, or black people when they move into white neighborhoods, and these Karens come along, and a black person, we've seen many videos where a black person just be chilling at a park sometimes. Karen comes over like, do you have a permit to have your bike here while you're just looking at the lake? He's like, I don't need a permit, Karen. I live over here. Well, it doesn't look like you live over here, sir. And the Karen is basically getting on the black man because she doesn't believe that he's part of the community. And you would say that this causes issue. Would that be a form of black fatigue, that black people deal with these Karens? Just a question.
Yeah, I got a very good example about dogs. Right next door to me, I had a black person moving in, and the Section 8 family was living next door. Black people tend to have more aggressive dogs to match their nature, some might say. And so they had 2 pit bulls. The 2 pit bulls came out and attacked the guy as he was moving in. He never got a chance to move in. They bit both of his feet off. So when you talk about Karens complaining about, let's say black interaction with dogs, blacks tend to say have more aggressive dogs. They may have a child walking this very aggressive dog. They can barely control the dog. Hell, they may have the dog off the leash. They may, there's a myriad of things down on the level that may not get reported, but there are clear and present frictions that happen every day in these very, very integrated neighborhoods where one person will walk his dog on a leash and let it, pick up after his dog, and the other person will let his dog poop in front of your house
And not pick it up.
but then get flippant towards you if you say something about it. That's like totally different. They're incompatible.
Well, what I'm saying here is, if we're being honest, as far as black communities and white communities, it's very separate. There's not a lot of black people that live in white neighborhoods, and there's not a lot of white. There's actually less white people that live in black neighborhoods than there are black people that live in white neighborhoods. This just happens to be a fact. So as far as your definition of black fatigue and how white people are basically tired and they're suffering and they feel overwhelmed out of the negligence that black people is doing. I have many stats too, right? Stats about white people. 75% of incest perpetrators, white people, white men. 65% of prostitution, white men. 65% of pedos, white men. 60% of kidnappers, white men, right? 60% of rapists, white men. 77% of child pornography, white men. So one could say that, well, and the list goes on and on, right? Well, one can say that if you're being very hyper focused on the inadequacies of the black community, one could also say that, well, look at the inadequacies of the white community. Look at the inadequacies of the Spanish community. So when I say that black fatigue is a psyop, it is a psyop, right? Because this is something that the black community has always been, they knew about their inadequacies. And the white community has always known about it too, which is why white people really don't like living in black areas. Well, one, because the black areas just happen to be in a more, in more poverty. But overall, the cultures are just different, just like the cultures are different with the Indians. You don't think that when the Indians, the Arabs come around, you're like, God dang, stop using that curry and all them seasons, just stinking. They live next to you in a home and the the smell is sinking through the walls. You don't think that's frustrating, like the music to the white person? Think about it. I'll truly be honest here. I used to go to my friend's house. He lived next to an Arab. His house, his apartment used to smell just like the Arab's house because the Arab used so much seasoning where it was sinking through the walls and everything and stinking up his clothes. I used to go to like, God dang, man, you're not Indian. What's going on here? So that's the same with the loud music too. I say all of that to say that there's many different complaints that people have in communities, but to say that there's black fatigue but there isn't any other fatigue is silly.
Well, here's what I mean, right? As you say, your friend lived next to Arab and he dealt with the spices. You can mitigate it. You can let your window up. You can spray some air freshener, burn a candle. I was on strike.
I don't know about that. When they sink into the clothes, man, you got to do some laundry.
I bet you did a lot. I bet that's true, but I bet you did a lot of white people go to Indian restaurants. They probably keep them afloat. They immerse themselves in the food of other cultures. But I was streaming one night and I heard bullets. I'm like, yeah, I better get out of the way in case a bullet comes through my back door. And that is a thing that I think will cause fatigue. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. Right next door to me, and I live in the ghetto in Washington, D.C., there's a house for rent from next door to me, $3,500. $3,500. I would bet you that most of your audience can't afford that or wouldn't pay it in this neighborhood.
You're talking about in New York, right?
No, I'm talking about in Washington, D.C.
Oh, Washington, D.C., okay.
In Southeast D.C., if anyone is familiar. And so here we are, $3,500 for rent a house next door to me in the ghetto. What explains that? You have any idea what explains that?
You can make your point. Go ahead.
Well, so what would explain that is that the government will pay landlords. It's an inducement to rent to black people. The only way landlords will do it, people like me, is if you pay me a lot of money. So what I do is I convert the whole house into bedrooms so I get the maximum amount of Section 8. Well, what does that do to the person who works a regular job? It forces them out to the county, Prince George's County. What does that do to the Prince George's County people who don't want to live around the guy who would have rented from me? They move further out and take their problems with them to white counties, the white county, and turn it black and bring their black demands and issues with them.
Okay.
That is like the pipeline of the black fatigue, in that no one wants to live around blacks. No one will be honest and say it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. No one. Got it. So let's just use this logic, right? No one wants to live around blacks, and because if coming from your perspective, you said that you own a lot of property. You're a landlord, so the property that you own, you getting firsthand. You're seeing this firsthand based off of the tenants' complaints and stuff like that. That's your argument, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What about if you own some property in maybe some parts of Alabama where there's white trailer park people and they're ghetto and it's very impoverished area and they're not doing so good? Do you think that you'll experience a lot of complaints and a lot of negativity from tenants in certain poor areas? Poor areas.
Well, clearly I can't say, but I will say that some of the things I've seen, I've seen people, again, I saw some 50-year-old men.
Just answer. Can you answer that?
I don't think so. I don't think
you don't. Okay, you don't. You don't think so? Well, the thing is,
I'm from Alabama. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. The thing is this, right? I understand what you're saying. I think it's twofold. I think that when it comes to, this fatigue and people being tired of experiencing these maybe inadequacies, these whatever it may be, right? These complaints, they're complaining because of certain people and different demographics. It comes with two reasons. It's culture, and then it has to do with income, right? So if people, like, the thing is, when you're looking at it on the internet, because a lot of people speak about this white people speak about this black fatigue on the internet, most of these people that are speaking about black fatigue, they don't even live in black communities. They're not even around black people to experience to have these negative experiences when it comes to black people, right? Most of them haven't. It's just trendy right now, and it's something that's cool to say, which is the reason why I'm saying it's a psyop. Now, with you're speaking about specific things that you're dealing with anecdotally, right? That's fine and dandy. I'm not going to, have an argument against your anecdotal experience, but you still choose, as a landlord, you still choose to purchase homes and rent to people in certain areas where you know that there's going to be black people, where you know that there's going to be different cultures mixing, where you know that there's going to be some tension. So this is why I asked you, do you think that you would experience these same type of problems if you rented out if you purchased a home and rented it out where it was in a white area where the community was very poor? It was a white, poor town. Do you think that you would still have these complaints with other races living in that white, poor town, or just amongst white people themselves?
All right, let me explain it by saying this. So you contrast it with a white, poor town, say, in inner city. Okay, so here's the thing. So in a white, poor town, there aren't many government protections if they don't pay their rent. Right?
Wait, time out. You said that in a white, poor town, there aren't any government protections if they don't pay their rent?
The way they are in the inner cities. If you try to evict someone in D.C. legally, you're talking about a 2-year process, right? So the lowest of the low, the dregs of society know this. Inherently, they know this.
Okay, well, that's that's in D.C., right? So it's going to be different depending on what county and what state you're in. You know what I mean? That's going to be different. Okay, but you didn't really answer my question though.
Well, I can't really answer that one because I'm not white. I've never dealt with white poor trash in Alabama.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you. So here's the thing. Once again, you're coming from a landlord perspective, and we're speaking about things that's very anecdotally and specific to your situation, right? Like I said, this is the things that you're going through as a tenant, and you can see that. Well, I get a lot of complaints from my white tenants, and it is true that the black tenants that I have, they be negligent, they be wilding out. They're not really considerate of the people that they're living next to, as white people are. I get that, right? And once again, this would be because of culture. And culture is the values that you have within the culture, and that it would also be with the income level of where you're living at as well. Like how much money people are making. If they're living in poverty, then it's like, with poverty comes more negligence, comes more crime, comes more stuff like that. That's normally what happens, right? The point, what I want to get to is the whole black fatigue thing, which is a myth, right? Because once again, if it's just complaints, all people have complaints. And I would say black people for white people, I would say we have more complaints. I would say this, white people told us, stop complaining. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Stop complaining. You're not a victim. Think about it. This means that black people been suffering fatigue. Like, whether if it was real or some of it was mental, which is the victim mindset, right? Which I am totally opposed of the victim mindset. I think that those black people need to overcome that state of mind because it's not conducive to anything good. True? But if it's the case that if it's just about complaints and we can bring up some stats, I already gave you mad stats. Not only that, if it's just complaints, black people been complaining the longest. This is why there's a term called, when the victim mindset, when you say it, you don't think of a white person, you don't think of a Asian, you don't think of a Mexican or an Indian. When someone says the victim mindset, you go straight towards black people. This is how much black people been complaining. So if there is a thing of white fatigue, there is also, if there's a thing of black fatigue, there's also a thing of white fatigue. And I would say that a lot of the white people that complain about this, they just suffering from the victim mindset. They're suffering from the same thing that black people suffer from. These black people in this town, I can't do this because these black people. I can't do this because these black people. Crime rates are up all because of black people. Most of these white people aren't even affected from it. But I would say due to slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, all of these things in the past, black people was affected from it. Now, are black people affected by it? No, they're not affected by it at all, really. So there's no reason for black people to have the victim mindset today. But I would say that as far as white fatigue and black people complaining about white people, well, yeah, we can say that they have a case to make as well. right? So this is why I think this whole black fatigue thing is a myth. Because everyone has grievances about different communities. Does that make sense to you?
It does, but I tell you that one small group is having an outsized effect on a large group of people. Here in DC, for instance, they put in place a curfew. A lot of these people who make a lot of money here have bought these expensive condos in a nice part of town, and the kids just overran it. The city, unwilling to say black teens, black kids, whatever you want to call it, issued a curfew that was more or less toothless. And here these people are having paid hundreds of, some cases $1 million for a condo to live in this neighborhood with all these amenities. And on a Friday night, they can't come outside because there are 100 black teens milling about who don't live anywhere near their community. That causes a lot of fatigue. Hell, they paid that much money to live there away from the ghetto. And now the ghetto has come to them. How much does it cost to get away from this? They must be asking themselves. How far do I have to go? That will cause you some fatigue. And you can read about that in the Navy Yard, waterfront, areas of DC where they had to issue curfews. And it really was for black teens. It wasn't for the white yuppies walking on the streets there that lived there. It was for black teens in the city. It was just black run. They couldn't admit it. I think that is part of the fatigue, to be honest with you. And that's thousands of people.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, your point is, and you're speaking specifically about in DC, where you have you're a landlord, and people have complaints, and it's coming from the black teens and stuff like that. And once again, you haven't really gave any refutations as far as my argument, right? So you can still bring up things, and I could bring up many things about how black people complain about white people, right? The list goes on. I can speak about specific things. I can speak about the own town that I live in with some of these white folks. I can go off of many different things, and even some of especially, matter of fact, the Asian folk. Listen, man, but that's something that it's another story. Give me an argument for what I'm saying, though. Like, give me a refutation for what I'm saying. My point is very clear, and you said that you understand, but you don't really have an argument for it. You're just saying, like, yeah, I agree that that happens. Let me get a yes or no real quick, though, just to see if you have the ability to reason. Do you think that if there is a such thing as black fatigue, is there a such thing as white fatigue?
Sure, there can be.
It can be, right? Would you say that? We can speak about different levels of things, like all the levels and stuff like that, or how which community has the most grievances and stuff like that. This is basically what this gets to is, well, who's the victim the most? Oh, I'm a bigger victim than you are. No, I'm a bigger victim than you are. That's what that sounds like. But good conversation thus far. Really hasn't been a debate, but I do want to get some people upstage because I got people backstage who are saying that they want to speak to you.
Great.
You mind staying for a little bit?
Nah, no problem.
Cool. And we still got Cheyenne backstage, and we got Rolando backstage as well. I'll go ahead and bring you guys up after this conversation here. Dane Snyder, welcome to the chat, man. I know you was hit me in a private chat, said you wanted to come up. What's going on, man? You got a question for my guy?
Well, I think this is a great topic. What he's going at, when he first came up, I had posted over on my Facebook. I said, "Hey, Cool is fixing a debate with a guy about black fatigue," and I said, "Yes, I don't know if I'm even going to go up because it's not really something I'm interested in." But his argument or his discussion made it more interesting. So let me ask you this, John. I like your name there, John Galt, man. Who is John Galt, right? See, so I know you're reading some Ayn Rand and everything, see. So I got you, man. So I know I'm not dealing with just the average fellow with an opinion. But let me ask you this, man. Have you ever done any real research or study into things like the difference in the Southern black and the New England black?
Well, I don't know many New England blacks. I am a Southern black myself, so I've probably done an introspective look into
Yeah,
the difference
I'm in
between.
Mobile right now. To be honest with you, I don't know what part of
I'm
Alabama
from
you're from.
Anniston, Alabama.
Yeah. I'm down here, actually Grand Bay, down here on the Gulf Coast, man.
Yeah,
So
okay,
anyway,
okay.
look, here's what a lot of people out there. I agree with Cooley to an extent that there's no such thing as black fatigue. I don't think there's anything such thing as white fatigue either. I think what we're dealing with is a cultural difference in what the internet feeds to us every time we turn around. We've either got Bequita beating somebody up in the Wendy's, or we got some green haired fat white chick with a nose ring carrying on. So it's easy for us to watch that, and it becomes our reality. And we say, "Oh, that's white fatigue, that's black fatigue, that's fat girl fatigue." I don't know. But when you research into the history of the country, like there was a book I read by Nathan Woodward called the American Nations, and it went through delineating out the different people groups that comprise this nation. And one of the people groups is the people group I descend from, which are the Scotch Irish. Okay, and when the Scotch Irish immigrated over from North Ireland to through Philadelphia, they were rejected by what I call your refined white races, your English, your Puritan, your Germans, your Dutch. And so that's why they went to Appalachia. That's why a lot of them are still there today. They ended up found in Tennessee and Kentucky and settling a lot of the interior of the country. That's why when you see Southern culture represented, you have the Scarlett O'Hara with the antebellum, why red, whatever will I do, that stuff. And then you have rednecks like me. Well, where did those two cultures come from? Well, see, I'm the Scotch Irish. Scarlet and red were from the Barbadian slave lords that founded Charleston and Savannah. You see what I'm saying? So it's two different cultures going on here. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this or not, but Morgan Freeman has a great great grandfather. His last name was Carr, Carr. It was a white dude. That's where Morgan gets his freckles. The freckles are typically Scotch Irish. And so, I mean, he had children with the great great grandmother. Her name was Celie Carr. While she was still a slave, after slavery, they stayed together till they died, and they're buried today in Kosciuszko, Mississippi, side by side. See, that's a Scotch Irish. We are the original, what would be called today, white trash. Okay, and the historical trend is,
I
I
heard
can
that
go on for
before.
hours about this. The historical fact is the Southern black culture, what Thomas Sowell called in his book, Black Rednecks and White Liberals. The black redneck culture
I've
is
heard the
what
book.
people are
Yeah.
talking about. Do what now? What'd you say?
No, I've heard the book. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What people are talking about is black fatigue today is that black redneck culture to a large part. And it was actually, this is fascinating now. I didn't believe it the first time I heard it either. It was actually appropriated from the Scotch Irish. You see. And in the meantime, the blacks and slaves and stuff in the Northeast, their owners were typically the Cavaliers in Virginia, which is not New England, but you get what I'm saying. They were the Puritans, the Quakers, the far more educated. Down south, it was a different culture that was appropriated to them. The Scotch Irish, even when you go back to North Ireland, sexual promiscuity, a lack of a value of education, a lack of a value of business. You see what I'm saying? You can just about take what is thought of today as the black culture and map it on to the Scotch Irish culture. You see, right down to language. What we think of today is ebonics instead of ask. Black people will say axe. You can go to Ireland and the lowland Scotland today, and Wales actually, and you hear that same misuse. The overuse of the word be. I'll be going here, I'll be going there. Think about the little leprechaun. I'll be looking for me pot of gold. That's not a black thing. That was appropriated from the poor white trash that was picking cotton alongside the slaves. And during the migration, when the Southern blacks eventually started moving north, there were many areas in the north that were basically integrated. You see, but when the black rednecks showed up, they brought all that boisterousness, the loud music you're talking about and stuff. They brought all of that, and that was when a lot of those areas moved to segregation, which was unfortunate. It's fascinating to go study. the difference in the Southern black culture, which is what most people think of as black culture today, and the New England black culture, which is after the Civil War, churches and schools in New England came down south during Reconstruction and started building Negro schools and started educating the former slaves and their children and stuff. Men like, you can trace it out, Martin Luther King Jr., Booker T. Washington, these guys can be traced back to those schools. See, I could go on for hours. I'm going to take up the whole podcast. But what happened in the 80s, hip-hop music came on the scene in New York, and it was just fun, block party music. By the late 80s, early 90s, hip-hop moved out west. And that's where it took on that violent, criminal aspect. Through the 90s on up to today, that was used to tell the American public, this is what black culture is.
Yeah, I think you're missing some layers to what's going on, honestly. As a landlord, I see a lot of things that, a lot of the young black people, older ones too, I rent to some of the older ones, they're having a very, very difficult time competing against the immigrants that we brought in here, particularly the Hispanics, and now I would even go so far as to say many of the Africans. The Black Americans are not performing very well against them. And in a competition for resources, particularly housing and jobs, if you're not performing well against the bottom group, and you're definitely not performing well against the top groups, then there is a lot of room for conflict there. And I think that may play out in the music, it may play out in some of the other things we see. I think, being honest with ourselves, we have to at least consider it.
Oh yeah, that's already acknowledged. The key thing is that has always been acknowledged within the black community, and as well as in the white community. The white community always pointed out the insufficiencies within the black community. This was always pointed out, and this is why there was certain things in place for the people in poverty, for black communities. Like I'm not saying that welfare was just for black communities, but this was for, communities that was below a certain poverty line, right? So, these complaints have always been a thing, which is why the standpoint of black fatigue being a psyop, because it's not anything new. It's not anything new at all. Also, the term was hijacked. So the term was more of a social justice term where black people would use the term black fatigue to basically say that, to basically speak about the, inequality within white communities and black communities and how, systemic racism and stuff like that within certain communities, like getting jobs, whatever it may be. A lot of these things, as far as the black fatigue and how it was labeled back then, they had very good claims. They had claims that was rooted into truth, but white people back then would say, listen, there's no system really holding you back. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You can do better. Don't succumb to this mindset of thinking that, you don't have any opportunity. I would say that, bro, once we got rid of, basically it's this, man. Everybody has the same opportunities, right? Everybody always going to have complaints. But as far as black fatigue and how the term has been hijacked now, these complaints, it's not anything different. It's the same complaints from the 80s in the 2025. Can you give me a different complaint? White people was complaining if they moved to a black neighborhood about the music. White people was complaining in the 90s about, the gangs. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's the same. White people was complaining about the teens and all of this. They riding their bikes and they stealing certain parts of the bikes and making their own bikes or whatever it may be. These complaints have always been there. And also, black people had their complaints about the white community, which we know we got history about it, right? So black fatigue is just a psyop, man. It's not anything. The term and how it's being coined now is just to create more division than anything else. It's literally to divide us more, to conquer us. That's all. It's a divide and conquer strategy. That's what I think is there for. But good conversation, man. I'll leave the last word to you, John, and I appreciate you for coming up.
Oh, it was my pleasure. Now, I think if you were to poll your audience and ask them would they live in a black community versus any other community, they wouldn't care what the other community was. They would definitely not choose a black community.
You know why?
No matter what they had to pay to live there.
Yeah, you know why? Because of two reasons, and that's culture and that's income. Because generally, white people make more money. And generally, the white culture isn't hip hop music and, people wearing their pants below their waist and gangs and them saying F this and F that. Yeah, in the white community, you'll get more stuff of like maybe the wanksters, the white people that want to be like black people, but they would still more convert over. They would be around the black community anyway. This is why they're considered the wanksters, right? But as far as, or the wiggers, you know what I'm saying? But as far as that question, I would say, yes, that is true. I think that most people would say, well, yes, I'd rather live around white people because generally there's more white people, and generally white people are above the poverty line and black people happen just to be at it or below it, which then comes more crime, more violence, more inadequacies within, the individuals and also on the community level. So that has always been like that. But go ahead, Dane. I'm sorry, you said you want to say something.
I was just going to say what people seem to think today is the racial slur against white people. Saltine or whatever. I don't know what YouTube. I hear that YouTube would get you if you use the other word, but the saltines or whatever that's supposed to be a slur against white people was actually coined by the people in Pennsylvania, New England, about the Scotch Irish, because when the Scotch Irish showed up, we were so loud, we partied into the wee hours of the morning. We were real boisterous in public, loud, carrying on, laughing, running through the streets, that kind of stuff. And so that's why it's the same thing as if someone laughs really loud and says, "You crack me up." You see, or like somebody who makes a wise crack, they might say, "Oh, he's a wise cracker." That's where that word comes from. You see, the difference is as the American culture progressed on, a lot of Scotch Irish, that are genetically Scotch Irish, they, got educated, they moved on, they moved up out of that sort of that sort of society elements. A lot of them didn't. There's still a lot of that in me, but most of them did. They moved on. All right. What happened? Because I remember back in the 70s, let's say the 80s. Paul McCartney, Stevie Wonder, Ebony Ivory living together in perfect harmony. You go back, you listen to Peabo Bryson. You go back, you listen to, what's his name? It escapes me. The singer that got crippled in a car wreck. Anyway, music back then, soul music back then celebrated the couple. They celebrated the relationship. Now, it's like hoes and bitches and that kind of stuff. It doesn't celebrate that. The civil rights movement, the new society came along and kicked the black dad out of the home and married the black mother to the government. The father is the provider protector. So there was no black father there to keep the government from going in and developing that school to prison pipeline. And then they said, here's hip hop music that's going to romanticize the violence and the poverty and the brokenness. You see, that went on. But I remember in the 80s coming up, like the Cosby Show, A Different World, where black young people were presented as educated, as clean, as ambitious, as industrious. This is part of the psyop he's talking about. See, and that's how it was presented. Then hip hop went from DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince in Philly. It went from the Sugar Hill Gang and Run DMC and Houdini and those guys. It went out west. It went out west and it became about the Bloods and the Crips and the G's and the Vice Lords and all that sort of stuff. Couple that with the removal of the black father from the home, you see, and so on and so forth. So what my contention is that the reason that original Scotch Irish, unproductive, uneducated, unindustrious, one author that I read said that leisure was a virtue to the Scotch Irish. You see what I'm saying? So you ride through the hood today, you see a lot of folks sitting on the porch just chilling. That's Scotch Irish. So the reason that a lot of Scotch Irish don't live like that anymore is because the intact home was not attacked by the government. You see, it took the white families longer to start shacking up and having 5 kids by 8 baby daddies and stuff. See, that's what's happened. So my contention is it's not as much the black. You know, like Jesse Lee Peterson asked, what's wrong with the blacks? I don't think it's a matter of blacks as much as it is that Scotch-Irish culture. And as black Scotch-Irishmen, black rednecks, so we'll call them, were moving up just like the white rednecks were moving up socially and economically. Here comes LBJ with the Great Society, and you kick black men out of the home. Well, you paid the mother to kick them out.
Yeah.
And then they...
No, good points, Dane. Good points. I'm gonna honor this conversation more because we got Beans backstage. So for the people that's backstage, we got Cheyenne, you're up next. We got Rolando, you're up right after her, and we got some other, I think is Dirt Youngin, he's up after. So we're gonna do 5 more minutes of this topic here. We got Beans up because I got a super chat that came in actually. Let me get to it. It's Tyga. He said this. He says, Cooley, bring up Cooley, please let Beans and Dane debate. That will be internet gold. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I see Beans is backstage already, so I'll bring up Beans real quick. We'll give it 5 more minutes of this topic, and then Cheyenne, you're up next. Rolando, you're up after. Also, Rolando and I think it's Dirt Youngin, message me backstage and let me know what topics that you want to debate about and things like that. Because if you want to engage in this convo, I can bring you up as well. But if you just have a certain specific topic that you want to debate about, let me know in a private chat. So you'll see a private chat in here. All right, let's bring up Beans real quick. I'll give 5 more minutes to this topic. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What's going on, Beans? Welcome back. And floor's yours.
First of all, I just want to ask, did you get into the Charlie Kirk haters conversation yet?
Nah, we ain't even getting to that.
Okay.
We can, if that's what the next thing you want to speak about, we can get into that after Cheyenne is up, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to see where you were going to go with it, of course, before I had a response. But on this particular topic right now, I just came in and I just heard the last comment that was made about people not wanting to live where black people live at, right? And I think this is a disservice, right? It's just another one of those situations where people don't take precaution in how they word things, because it's not about not living where black people live at. It's about not living where poor people live at, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yep.
Well, my mama live at is 85% black. I wish I could live there. Right, but the difference is they own it. That's the difference. They ain't poor. The median income out there is over 6 figures.
Talking about Atlanta?
No.
There's certain parts in Georgia where it's they living good over there, and it's mostly black people.
Right. That's what it's all about, is ownership.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When black people ain't no different than nobody else. When they own it, they tend to take care of it. They tend to have pride about it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no litter all over the place. Ain't no graffiti all over the place. And you barely hear any sirens, right? But again, that's because they own it. It's way more houses than it is rental property. You see what I'm saying? So that's the difference. It's not about not living where black people live at. Because I wouldn't want to live where white people live at. When I first moved to Kentucky, I moved to an area called Fairdale. Everybody I knew was like giving me their sympathy. They was like, oh, don't worry, man, it gets better. I'm like, it's nice over here. What y'all talking about? Yeah, that's where all the poor whites is at. Right? So they was feeling bad for me because I moved where the poor whites was at, but I wasn't paying no attention. Hey, it's a Walmart right there. I'm good to go. You know what I'm saying? I can go shopping. That's all I care about. I mind my business. But that just goes to show you, people didn't want to live around poor whites either. So.
And John, any take on that?
Well, he chose to live around poor whites. Why didn't you live around poor blacks? Would it have been cheaper to live around poor whites or poor blacks? Well, I just picked the hotel that had the best monthly rate
based on the fact that I was moving to a new state, me and my
Okay.
lady. So
Okay,
me, it didn't
perfect.
matter where it was at.
That's good. Are there any motels or hotels in the areas around the poor blacks?
Well, not those. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, I
not
mean, are there
those.
any motels or hotels where the poor blacks are?
Absolutely.
It is? Okay. But you chose not to stay there.
Well, don't strawman me. I just told you not those though, right? Not the what are they called? The extended stay type hotels where they have like the kitchen, the stove, the refrigerators, and all of that. That type of stuff tends to be
So what type of motels do they have around the blacks?
motels, not hotels. That's the
Not hotels, correct? Okay. And so you're saying that there's kind of a lack of amenities in one area versus the other, correct?
Yeah, where the poor blacks is at, absolutely.
Right. And so that is probably why when you got a little money or when any black gets a little money, he goes to where the white areas are, where there are the amenities. You live in a black area, I don't care how affluent it is, they're not going to have the bakeries and the croissants and the Whole Foods the way that if you lived in a white neighborhood.
Again, that's just not true because where my mama live at is 85% black and they got all that.
They got a Wegmans and a Whole Foods and all that in your mama
They got all
neighborhood.
that. And it's not a Whole Foods, it's a Pete's Produce in Illinois. Pete's Produce, and it's black owned actually.
Okay, so they got a black owned grocery store, but not a Wegmans.
It's fire. And they got a hot kitchen too with all kinds. Shout out to Pete's Produce. And that's
do they have like jobs in the area? Do you have to go somewhere else?
They have some, yeah, but not like the like they just dropped the Amazon there, so that's the biggest one. That was like 2 years ago.
Okay, so real quick, John. Basically, what he's saying is, he made a clear distinction as far from your argument. Your argument, John, was, well, you are a landlord and you rent out homes. Beans is making a distinction and saying, well, in most areas, if black people own homes, and we could say this is just true for all people. When you tend to own something, you tend to take care of it better than you just renting it, right? So if you're a landlord and you're renting something out, that experience is much, much differently than a black person that's buying the property from you. Therefore, you don't have to deal with them anyway, but also they're going to treat their home a little bit differently because they own it. This just happens to be true. So do you have a refutation for the point that Beans is making, pretty much saying that, well, black people, we do have good communities where black people are above the poverty line and they happen to own the things that they own, then yeah, I would say that there will be more black people that wants to live in black towns when it's like that, but there's very few in between.
Sure. Prince George's County is the wealthiest, or once was the wealthiest black county in America for at least 20 years of my time here in DC. It's definitely more wealthy than wherever Beans live because these people have federal government jobs. No one wants to live there. There are no companies. It's more or less just a bedroom community. The schools are bad. There's no commerce. The crime is bad. And it's the wealthiest black community in America. And so there's something else, some layers, some things down below that layer. Yeah, sure, they can have nice houses, but what about businesses, jobs, the schools? Can they maintain the schools? And it seems to me that they cannot. And so they end up moving to whiter areas where they can put their children into white-run school districts. That's what it seems to be to me.
Why do you think it is that that's the case in a lot of what y'all call the black communities, with the poor schools, the poor care for the real estate, the poor care for the commerce and the business area? Why do you think that's so prevalent in those areas?
I think it's probably 80% schools.
But the schools could be improved.
Once your child gets to be about 12 years old, you really have to, maybe even earlier than that, you have some real serious decisions to make if you're going to send your children to school in an inner city neighborhood. Those are real serious decisions to make. And at that point, you decide if you're going to move or not. And you're going to have to move to a neighborhood typically another jurisdiction that has better schools, quote unquote better schools, and that's going to be a lot of money. It's going to be quite a bit of money in a metro area to move for better schools. You talk about it could be in the hundreds of thousands. Or you may have to sacrifice and lower your quality of life, smaller living arrangements. That's what I think.
But what I'm asking you is, why do you think it is that the black people in those areas, because, for instance, back during the George Floyd stuff, because I'm a very vocal person, I'm very committed to my views. My opinion can be changed, but whoever changes it's going to have to come with a cannon to change it. I mean, they're going to have to really know their stuff. So back during the George Floyd stuff, I had many people, mostly white liberals, for whatever they're worth, ask me, have I ever done anything to help the black man? And my response was always to ask them why it was that they thought that the black man needed my help. Because personally, I know many, many black people who are at least as smart as I am, at least as driven as I am, at least as, industrious as I am. Why is it that these people think that I somehow or another should be doing something for the black man, or that the black man even needed me? I think in those areas, those people in those areas are just as capable of improving themselves.
Well, I'll explain to you from my standpoint, being a man from Alabama. My grandmother learned how to cook, bake, iron sheets and drapes. She worked for white people. She was in domestic. The foundational skills that you can take with you your lifetime. You can pass it down to your children. She probably would have learned that from, working for other black people. They didn't have the money to hire her. Then she brought me along. I learned how to clean up behind white people. They had parties. I go clean up and things like that. I learned how to set a formal dinner setting. These are things I didn't learn in high school. I learned from working for white people as a domestic. Later became a cleaner, and now I'm a cleaner. I clean up after people every day. And I think those are foundational skills that, as blacks have agitated away from white people, they've lost the connection to pick up on some of the skills that we can pick up on white people. We have a lot in common. We have more in common with each other, but we're kind of only two here for a long time.
Did you understand the question he asked you?
That's what I'm kind of wondering. But what I'm trying to find out, John, is the people that are living in those areas that are economically depressed with the low performing or no performing schools and the crime and the lack of business and all of that sort of social pathogens. What is it that's keeping those people in those areas from doing the work to get them to move up economically and socially, and they end up being trapped in that area?
Basically, and basically what's happening now is he asking, because we were all having conversations about a description. We were describing the things as far as the black fatigue and how is black fatigue or is white fatigue. Now Dane is he's asking for a prescription. Okay, since these communities or since these black people tend to be, doing bad, like you would say, well, what's your prescription for improvement? How do black people self-improve?
They're going to have to learn some fundamental foundational skills. They don't know how to do anything now. They don't even know how to cook. I clean up behind them. They order their food. They eat online. There's convenience. At the convenience of their phone, they can order food. They've lost their weight. They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to clean.
What keeps them from learning that?
Well, how did they learn it back in the day? I'm telling you about how my grandmother learned it, how she passed it on to me. What I do to this day, I clean up after people. You got generations of people who never been taught how to clean, don't know how to cook. Generations on top of generations of people.
This is what I'm getting at.
Where are they going to learn it from?
I would actually say that there's probably more white people that don't know how to cook than black people, because black people gotta cook because they in poverty. Like, I gotta cook something. Let me learn how to chef something up because my belly hurting right now. I need to eat. Mama gone. She braiding hair and babysitting at cousin's house for many hours. So let me chef something up. So I would actually say that the poor people probably know how to cook a little bit better than the white folks. But listen, good conversation.
Can I say one more thing, Cooley?
Okay, yeah, because I want to get it to another panel.
Just to make my point that I was leading into. If you stop and think about it on the news and stuff, you never hear anybody refer to a white politician as a white leader. You never hear that. But what do you hear when it comes to dealing with the hood and things that people think of as black community issues? You know, black leader Al Sharpton, black leader Jesse Jackson, black leader this, black leader that. Nobody ever talks about a white politician in Congress or on city council or at the state legislature. See, so what we end up with is these people like your Jesse Jacksons and such, who they just popped up on the news as a black leader, a spokesman that speaks for everybody. Jesse Jackson is the man who coined the phrase African American at the Ritz-Carlton when he announced his presidential bid back in the 80s. Oh, he said, this is what African Americans want. How can he speak for all black, African Americans or black people? These are seemingly self-appointed people, or they're appointed by someone. And they pop up and they're presented as a black leader. They're not elected by black people, but they're appointed or just profess themselves. And then they begin defending the black cause. So when people come into areas like you're talking about, and they want to start putting things in place like school choice for black families to say you can take your tax dollars and you can go to a private school, a better performing school, a parochial school, a homeschool, whatever. What do those people who are allied with the black leaders, which are going to be your white liberals, what do they say? Oh, you're a racist. You're just trying to hurt the black neighborhoods and the black schools. And then they communicate that message in those schools that those black students, like the affirmative, it's not the affirmative action, but it was something that was in the news recently in those schools. It was the, where they're basically teaching minorities that they're not as smart and they're not as strong and they need these social policies in place to help them. And it weakens their ambition because these self-appointed or white liberal appointed black leaders that weren't chosen by that community, they're the mouthpiece and they're defending the black community, and it ends up keeping them in those areas. It's the same people like LBJ that paid the black mother to kick the black father out of the home so he could get to those children and keep them working at McDonald's and working down at Belk and the grocery store, getting carts out of the parking lot because the black dads wasn't about that.
Bro, you know what I'm praying for in 2026? That black people in general wake up beyond this Republican Democratic argument. I hope that they realize that it ain't Democrat, it ain't Republican, it's white. Right? Like it's really, I don't care if you say it's LBJ, if you say it's Trump, I don't care who you say it is. They all look the same. They all got the same background. They all came from the same place.
That ain't true.
Yeah, that ain't true. But
that ain't true.
Listen. You want to say that it ain't true, but at the end of the day, did they not itemize themselves as white? I didn't do that.
Who is they? Who is they? Let's ask that question. Who is they?
People who created white.
Who is that? I don't know who that is.
People who did it. I didn't do it. You know that you literally just said we never hear people say white leader.
I didn't do it either.
Wait, so
I
when
didn't
you
do
was
it.
talking, I didn't say nothing. You remember
Who
that?
did it?
You remember when you was talking, I didn't say nothing?
Go ahead, I'll listen.
Oh, okay, cool. So you just said a few seconds ago that we never hear white leader, which means you know that white exists. So don't try to pretend like you don't now. What I'm saying is white. I didn't create that. They did that. Right?
Who did?
They made white. So whoever that was. So
who was that?
Whoever made white, they're the ones who made LBJ white. They made Trump white. They made Bush white. They made Clinton white. They made all the white politicians white, whether they Jew, whether they Russian, whether they Ukrainian, whether they Bulgarian, whether they from the UK. It don't matter. They made them white. So don't judge me now.
Who is they? Who is they?
White, sir. I'm not playing that dumbass game with you. You can do
I don't think
because you're pulling it out of your ass. You don't know who they are. You just made up the fantasy. You made up the fantasy. So
nobody created white.
Argument.
Did anybody create white? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then that's why we know you're full of shit.
Well, no, we know you're full of shit because you're making a claim you can't defend. You making a claim you can't defend.
I don't.
You making a claim you can't defend.
You just use the term so we know it exists. So
I can use all kind of terms that wasn't created.
It doesn't matter. You used it so we know it exists. You said it. You said
the word. You're asking me, does the word exist?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, the word exists.
For using it, you used it.
The word exists.
Yes. Does it refer
to
people
nobody
who look
make Trump white? Did nobody make me white?
Absolutely. Does it refer to people who look like you? Yes or no?
For some people who are ignorant and uneducated, it does.
It is.
If you want to be ignorant, then it does.
I've never seen a person who looked like me be referred to as white ever.
What does that have to do with anything? You're referred to as black, but you're not black.
That means we know what I'm saying when we say white. So you can
well, I'm trying to understand, and I think Beans. I think the one part, and then I'm gonna bring up someone else as well. But I think the part what you said, well, we need to get rid of the Democrats and the Republicans. There's just white. Well, there's clear distinctions between things rather than just color, like ideology and values. We do know that the ideology of the liberals and the Democrats tends to be different than the ideology, the value system of the Republicans, the conservatives, right? So there is a clear, distinction between, both parties. And I would say that there's overlap. Like, as far as you're saying that, well, basically it doesn't matter if there's a Democrat or a Republican, white people are going to be in power. Is that your argument?
No, my argument is that throughout history, white people have been the leadership in this country. So when you have people who represent the Democratic side and they want to demonize the Republicans and the conservatives, and then vice versa, the conservatives and the Republicans want to demonize the Democrats and the liberals, and they all basically pushing the buck instead of just saying, no, it's all of us. We did bad under Clinton. We did bad under Bush. We doing bad under Trump, right? We did bad under LBJ. We did bad no matter who the president was. We did bad under Obama, right? But when I say we did bad, I'm not even talking about the majority. I'm talking about that little small 20 to 25% of people who still struggle today, which has been the case since the 1900s. It's always been the case where it was a small minority, somewhere between 10 to 25% of people who struggle more than others. Your Bible says the poor will always be with you. And it also talks about how the people in power are part of the reason why the poor will always be with you. This country ain't designed for people to be rich. So on one hand, we having a conversation if black people aren't excelling, which they are. But then if we're going to talk about that minority, then let's just be honest about why they're struggling. Don't make it seem like it's a Democratic policy. No, it's a white person's policy.
Yeah. So one, you said a lot there, and it's like the one side of your argument. You're saying that, well, I'll just say it, man. There's always going to be people that are struggling, no matter who's in power, because people are lazy. Like, most human beings are just lazy. And if you compare America to other countries, we're doing much better than basically almost every other country, right? Like, we live in a first world country with all of these modern day conveniences that most countries don't even have the liberty of. And even if you just look at the UK, they don't even basically have freedom of speech over there at all. Like, you put up an Instagram post and they'll be knocking at your door. I think they had over like 12,000 arrests as far as just people posting stuff on social media. So as far as America, man, I think that we live so comfortable over here that people just like to complain like women and children sometimes. It doesn't mean that we can't do better and, there aren't things that we can improve on. I think that there are things that we can improve on. But to say that, to just blame everything on, oh, well, white people are in power. Well, we got to be honest. And that's not really an argument. The reason that they are in power is because they founded the country. White Christian men founded this country. With that being said, it's like, what do you like? There's 60% of the population right now in America. So, I mean, at the end of the day, people as an individual, they need to take ownership of their life and stop being lazy, stop being inadequate, and they need to self-improve, and they would have better results. But I think that most individuals, they want to play video games, they're watching corn, they're worried about all love, they worry about hip hop music, they're worried about all of this entertainment type of stuff, the things that psyops them and gets them away from their purpose and their goal, and they indulge in their own vices. So that's always going to be the case. There's no such thing that we cannot make this utopia type of country. But this isn't to say that we don't need self-improvement though within the country.
This is what I don't understand though. If we really believe these things to be true, then why do we forego the data, right? When the data doesn't match up what you're saying, right? You're saying most people are this way, but the hours worked Whether you look at average or median,
hours worked has nothing to do.
You just said
that has nothing to do.
People don't want to work; they want to sit around and play video games. But that's the data says people get up and go to work every day.
Yeah. So when you're speaking about things happen within the market, like, you know, we're in inflation happens, the price of grocery goes up, the cost of living goes up. So things tend to happen, right? Mm-hmm. So if you have an entrepreneurial mindset, then you're more likely to create something. You're more likely to work either 2 jobs, maybe working for someone else because you're like, oh, I got to get it, work multiple jobs so then I can create my own business. Or if you have this entrepreneurial mindset, then you're more likely to create your own business, work for yourself instead of working for someone else. And those type of individuals, they tend to get above the poverty line. And then not only that, right? Or if you're just not living in delusion land and you're looking at, well, hey, what jobs pay the most? STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Let me go ahead and be certified and go into be an electrician. Let me get a certification and be this. Let me get a certification and be that. I think that most people, I would say most people, the reason why they are suffering in America is because of their own inadequacies. They're not they're not thinking about making and earning more money to provide for themselves and for their future. They're just thinking about how can I just make it through the day, make it through the month, and live comfortable. This is how a lot of people think, and all different races.
The whole, Cooley.
What you say?
That actually hurts the whole, right? Okay, so
no one's saying that it doesn't benefit or hurts the whole. I'm just I'm just describing how human beings tend to operate from a biological level.
No, what's okay? So I understand what you're saying.
Like generally, most people are lazy. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not going to I disagree, but I'm not going to straw man you, right? I'm just going to say my interpretation of when I hear other people say the same thing that you just said is that people they want everybody to be greedy. They want everybody to be gluttonous. They want everybody to be insatiable when that's just not the natural nature of man. Contentment is the natural nature of man, right? We've been brainwashed in this particular society to think that you're supposed to have everything in excess. Well, in 1960, the median income for a black man was $10K. So imagine if you would have been making $50K then, how well you would have been doing. Fast forward 2025, and we telling men that make $50K, they bums. So what's gonna happen when everybody takes your?
But that's because the cost of living went up, man. That's why.
Make sure you understand.
50K isn't worth 50K how it was back then. That's why.
So now, what's gonna happen when everybody takes your advice and everybody starts making 100K? A gallon of milk is gonna be $47. 100K is gonna be worth what 50K is worth today. More money is not the answer. That's not the answer. I don't know why we even keep pretending that it is. More money just causes more inflation.
We could deal in all of these hypotheticals all we want about what ifs and way back whens. Let me ask you this.
But wait, that makes it not hypothetical, right? When I show you a trend.
It's not, it's hypothetical because it's a situation that
when I show you what
tell me what a hypothetical is.
That's not hypothetical.
Tell me what a hypothetical is. Tell me what a hypothetical is.
I'm not talking about, what I'm saying is this. I gave you the data.
I understand that. And what I gave you, what I was attempting to give you, what I was attempting to give you was I was attempting to make a point to you. And I said, we could talk about these hypotheticals. And then you argued with me that wasn't a hypothetical. If you know it's not a hypothetical, then you should be able to tell me what a hypothetical is.
Bro, ain't nobody finna keep doing these dumbass questions with you, Andrew Wilson.
In other words, you're using words you don't know the meaning
to. You're
using words you don't know the meaning to. You can overtalk me.
One mic at a time, fellas.
It don't make
what I'm telling you is what happened in 1939. What happened
I know what you're telling me, and I'm trying to respond to it. It's not true just because you told it. It's not true just because you told it.
One mic at a time. Dane, let Beans land his Beans. Go ahead and land your plane.
Yes, that's not a hypothetical. That's showing you exactly what the trend is. It's showing you what's going to happen when you add more money into an economy. Do you get inflation? Yes or no? Yes is the answer.
That's a hypothetical. That's a hypothetical.
You're right. You're a fucking retard, bro.
You can't, but I know what a hypothetical means. Me being a retard is a whole
it's
different
a hypothetical.
Argument, but we can debate that too.
It's not a hypothetical.
But my point is, if I can make my point, when LBJ in the Democratic Party instituted the welfare system and began paying the black mother to either kick the black father out of the home or never bring him into the home. When they did that, did they do that because they lacked more melanin than the black father? Or did they do that because they had an ideology where the black community was moving up in the world? Because before then, the black women were married at a higher rate than white women. So did LBJ and those progressives over there, did they create the Great Society, which married the black mother to the government because they were white, or because they were tyrants and they wanted to create a pseudo-slavery system to keep black people locked in those neighborhoods that Who Is John Galt up there was talking about?
He just said they did it to keep black people, but it ain't about race. Check fucking.
You're not going to answer my question. You're going to dance around the question. You're going to run. Why are you running? Why are you running from the question? Why are you running from the question?
He literally
Why are you running from the question?
They did it to keep black people in a perpetual cycle, but it ain't about race. Bro, just
but was it? It's not. But was it because I'm asking you a question?
I promise you not, fam. Nobody's going to tell you this because we on a conservative channel, but you sound retarded. You really do.
That's a whole different argument,
right?
That's a whole different argument.
I'm joking.
I probably am retarded. I'm retarded.
No,
I'm
I don't
fat,
think you are retarded. I heard you speak.
Yeah, I am. I am retarded. I'm retarded. I am retarded.
Yeah. So real quick, let me clear up some stuff real quick, and then I wanna we want to get some more people up for debate. So even in regards to your hypothetical, Beans, the reason it was a hypothetical because you weren't specific about the inflation. You just said, well, inflation, and that's hypothetically. Inflation makes this go. Like, think about it. If people actually did, because you're saying that, well, if people make more money, then da 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 da. But it's the way they're making money. If people actually were if more people created businesses, then, well, no, not exactly. The inflation wouldn't increase because they're creating businesses. They're providing a service. Right, they're providing a service, so people are purchasing from them, and they're making money, which this is then adding to the economy. So then inflation wouldn't be increasing. Inflation increases when there's not enough businesses, and then people are working for these companies, and then they're pushing more money into these businesses, or the government is giving more money to the community, and there's not enough businesses to go around for the dollar. You get what I'm saying? So this is why it was what you said was a hypothetical. It wasn't like reality. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, good conversation back and forth. I want both of you to actually stay backstage, Dane and Mr. Beans, because I'm going to bring you up in a little bit. I just want to get some more people up. We're going to refresh the panel. And also, John.
Beans, is that your channel, Beans?
Yes, sir.
You got a channel, Mr. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's his channel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hook up, man, because I'm gonna argue with you some more.
And also, John, if you want to go ahead and stay backstage and any conversations that you want to come into next, you can always hit me in a private chat. But let's go ahead and do a quick refresh. And I want to get some more people up because we have people back here and they've been very patient. All right, get the likes up before we bring the next panelist up for open panel debate night. And once again, if you're new over here, we normally just open it right up. So I'll bring up one person to at least get the conversation started. And then if it's something good, I'll bring other people up and everyone can engage the people that's backstage. So that's how it works. Okay, and right before I do that, do this for me. Listen, man, liking a podcast is free. Like, it don't cost you anything. I'm not asking for a super chat, any donations, but it's literally free. And what it does is it pushes the show into the algorithm. So even if you're a hater, you should like the show because, if you hating now, of course you want to keep on hating. So if you like the podcast to the haters, it pushes the content in the algorithm, and then you'll be able to watch more of me so you can continue to hate. So even a hater should like the show. All right, let's go ahead and get some more people up here. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and your age.
Cheyenne. I'm 27.
All right, Cheyenne, 27. And what do you want to debate about tonight?
I don't know if it's necessarily a debate, but I have 3 questions. So the first one is I was watching you earlier because I've been a subscriber for about 5 months. You were saying that you don't really cry. And I know society paints men as, oh, they're weak if they show any kind of sadness or they cry. I want to ask you, do you think it's healthy in the long run that we're painting men as weak or feminine if they show some kind of emotion? Yeah, I get that they shouldn't, oh, if you get a paper cut, cry or be sad or angry, but when it's necessary, do you think it's okay to do?
I think that when it's necessary for men to cry, just to answer your last question, I think that it's okay to do. The topic would be, well, what would make it necessary for a man to cry? Like if he's just falling to pieces because he lost his job, yeah, I don't. If he lost his girlfriend, oh well, my girlfriend broke up with me. Oh, I'm crying. Man, shut up and stop crying. Do I think that cry? I mean, your first question was crying, and it was like a general question about crying. Give me that first question again. Ask it again.
Yeah, I was saying, do you think it's a danger in the long run that society paints men as feminine or weak if they cry or show any sadness?
No, I don't think that's dangerous at all. I think that's part of the male experience, right? So the thing is, with females, they live a very coddled life because men afforded them to live a coddled life. You know, it's not out. No one's really calling girls ugly like that. You don't really ask a girl. It's considered inappropriate to ask a woman her age. It's considered inappropriate to ask a woman their weight. And the reason why women, a lot of black women now, and even just women in general in America are overweight is because they haven't been hearing the truth, which is, listen, girl, you're fat, get in the gym, lose some weight. But there's no fat shaming. So now these fat women feel comfortable with this weight, which is unhealthy. So do I think that telling people the truth is a negative thing or is bad for men, like men being vulnerable? No, I think that is not really good. I don't think that is not conducive to anything good for a man to be vulnerable in general. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but don't you know that there's a lot of complaints in relationships that the woman feels that the man doesn't care because he's taught to be stoic and not show emotion? I feel like if you're married or with someone you love, you should be able to feel vulnerable with them, especially if something really affects them and you really love them. It should affect you as to show some sadness. Yeah, you have to be stoic and strong, but I feel like it takes a strong person to allow yourself to be vulnerable.
Well, I mean, when it comes to, you know, a man having consideration for the woman and how she feels or, you know, showing empathy, that's totally fine. But being vulnerable and crying and things like that, I don't think that that's good. So, even if you're looking at it from the aspect where it's like you said, like a woman in a relationship and what did you say again? You said the woman is
The woman
basically
the woman may feel like that the guy doesn't care because he
got it.
doesn't
She
show
doesn't.
it emotion. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one part. The woman cares like the guy doesn't feel because she doesn't show an emotion. Well, the reason why women tend to think like that because they've been indoctrinated by feminism. And what feminism did is it's the indoctrination of believing that men and women are equal. So women will project. They would think that, well, this situation made me feel sad. And if he doesn't feel sad, then something's wrong with him because they think that men and women are equal. Once again, if you view men and women as equal, then you will expect the same results when things happen. So if a situation arises, you will expect your partner to react the same way because you were indoctrinated by feminism, which is this egalitarian stuff. Truthfully, I don't think, back in the day, prior to feminism, women thought something was wrong with the man or they demonized the man because the man wasn't as vulnerable and as showing, emotions like she was. You know what I mean? So this all came about, I truly think, because of feminism.
I mean, but think about it like this though. Like, if you really care about somebody, what it would affect them would affect you to an extent. Like, imagine if you didn't turn on a car for 20 years, if you turned it on and wouldn't work properly. So I feel like with men being taught to be stoic and not feel, their rate of deleting themselves is higher because they're when they do get show emotion, it's drastic because they don't regulate it because they're not showing it. They're taught to not show it.
Well, let's make a clear distinction of feelings and emotions. So feeling is just this. If you touch your hand, you feel that. You get a sensation out of that. Emotions is it doesn't have to be anything physical. It's of the mind, right? So it's of the mind, meaning that you're in an emotional state. That's something different. And men being in an emotional state and expressing it outwardly, I don't think that it's conducive to anything good. Now, there's certain situations where it's like, okay, if a man wants to express his emotions outwardly, he had a definite family and he's crying or something like that, for sure. But I think that since God created a hierarchy of things where men are the authorities, right? The husband, it has authority over the wife. I think that the husband is the leader. And for example, if you are in the military and you're in war and your captain, you look across and, gunshots is flying, bombs is flying, and you look over and your captain's crying like, oh my gosh, what we're going to do? Well, this is going to discourage you in having trust in, this battle. You're going to be like, wow, we lost. Captain Jack Sparrow is crying now. So, let's just run away. You're going to lose courage and you're going to quit or something like that. That's more likely to happen. So I think that men, since they are the authority figures and they are especially when it comes to relationships, they are the leaders of relationships. I think that they should be stoic or have at least a degree of stoicism to control their emotions rather than, succumbing to their emotional state.
Personally, I don't agree because Jesus cried. I don't know if you're a Bible reader, but Jesus cried and he had the power to resurrect, and he even cried even though he could do something about it. So, but I do have one more question if you have time.
That's not comparable though. You saying Jesus cried because he sacrificed himself for all of humanity's sins, that is not comparable.
No, he cried when his friend Lazarus died. He cried when his friend Lazarus died.
Yeah, a death, a death.
Yeah.
No one said someone can't cry over a death, right? That's not my stance at all. I think that, well, if you never even experienced a family member or a very close friend dying, maybe you're not even aware on how you can handle your emotions at that time. So that can be something that can just happen. We're speaking about men crying and specifically men being vulnerable. Men showing vulnerability is showing a weakness. I don't think that Jesus crying because a friend died or anyone crying because a friend or a family member died is showing like literal vulnerability. I don't think that's what that is.
But that's the thing, though. We cry because we can't do anything about them dying, but Jesus cried though he could do something.
Okay, Jesus cried though he can do something
Yeah, he cried
about
before
the
he
friend
resurrected
dying.
him.
That's totally fine. That once again, that is Jesus. And once again, so that's not a refutation for my argument. You're not like making an argument against mine because this is something that I agree with. Like I am for if you have a death in a family or a very close friend, I don't think that that's being vulnerable. So that wouldn't be that vulnerable part of what we're speaking about.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I have one more question if that's cool.
Sure, go ahead.
Do you think a man should never listen to a woman?
Never listen to a woman? What do you mean by listen? Give me a scenario. Because just by just answering it, I would say no, that doesn't make any sense. I've listened to many women in my life. There's women teachers, women doctors. There's many women that that I've listened to, and my life wasn't messed up. So be more specific.
Because I watch your show a lot, so I feel like, not trying to assume anything, but I feel like I get what you're saying. The man's supposed to be the leader. Obviously, that's from the Bible. He's the head over the wife. She's the weaker vessel. He's the head over the woman. But I feel like sometimes the way you word things is kind of like, oh, the woman has to do whatever the man says, and if she has back talk, then she's not being submissive. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. So do you mean more of like, so I don't believe that women should have the final say. Do you believe that women should have the final say in a relationship?
No, I don't think they should have the final say, but I feel like if their idea or their solution is better, I feel like the man should, because even the Bible says to honor a woman, and if you assign someone honor, you highly respect them. So I feel like if the woman has a better idea, then yeah, I feel like the man should listen. Not always, obviously, but I feel like it has to be give and take.
So for me, it's a difference. It's a hierarchy. So I believe that the man is the leader. The man has the final say. I believe that the woman can give her input. She can have an opinion, and the man can choose to consider what the woman is saying. And if he considers it, it's just like a captain, and he's speaking to, one of his troops. If one of the troops say, hey, I got some information over here. I think, this is good here. And the captain looks at it like, oh, okay. I didn't notice this. This is a good plan. Let's go left instead of going right. The captain is still making the final decision. So he's still in authority, right? And that's the same with relationships. And I think that that's how a masculine relationship should operate with a feminine woman. Yeah.
Really? So okay, so say for instance, if a man is telling a woman to do something that's maybe dangerous or that she sees that they're both gonna get hurt, you saying the woman doesn't have the final say. So if she has an option that is safer, you don't think that her idea should be the final word?
So here's the thing. So you're saying you're making a hypothetical if it's the case that it is definite danger and it would it would put the woman's life in jeopardy, basically is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, in that case, I don't think that anyone should, every human being has free will. So I don't think that the woman should listen to something that can kill her. Right. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I have really hyperboles.
No, that's fine. So, like for an example, basically I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is very simple, right? Men should be the leader in a relationship. The man should have the final say. But once again, as far as the relationship, what I'm speaking about in the scenarios where the man is leading the woman properly. There's many type of relationships where the man is inadequate, or maybe he indulges in certain vices and the relationship is toxic because of maybe him and also maybe because of the woman. And I think maybe that relationship should be dead, or maybe they should help one another out so they can overcome their vices. Like if he's an alcoholic or if she's, whatever it may be, right? If it's a toxic situation, I think that they should still try to stay to help one another out, especially if there's a marriage, right? You just don't want to try to call it quits because once again, it's through death do us part. That's what marriage is for. So you should try to basically figure everything out unless your life is in jeopardy. You know what I'm saying?
So what about your mental life, so to speak, your mental health? What if your mental health is in danger? Do you think the person should still stay?
Like mental health as far as what?
Like, say for instance, the person maybe has done something to you and you can't heal from it because you're always
you
around
can't
them
get
and you're
over it.
married to
Like
them.
what? Give
Yeah.
me something specific.
I don't know. I kind of can't, but I'm just saying, okay, so you know how they say, if you know something triggers you, get out of the environment. So, what if?
I've never heard of that. That must be
Really?
some women talk.
No, it's not woman talk. It's literally psychiatrist talk. If something is your trigger or an environment triggers you to do something that you know is not good for you, the first thing you do is to try to get out of that environment. You've never heard that, really?
Listen, psychiatrist that's
Let me guess, you don't
no.
believe
There's
in it?
not one psychiatrist that cured somebody mentally.
No, of course
So,
you can't
yeah,
cure. You can
that's-
help, though. Yeah.
Well, that for a blanket statement, that doesn't make any sense, because sometimes under pressure builds character. So even though you don't feel comfortable in a situation, and even though, there's an adversity arises, don't just run from it or get out of that. Sometimes you need to weather that storm to build character, to become stronger, to become better. I don't think that's like for a blanket statement. I don't think that is true.
I mean, I feel like if the situation is like messing you up mentally, I feel like that's not wise to stay, especially
Okay.
if
Well,
especially go ahead.
well, I'm just saying these are a lot of hypotheticals. Let me ask you a question. So are you in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And does your man lead the relationship?
I mean, I would say yes, but I don't want to talk bad about him.
Yeah, that
But
nigga
I
don't
feel
lead the
like
relationship.
kind of not. But I feel like it's
Okay,
only
yep, I
because
figured that.
not to get too personal, but I feel like it's only because he didn't have the privilege of growing up with both parents. I did, so I feel like there's a different dynamic. You know what I mean? In the sense of who's like more wiser in life or have been taught, values. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but the reason why I asked that question, because it just makes sense, because with the hypotheticals that you're asking these questions because you watch some of my clips, you've been watching me for 5 months, and you hear that I have a standpoint that men lead, women follow. I even have merch that God over man, man over woman, woman over children. So there's a clear hierarchy. But the reason why you're asking these questions is because I already knew if you were in a relationship, you were with a man that didn't have the ability to really lead you properly, which is why you're like, oh, I'm with this man, but maybe men should be vulnerable because your nigga's probably vulnerable. Or I'm with the man, well, maybe I should have the final say at sometimes because your nigga really don't, he's inadequate and maybe he's indecisive and can't really make a decision. So you're looking for some type of way, and this is just me psychoanalyzing it. I may not be fully right, but I tend to be right because dating and relationship shows is what I do. But I think that the reason why you're asking these questions is because you're in a relationship right now where you're, like you just admitted, the man he's inadequate and he really doesn't have those leadership capabilities like you would want him to have. Is that true?
No, I didn't say he's inadequate, and like you don't know me, so I don't, like I said, I don't want to get too
Inadequate as
personal,
far as
but
leading you, because you just said that he's not really the leader. So that would be true.
no, the only reason I say that is because like not everybody has the capability, their upbringing. Not everybody has the privilege of being grown up with both parents. And then I also feel like obviously women should not lead. I totally believe man over
Yeah.
woman, God over man. I totally believe that.
But you're
But there's
proving my
even
point with that, because you said that the reason why I know it's an inadequacy, because you said that he didn't have both of his parents.
Mhm.
And if anyone is not raised with both of their parents, and even sometimes when they're raised with both of their parents, that's an exception. But if we're just speaking about the rule, he didn't have his father in his life, right?
yeah. And like I said, I don't want
Yeah.
to get
So
too
this means
personal,
that
but it's
that's fine.
go ahead.
This
Yeah.
means that he just had to discover manhood on his own, and he hasn't yet. I wasn't raised. I wasn't raised with a father either, but I still discovered manhood on my own. I didn't get that from my mother. My mother never taught me how to become a man or anything like that. A woman cannot raise a man, right? She only can raise a boy to an adult. But as far as the father, he raises that boy into a man. And so it still makes sense. This means that your current boyfriend, he's inadequate as far as in the category of leading you, because he didn't have a father figure and because he didn't overcome not having a father yet. So tell him to watch No Fugazi podcast. It'll help him out with his masculinity, or he can click the third link in the YouTube description and I'll give him some coaching. He'll be all right.
I
But
have one more
anyways,
question real quick,
sure,
if
go
you
ahead.
don't mind. Okay, so sorry. So say for instance, there's a scenario. Whoops. There's a scenario if a woman does have more values, like, oh, let's say she's a better budgeter, she know how to keep a house clean and stuff. Do you think that if you're married to somebody, do you think, obviously not controlling them, but do you think you should try to help them with that? Like if you know they're making a bad decision, you don't want them to have to find out something the hard way. So do you think it's okay for a woman to like
Yeah.
give her input for him to not find out the hard way?
Yeah. No, women,
Yeah.
I am not against women communicating with their man in a relationship and giving input, giving their perspective, giving their
that's what I mean.
opinion. That's totally fine. Once again, if the man is a good leader, he would consider what the woman is saying, and he would be able to assess the data and say, good information, let me go ahead and put this into play. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the man still makes the final decision. I don't want men reversing the roles. Like you even said that you want and you think that the man should be the leader in a relationship. But if the man has the mindset and he thinks that, I'll just let, my woman make the final decision on all of these things. No. And I think that, certain men can delegate certain tasks to the woman. Like he can delegate certain tasks like, okay, you got this task, meaning that I trust your ability to make this decision about this, but it's still coming from my final decision. Say if you're working for a company, your company trusts you to process this paperwork or to do X, Y, Z and to fully complete that task, which is meaning that it's your decision there to complete it, to get it done, but it's still coming up from the manager or the person that owns the company. Is still coming up from the higher ups. So I think that that's how relationships should work as far as the hierarchy. The man leading, the woman is following the man lead, even if the woman has a better skill in whatever the task may be.
Yeah, I also feel like being a leader doesn't mean you don't consider someone's opinion or feelings. And I don't think being a leader means you don't go with someone who has a better idea. That's how I feel.
Yeah. So we agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well,
one more question. Last one.
all right. Last one. Let's get it.
Last one. Sorry. I feel like, no, well, I'm not going to say that. Do you think you're always right?
No, I'm not always right. I learn all the time.
Okay.
It just so happens to be in this conversation, I've been right.
Okay, if you say so. Well, I agree.
It just so happens to be in this conversation. Well, here's the thing. If you agree to disagree, what part do you think I'm wrong on?
Just the part about the man that has a final say. I feel like we view that differently. Yes, I feel like he should has a final say, but I don't think final say to me means that it was his original idea. You get what I mean?
Yeah, that's something totally different. It can be your original idea, but as far as it being implemented, that is his decision.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. Yeah,
that is the final say. Okay, that's the final say.
I really appreciate you having me on.
And truthfully, like you really wouldn't want a man to be vulnerable to you, right? Like when we were speaking about the whole vulnerability and stuff like that, like women really, that's not conducive to a good relationship. So a man being vulnerable and falling to pieces, since you want the man to be a leader, and especially the probability would increase in regards to you feeling safe and secure if the man is vulnerable. Like I'm talking about vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about just
I don't believe that. No.
Okay, so then you do agree on that.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes when the situation permits, he should feel comfortable enough to show that around you. You know what I mean? Obviously not all the time.
Well, I would say this. The man respects you more and loves you more when he isn't vulnerable in front of you. Let that digest.
I don't believe that.
I'll elaborate, right? Because part of masculinity and part of a real man is understanding women's nature and understanding the woman, right? So since women are more emotional, since women are higher in trait neuroticism, meaning that per unit of situation, you're more likely to take have a negative experience from it. So you tend to look at things in a negative aspect.
Yeah.
Which means that, which means that if men understand women, well, I want to make sure my woman feels safe and secure. So let me not be vulnerable with her. It is not let me be comfortable enough to be vulnerable with her. That's silly talk. That doesn't make any sense. Is let me be strong enough to not be vulnerable with her so she isn't in an emotional state and is feeling overwhelmed and suffering mentally. Because betas and weak men, those are the men that women actually run from. They grow resentment for, because it's like you come home and I'm already dealing with these demons in my head because I'm a woman. I get my period each month, which alters my mood. Then I got to deal with this nigga being vulnerable and crying and complaining. This is more stuff that the woman has to deal with. So it's not actually conducive, and it's not actually conducive to a good relationship for the man to, oh, I want to be comfortable. If she makes me feel comfortable, then I'll be vulnerable. That's like backwards thinking. The man needs to be strong enough so he isn't vulnerable with the woman, to protect the woman from her own mindset. But anyways, good conversation. I'll have you back up another time, but let me get some more people up here for open panel debate night, okay? All right, have a blessed one. All right, chat. Get the likes up. We got a lot of people backstage. Open panel debate night. Let's get it. All right, so here's the order real quick. So we got Rolando. He's up next because he's been backstage. Then we got a John Terry back here. We got a Donald Johnson, and we got a DJ I see backstage as well. So I'm gonna bring all of you up one by one. See what topics you want to discuss. If it's anything that can be like, multiple people can join in, then I'll bring up other people. But if you just have like a point of contention in regards to my worldview or the things that I speak about, then we could just have the 1v1 debate. All right, let's bring up Rolando. Welcome to No Fugazee podcast. I see you're Rolando. That's your name there. Let me get your age since we're live on TikTok. I should have asked the chick her age too. Darn it, I forgot. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Like a minute ago, you had a debate about women in the military, and it got sidetracked a little bit about the gay thing and how one becomes gay. And I'm not pro LGBT or anything like that, but I think your take on how one becomes gay is wrong. Could you steelman your position again for me?
Do you mean you want to steelman the position? Or you want me to restate my position, or because you said stillman the position?
Or I could try to. Yeah, could you say it again, or do you want me to try to steelman?
Oh, I'll just say it again. It's totally fine. I have these discussions all the time. So yeah, I don't think that anyone is born gay. I don't think that at all. I think that being gay is a choice. So that's simple as that.
All right. I think I heard on that podcast that you have like external circumstances affect you, and that's how you become gay, and there's a gay weakness. You said something like that, like a gay weakness.
I never say that.
Or there's a weakness, and that's because people maybe get external influence, and some people do get affected by it, and some don't. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
I'm not understanding what you're saying. So there's an external weakness and people get affected by it?
No. There's external circumstances, and
Yeah.
that's how some people become gay. But those same circumstances would not affect other people, and they won't become gay.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, no, I never said anything like that, but maybe I'll expound on my point, right?
Okay.
So, and then I want to hear well, you already said you disagree with the process on how I believe people become gay. So real quick, let me ask you a question. Do you believe people are born gay, or do you believe people choose to be gay?
I think they're born gay.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, we agree. Well. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, we disagree because you believe people are born gay. Okay, got it. So how are people born gay? Like, there must be a gay gene. It must be in the DNA somehow, because being gay is the only way we know if someone is gay is if they act it out. So we would have to say that one, it's an action, right? But then also the attraction as well. So there's the attraction and there's the action. So with the attraction, you would have to explain how someone is born to have the attraction of wanting sex and also wanting homosexual sex. And then you would also have to explain how someone is born with the action.
Hey, Cooley. Give me one second to stop you there. I was waiting for a long time, and I was waiting for my wife as our turn 13th anniversary, and I don't want her to wait anymore.
Oh man, you simping, man. Don't be simping. Let that chick wait. Listen, man. Tell her, listen.
13
Tell her,
years,
listen.
man.
Tell her
And
you on No Fugazi podcast.
We're outside the bar. We're outside the bar. So,
listen, tell her you on No Fugazi podcast, and she gotta wait. Put her in her place. No. I'm playing with you, man. I'm playing with you.
No.
Let's do it again some other time, man.
Sure.
All right, man. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you.
This guy, funny. Listen, man, don't be showing your girl on screen. A lot of people gonna run up in. Yeah, man. Listen, my chat type crazy. They gonna run down on Shorty. Chat, be nice to his old lady. All right, so let's get to some more debates, man. This is going pretty good. Who else we got? Okay, so we got more people that came up. Let me give the order so everyone is aware. And what we'll do here now is, since there's so many people up, I'm going to get to the super chats too. I see y'all. Since there's so many people backstage, we're doing 15 minutes. But if your topic ain't popping, we doing 5 minutes, right? So minimum of 5, minimum of 5, average of 15. If the topic is real good, then I'll keep you on. And who we got backstage is Annie. She just came backstage, another girl. So Annie, you'll be coming up soon. We got Lanier. I see you backstage. We still got DJ. DJ, you are right after Donald Johnson. And then John Terry, you up after him. So that's the order for open panel debate night. Then if there's a good conversation, then I'll just bring a lot of people up. I'll bring all of you guys up at the same time if y'all all want to engage. So once again, that's the order. We have a private chat for everybody backstage right now that's joining debate night. When I'm having a conversation with someone that's up, if you want to go ahead and join the debate and join the conversation, write me in the private chat and you can skip the line and I'll bring you up immediately. So that's what we can do as well. But let me honor these super chats, and then I got Donald Johnson up, and then we got John Terry and DJ. Or I think that's the order. All right, let's see what chats we got in here. All right, shouts out to Wicked Dreams. He says he joined the gang membership for 6 months. Shout out to you. He says, at Tyga, Tyga, stop simping and put it back in your pants. Tyga was talking about one of the chicks then, I guess, huh? Who we got? We got Melinda G. She says, 47 for a gallon of milk is insane. Who said that? That's crazy. We got Uncle Tyga in here. Okay, I already read that one before. Let's see what else we got. We got Wicked Dreams. He says, I think at the end of the day, it starts with self-accountability and then holding others accountable for their actions. Instead, people try to justify, blame, and deny. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's when we were speaking about black fatigue and stuff like that. Yeah, it's like, that's the thing with the whole black fatigue. Like, I've never really heard of, like, if you bring up some statistics, I can't even speak right now, some stats, and it's like true about the black community, most black people gonna be like, yeah, all right. So it isn't like black people are in denial. I think that black people, a lot of them have the victim mindset and they're lazy. I think most people are lazy, black and white people. But if we're just speaking about this black fatigue thing, it's one, black people are lazy. They need to do better. The parts of the culture is rotten and it's immoral and it promotes immorality. Like, you got hip hop music promoting killing and all of this, drugs and all of this other stuff. It's not to say that the white community doesn't have rock and roll where they promote like drugs and all of these things too. So like, this is why this whole black fatigue is just a psyop to separate, to cause more separation. That's all it is. All right. We got Vincent. Sends in $10. Appreciate the support. Says, when you change to Restream, I want it to come up, but page keeps reloading. Can you see what I see? What's wrong with the Google and other website definition of feminism? Okay. Can you see what I see that's wrong with the Google and other websites definition of feminism? I'm not sure. Feminism. I'll type it in real quick on Google. It's for women's rights, the advocacy for women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes. I mean, my Google definition seems it's aligned with what feminism is. But yeah, let me know what you're talking about, Vincent. Okay, and I read that one before too. Let me see if I missed any super chats. Let me go here. 1 second here, chat. We are about to continue with open panel debate night. Just going over all of these super chats that I missed. We got Zandal. She says, got nothing to say, just supporting. I appreciate that, Zandal. I do appreciate that. And let's see what else we got. See if I missed anything. We got Brian Ross is in $2, $10. He says, Cooley, keep doing your thing, just supporting. I appreciate that, man. Okay, y'all in here sending them bucks, man. I appreciate y'all. Okay, let's see if I missed anything else. Okay, yep. We got Tyga. I did miss Tyga's chat. Tyga said, Cooley, ask the lovely Cheyenne if she likes pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. Here's the sip tax. No wonder why you said that, Wick Kid. That's OD funny. Hey, Tyga, I didn't know you was into black chicks. All right, Tyga, shouts out to you. Got a little jungle fever in him. Tyga got a little jungle fever in him. All right, fair enough. Yo, y'all funny in the chat, man. Okay, let me take another quick bathroom break, and who's up next is going to be Donald Johnson. And And, we're going to commence with let me take a quick bathroom break. Chat, the reason why I'm taking these bathroom breaks, man, is because I worked out prior to this and I drunk a big old shake. It wasn't, I don't take creatine or none of that stuff. It was like fruits, no homo, like, watermelons and blueberries and stuff like that, because I don't really eat fruits. So I normally put it in a shake. That's how I do it. I'll be back. Uno momento. All right. Let's continue with open panel debate night.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and your age.
My name is Dolan Johnson. And how are you able to buy a whole setup, but you can't buy no lotion?
Can you put your face in the camera?
Yeah.
Why you ain't brush your hair? And how old are you, bro?
Stop laughing, not funny.
Are you 18?
No, I'm like 13.
Yeah, man, get off the channel, bro. Trying to get me banned. That's why I do it. I'm like, yeah, I don't trust this. This is why you got to say your age. This guy said, nah, I'm like 13. Little dudes coming here cracking jokes. How you got all that set up and you ain't got lotion? I'm a man. The hands is, even if I put lotion on these hands, you know why these is called slap a nigga in the mouth hands, right? See the calluses on here? Don't nothing work. It's from working out and slapping people. I was a professional slapper before Dana White, had the whole created the whole slap contest. He got the idea from me because I was slapping everybody. All right, enough of the jokes. Let's continue with open panel debate night. We got this person up next. He's been waiting backstage patiently. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and your age.
Oh shit! Sorry, I was setting up the audio. My name is John Terry. I'm 32.
All right, 32. All right, John Terry, and what do you want to debate about tonight?
Okay, so I was watching one of your videos, and I'm kind of new to the channel, and there was a part where the discussion was basically if you cheat on your girl and they have a baby, you said that the girl should not leave you, right? And like I'm all for if your girl cheats on you for any reason, you're out. Like there are no other questions. But like I think because as guys, right, we're like motivated by sex, and women are motivated by provisioning, right? And if you fuck some other girl, am I allowed to curse?
Let's keep the cusses down to a minimum since we're on these other platforms.
For sure, yeah. So if you hook up with one of your side chicks and she has a kid and keeps it, that is like a direct, like biologically, it's an affront to their provisioning, right? Or you're provisioning for them. And so like, I feel like it's hard to ask them not to do that, just like it's hard for them to ask us to stay in a relationship where, like, for instance, as they get older, like I know some women, they just don't want to hook up as much, right? And like if you are going to do that, you got to expect your man to cheat. And I kind of feel like if you're a woman and your dude's out there having kids, like that's directly cut. I mean, because of the legal system that we have, that's directly cutting into the provisioning that you're able to give them. And so just biologically, it would make sense that, I mean, we can say, hey, you should still know that if you're with one of the, top 5-10% qualities to do, like Jeff Bezos can have 20 kids and it's not going to materially affect you. But like, even if you're a dude who's making 200 grand a year, if you start having multiple baby mamas with multiple kids, multiple child support, multiple alimony, like that directly impacts how you're going to be able to provide for her. So I feel like it would be reasonable for her to leave.
Okay, so your argument is you've seen a clip of mine, and I said that if a man cheats, that the woman should stay in a relationship.
Well, not just the cheating part, right? Like, I totally get that. Like, I think personally, like, you make a very valid point about the fact that men can cheat and not have any emotional relationships. Like, yo, you were there, it was available, she met the hotness standard, like, you're gonna smash, right? Like, that's just male nature.
Okay. So
if she gets knocked up, though, that's when you said that the girl should still stay, even if this random hookup is now having your baby, or basically so much like that.
if she gets, I mean, I don't remember saying that just like that without giving any context. So I'll go ahead and give you context now.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure what clip you're referring to, but that's fine. So, as far as the standpoint, as far as cheating, I don't think that cheating is a good thing. I think that it's immoral. I think that when it comes to the differences of men and women from a biological standpoint, cheating is different for the man and a woman. Adultery itself, as far as if we're looking biblically, it's judged the same. It's still committing adultery. But as far as human beings, we don't have the ability to read someone's heart like God does. So we're going to judge it by the actions, and the actions just so happen to be different because the man is penetrating a woman, but the woman, if she cheats, she's being penetrated. And if we're judging by the actions, the man from a biological standpoint, he doesn't have, in order for him to cheat, he doesn't have to like the girl at all, and he can still cheat. But for the woman, she just can't. Generally speaking, she has to like the guy to a degree for her to cheat, which means that not even have to like the guy, which means that she doesn't love her man at all if she's submitting to another man. Because also for another biological reason, sex for a woman is the most ultimate form of submission. So as far as for the physical aspect and in a relationship aspect, it's the most ultimate form of submission. So with those differences in place, if we're saying that if a man steps out and he cheats, it's going to be judged differently. With that being said, if you're speaking about if the man cheats and he has, like with this hypothetical, and he gets another woman pregnant, well, that's different. So if I just relate it to my daughter, so I have two daughters, right? I would say that, well, that's different. I wouldn't want my daughter to be with a man who cheated and got someone else pregnant, right? I would say that, well, this is getting in between the relationship and that it can ruin the relationship. Not even from a provisioning standpoint, we can say that even if he has enough money to fully provide, it's going to be, well, now you created a mixed family, and that's something different than what my daughter signed up for if it was just monogamy. You get what I'm saying? So there's many different reasons of why I wouldn't be for the woman staying with the man if he cheated and got another woman pregnant. If I just said it just generally, maybe I said it on as in regards to a standpoint when it's like, well, if it was a relationship and maybe I wasn't married, or maybe I didn't have these stipulations in place, like it was monogamy, or maybe he didn't have any, you get what I'm saying? So there's always an area to try to retain the relationship, because I think that I probably said something similar to this on like a panel of all girls. And I think the context was, because I'm remembering it now. The context was more in the lines of, well, women always leave relationships. So you guys should try to weather the storm. Even if the homie sleeps with someone, if he gets her pregnant, still try to work it out. If you can't, then all right, that's an exception. I would understand. So, yeah.
I would even take it one step further. For me, like, it doesn't even have to be sex. If you're my girl, like if I'm exclusive with you and I find out you were making out with some other dude, like, you could go find another fucking man, because like if like you said, like once they're not in love with you anymore, like once you're exploring the idea of some other dude, like nah, hard pass. I got plenty of girls who would be more than happy to not fuck around with other, or not have other dudes and just be with you.
Yeah, I think that men look at cheating much differently than women look at it. Like men, we look at it like if you're just entertaining another man cheating, if you're posting thirst traps for men to see, like actual thirst traps, like all of them, boom, 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 without your man's authority, meaning that you're doing it. Like some men would be okay with that and like, okay, you could post this because da-da-da, and I'm not even for that, but if it's without the man authority, she's posting these thirst traps, that is cheating as well, I would say. But yeah, man. Any other questions?
Kind of a little bit on that tangent. Would you think that if you take that to the extreme, that man who's okay with his girl posting thirst traps, like the next step, right, is that dude who's okay with his girl having an OnlyFans. At some point, is that basically like digital pimping?
No, so we have to make a clear distinction between things, right? Mm-hmm. So some would say, because we live in modernity, if the woman post a picture with a dress and, maybe there's a little bit of cleavage, but it's an event, she's with the picture is with her man or whatever it may be, or she's a model and she's promoting these clothes, but it isn't anything revealing like her entire stuff is out, right? Then if that man is okay with that and he accepts it, okay, I get it, right? But some men, they don't even want their woman having an Instagram. And I totally understand that as well too. But you said digital pimping. I think that if the woman is on OnlyFans and she's in a relationship with that man, he's a simp. That ain't really digital pimping. He's a simp. I don't care if you're getting money out of it, for the OnlyFans, bro. You're a simp, man. Your chick is naked online. Like someone can pay for that to see her completely naked. But if it's far as like Instagram post or something like that, I would say that no, it's not digital pimping. I would say that, well, that man just allows that. The thing is this, when it comes to posting pictures on the internet, I don't want men to be in a position in the relationship where they feel like they have to settle with the woman posting these pictures, because if they told her no, she's going to get mad and they're scared of losing the girl. Mm-hmm. I'd rather a man be in a relationship and he's comfortable with his woman posting just maybe a cleavage picture or maybe even a bikini picture online, but she does it because she's following his lead. You get what I'm saying? That makes more sense than the guy suffering in a relationship where he doesn't want his woman to post these pictures, but he's allowing it because he's scared to lose her. Meaning that basically she's the leader in the relationship, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there's that quote, most men live lives of quiet desperation, where, I mean, how many of the relationships, the divorce rate's high, but it would be so much higher if we actually looked at the amount of men who like to leave their obnoxious or, really provocative wife. Like, I know a dude who we went out on his boat, and it's like, Texas, they do a thing where they block all the boats together. And this girl is literally just jumping from boat to boat, like giving dudes hugs.
Yeah, she for the street. She don't respect her man. She don't respect herself.
Yeah. But she's a 9.5 on the attractiveness scale, and this dude is an awesome dude, like someone who this girl should settle down with, like a really solid dude, other than the fact that like he can't handle having a girl that hot, because like
it's not even that. It's not.
That girl does that to
I get what you're saying. It's not that he can't handle a girl that hot. Is that
well, he's not saying anything. Like for me, that's when you have boundaries. If you're gonna act like that, I'm gonna end the relationship. But a lot of
how you start the relationship is how the relationship is going to continue. So if the man doesn't create the hierarchy between a relationship, that he's the leader, it's his way or the highway, that woman should have the fear, like she should have the fear of God in her, to know that if she does something that isn't in accordance with her man's liking, that she could possibly lose him, right? The woman should fear losing the man. That's when it's that hierarchy. Because I think if the man fears losing the woman, you should only fear losing the woman for death. Like, all right, I don't want my woman to die. Let me step in front of this bullet to protect her. I don't want my woman to die. It's for protection. But if you fear losing your woman because you don't trust her, then listen, man, you simping. But good conversation, man. Anything else? All right. No, John Terry, have a blessed one, man. Appreciate you for coming up. All right. It wasn't really a debate, more of a discussion. I thought it would be a debate, but since he had a point of contention with what I said, but it was kind of something that I said that was taken out of context. But fair enough, John. Good questions. All right. So let's bring up. So we got Annie. Turn on your camera because you're up next. And then Lanier, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but you're up right after her. All right. There's no audio coming. You just got to click the unmute button on the restream.
You got it. That was it. Thank you. Tech support. Hi.
All right. Welcome to...
And I'm 30.
30. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. And what do you want to debate about?
Several things. I was thinking what would be up your speed. And I guess I'll start off with this. Right now, one of the biggest industries in America is OnlyFans. The owner of OnlyFans annually earns more money than NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft. And I think it does point to an epidemic of loneliness and a lack of emotional connection in society between men and women, where, and this is where the debate comes in. Do you think that part of the male epidemic, do you think the male epidemic of loneliness exists? And do you think that relationships are becoming more transactional?
Okay. Is relationships becoming more transactional? I'll start with that one first. I would say, to a degree, relationships, one could argue that it's always been transactional to a degree, because from just the biological nature of the woman, she's looking for the man to provide. So if the woman had a choice over everything is equal, like let me ask you, say if you had a guy A or guy B, guy A, they're both equal in looks. They're both equal in how they treat you and how they feel for you. The only thing that's different is one makes $50K a year. No, one makes exactly what you make, whatever that is. And the other one makes 500,000. Which one are you going to choose?
The 500,000.
Yeah. And this would be like, okay, well, once again, you're not looking at it from the...
It depends. Is that man who's earning 50K, does he have the qualities and the mindset of someone who could make 500K? That would be the difference, right? The difference here.
I mean, he could have that mindset, but that isn't part of the hypothetical. The hypothetical is this is what he makes now. He's a grown man. He's your age. He's 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's.
Okay. So therefore, from the woman's biological,
Imperative.
you know, tendencies as far as attraction triggers, you're always looking to get the best deal out of the relationship. So therefore, there is a transaction to a degree, one could argue, but I'm not even going to argue that. I would say that currently now with social media and things of that sort, I would say that yes, relationships have become more transactional than the past. Yes. And then your first question was, do I believe that men that we are in a lonely epidemic today, men?
Yeah. Yes. And I'm not talking about normal stoicism. I'm not talking about normal stoicness of masculinity. I'm talking about
they don't have the ability to get women.
Well, yeah, but it's like a deep spiritual loss of purpose, like existential crisis type deal.
Yeah, I think that's with men and women, because a lot of women are selling their body. So this is something where they are devaluing themselves, and they don't really have a sense of purpose, because if you had a sense of purpose, you would know that sexualizing yourself and creating an OnlyFans and doing sex work, this will only hurt you in the long run.
Yeah.
So I think that men and women are suffering from that.
Do you think it's the same? Let me rephrase that. Do you think women care about this existential crisis the same way men do? Or do you think women can actually make it without men?
No, they care. We see it on TikTok all the time, where these women, they complain. They say, where's all the good men at?
Where's all the good men? But
and they complain when they hit the wall. So when they start losing male attraction, when they are in the ages of 28, 30, getting 40 years old, and they're not as beautiful as when they were, 19, 24 to 24 years old, they're not getting that much male attention now. So then they're saying, well, where's all the good men at? Well, you passed up on all of those good men when your value was the highest, when you were younger and more beautiful. So yeah, I think women are suffering, but they suffer at a later age, because their value, women's peak value as far as beauty and the ability to attract a man, is going to be from when they're 18 to, let's say, 27, 28 years old, or let's just say 18 to 30. Peak value. Oh, you can attract a guy that's doing pretty good, right? And you can attract the man that maybe you want, because men are attracted to youth and beauty.
Mm-hmm. Do you think
on the flip side, though, when I just want to give you my full worldview. On the flip side, though, and I'm just really giving a descriptor, I'm describing reality right now. On the flip side, men, statistics show like a third of men between the ages of 18 and 30 is either a virgin or haven't had sex in a year.
Right.
So this would show that, well, yeah, there are a lot of men that's suffering as well. They're playing video games. They're not really striving to be the best versions of themselves. And they're kind of like just tapping out of the game. But also on the flip side, again, women, they're wasting their best years to find the man of their dreams.
Or at least they're more willing to sell it to a million dudes online than to be with one person.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I really, honestly, to be very honest with you, I agree with you 99.9% of the time. I don't even know where my point of contention is. I actually do have a question. Piggybacking off of this epidemic and looking out into the dating market, do you think, given that most married men are OF subscribers, do you think watching porn is cheating?
Most married men is OF subscribers. Yeah, that is, I think that is true. I think I've read those statistics before. But do I think that watching porn is cheating?
Or having like an OF subscription?
Yeah. I don't partake in porn or masturbation at all. It's no flap gang over here, or no fap, whatever it's called. I don't even know what they call it.
It's
But
probably
yeah,
you
it's
don't know what that means. Like,
it's no beating your meat over
no
here.
gooning over here.
Yeah, no gooning. That's what they say. No, the YNs, no gooning over here. So, cheating, I would say that, yeah, a woman, I wouldn't blame a woman if she looked at it as cheating.
Wow. Is that because you think that it's a form of stealing intimacy and giving it to another woman versus
No,
like
it's because I just think that I think that is immoral and
watching porn
it's
or porn?
yeah, that's disgusting. It's
or having
one
a
is
relationship with an OF girl.
both. It's the same to me. Yeah, it's the same. I mean, I would say no, not the same. As far as one, he's subscribed and he's paying a monthly subscription for a girl.
Yeah.
So there's an aspect. Not only are you watching it, but you could be watching it for free. But now you want to pay for a specific individual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're married.
Yeah. You know, I would say that. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree if a woman came to that conclusion and said that. Well, I consider that to be cheating. Yeah. Just like I wouldn't care if a man said that, well, you know, listen, woman, if you don't cover up properly the way I want, that's cheating, right? So I wouldn't even consider a man setting a boundary in regards to how his woman dresses or where his woman goes. And if she doesn't abide by his rules, then I would consider that cheating as well. The thing is, with this whole epidemic talk that we're having, right, I think that it's funny that you brought it up because I think that men tend to adapt to the sexual marketplace.
Yeah.
Men tend to adapt to the sexual marketplace since men created this comfortable world and rape is illegal. Like if men want sex from a woman,
You can't just
to
come
get it
take
legally, you can't take it. You have
Right.
to court the woman.
There's social consequences.
So there's social consequences on men. In regards to that, there's no social consequences on women, right? Women can create an OnlyFans, they can do porn, they can do sex work, they can be in a strip club.
Children of wedlock, multiple.
All of these things, there's no social consequences on women. So I think that we are in a epidemic right now because of women, because there's no social consequences on women. Now, I do think that it needs to be social consequences on both. Like, I think that we need to get rid of the pornography industry, these adult industries, fully get rid of them, totally shut down all of the industries. Because at the end of the day, though, so it's like a supply and demand, right? So women are the supply, men are the demand. You aren't getting rid of the demand. The men craving sex, you're not getting rid of that demand. This is why in Islam, they make the woman wear the hijabs, because they know that men have a nature about themselves where they tend to sexualize the women if the woman sexualizes herself first.
Interesting.
Right? So this is why the women wear the hijabs. They cover up the woman because they understand men's nature. Over here in America, the thing is, over here in America, it's all backwards. It's like, oh yeah, just be promiscuous as you want. Wear whatever you want. Men, you need to control your nature. Well, no, the man is going to be the man. And yeah, I do think that we can put some things in place and morality in place where the man can have some more self-control. But the thing that we can change is the supply. We can totally get rid of the supply tomorrow by just shutting down the pornography industries or putting consequences on the people that build the industries and the women that partake in the industries.
I agree. I think it says something that we're living in the most free time in human history for women, and that they still choose this as a career, right? Like, you could literally be an attorney, an engineer. You could do it. You could do it all, and women still will sexualize and objectify themselves as a consumed object. I think that's interesting.
And the reason being is because human nature is to take the easiest path to success. So the easiest way, the least resistant, I want to take the easiest path to making money, right? Yeah. So and this is men and women, right? Yeah, it just so happens to be that there's a market for women's sexuality. So they're like, well, forget reading books and going to college. Let me just show my boobs and show my buns because I can make some money from it.
Yeah.
So this is why we need to shut down the industries. But good conversation. Any other questions?
No, I think that's it. And I respect what you're doing. Keep it up.
Appreciate the love and support. Have a blessed one.
You too. Take care.
All right, let's get to some debates. That was more of a discussion. Once again, people, come in if you have a debate. I just had 2 discussions back to back. I want debates. So come in with your points of contention. Let's get to the next person. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name.
Lanier.
And how?
Can you hear me, Lanier?
Lanier, I can hear you. There's a little audio issue, but...
Yeah, I was hearing that too, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've never been on the internet and joined a live stream. I'm 43 years old, so I didn't grow up on with social media and know how to work the camera and all that. So I hope it'll fix itself. Do you still hear it?
It's not that bad anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe only when I speak. How about this? Maybe if you have headphones, maybe that'll work.
Oh man, I didn't even think to grab them. I have some. Let me
I could go ahead and put you backstage and bring you back up when you have some headphones. I think that'll maybe work a little bit better.
Okay, cool, man. Please bring me back. Cause I've been waiting. I've been waiting for a while, and I support your deal. And I never
got
been
you.
on the screen.
And
so I'll go
and you
grab
try and you want to debate, right? What do you want to debate about?
I have a debate. I believe it depends on what you say. I saw a video of yours about a month and a half ago, and I was like, oh man, I hope I ain't see my boy saying, having a perspective that I hope you wouldn't have, but I'm not sure. So that's why
that's fair. You could go ahead and give me the perspective at least, so when you come in, I know that it's an actual debate.
Okay, cool. So mine is a more political deal, and it's about Charlie Kirk. You're a Christian, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, I am as well. So this ain't too sensitive of a topic for you, is it?
No.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Oh, well, this is my thing. We all know Charlie Kirk's his history. We don't need to rehash all of that. You can go on YouTube if you don't know who he is and look at some of his stuff. I've been knowing about him for a while, but I mean, I'm a black person. It didn't seem like he had a lot of positive things to say about us. Now, I'm not against a fair critique or criticism. Kind of weird though, since he's outside of the culture to point and say, you guys need to do this. But okay, cool. So then, unfortunately and tragically, his life was taken. And me as a Christian can acknowledge, regardless of how I feel about Charlie Kirk, hell, if he knocked him on my door and Charlie Kirk was thirsty, I have to, if I say I'm a Christian, give him some water. That's how you show love. If you remember the Samaritan and
okay, let's get to your point. Let's get to your point of the point that you disagree about in regards to Charlie Kirk.
Okay, well, my point is that I am asking, it felt like a lot of people on social media, like certain influencers that I saw after he died that were Christian, kind of went and did like a special segment and held him up like he was just the light bearer for Christianity, and that this was just so horrible, which it was, but they kind of painted him in a light that he didn't live, that I didn't see. I had no experience of seeing him on anything showing that he was this great bastion of Christianity. If you allow me just one, this would take like less than 20 seconds. I'm in Alabama, so the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King, his main deal was nonviolence, was his thing. He said, don't even come out here. If you can't be nonviolent, we don't want you to help. So imagine him saying, hey, be nonviolent, this is what we're doing. But then every weekend, people would see him downtown getting into fights and beating on people. It would be illogical for then a supporter of Dr. King's to come and say, hey, he was nonviolent. That was his main thing. He was nonviolent. This is so sad. He was not a violent man, and this happened. That would be hypocrisy almost verbatim in the definition of the dictionary, would it not? And I don't know how you feel. Maybe I thought I saw you make a video about it, but I didn't have time to really tap into the discussion. But you and your guy that I can't recall his name. I think it's Marquette. I started watching him first, and then he led me to you. So then I tapped into you because I like the conversation, your perspective you have. But I was just curious about that. So I don't know.
Okay. So, I mean, you were kind of all over the place, and the audio is pretty good now, so I think we could stay here. When I speak, I'll just mute you because there's a little feedback when I'm speaking. But when you're speaking, I'll unmute you. So that's what we'll do since there is giving me feedback. So you really didn't make an argument yet for Charlie Kirk supporters or people that support Charlie Kirk. You just said that, well, I think that in social media, there's been a big thing with Christians and a lot of Christian support. But I need you to speak for me because I don't want to put words in your mouth. So if you can speak direct and concise and get to the point of what specifically did you disagree when it came with Charlie Kirk? And you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, what I specifically disagreed with Charlie Kirk was his views on certain things racially, like the disparaging things he said about Martin Luther King. Are you familiar with what he said about Martin Luther King?
Yeah. So
I mean, I can just do one more thing.
I'll go ahead and mute you real quick while I'm speaking. So, because there's just feedback. I've heard what he said on Martin Luther King many times, I would agree to it if you know about the history of Martin Luther King, and even within his writings prior to Martin Luther King dying, he even said that he basically led his people astray. So there's many aspects within Charlie Kirk's message that can be taken out of context, right? But what specifically, again, did you disagree with him on when he spoke about Martin Luther King? To see if we have a disagreement. I'm trying to look for a point of contention because once again, I'm not an individual that believes in everybody. I don't agree with any man 100%. So there's many things that I disagree with Charlie Kirk on. There's many things that I disagree with my own friends on, right? That's just going to happen. But then there's many things that I do agree with what Charlie Kirk said, right? So I want to get down to the point of contention. So you said Martin Luther King, things that he said on Martin Luther King. You got to let me know what specifically that he said that you disagree with. And then anything else, let me know the specifics so then we can get into it. Go ahead, man.
Okay. He said that he doesn't think that Martin Luther King should have a holiday, and that basically, I'm not going to say his word for word because I don't know him verbatim, but he alluded to the fact that Martin Luther King was a terrible person and that he shouldn't have got a holiday, and there was nothing good that he did. He also said that if he walks on an airplane and he sees the pilot is black, he would say to himself, I hope that this guy can actually fly, and he didn't just get here because he's black and they just filled the hole. And the reason why I especially take issue with that, because I was in the Army for 8 years, and I know that it's not always so meritorious when it comes to getting promoted, getting certain assignments.
Got it.
It has been my experience that if a black person gets something like that, they had to be like triple the standard. So I hope those are concise points.
Got it. Yeah, now it's concise points. I can appreciate that. Thank you. Let's just tackle the Martin Luther King first, and then we'll get into black pilots on a plane. Okay. So when you're speaking about Dr. King, and you said that, well, he thinks that Dr. King should not have a holiday. and you disagree with that.
I mean, well, not necessarily if that's his opinion, but I more took it as he is getting one for not doing anything. Like he didn't do something significant to get the holiday. Like, who is he? He's nobody to get a holiday, and I don't agree with that. And I understand.
Okay, so then you would have to explain to me now. For me, I don't truly care about holidays. Like, that was, his opinion, and it's kind of like, okay, whatever. I have many like off the wall opinions as well. So I wouldn't care if he got it or if he didn't, but we can speak about it. And let me ask you a question. Do you think that Dr. King was like, do you agree with everything about Dr. King's policies and what he was about and his entire message? Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not. I'm a huge critic of Dr. King and his policies. I mean, let's just say I would go the other way. Surely more of a Garveyite, Marcus Garvey type.
Marcus Garvey. Yeah, Marcus Garvey.
I said that
yeah,
wrong.
okay.
Yeah.
No, you're fine, man. It's okay. So therefore you don't even agree with everything Dr. King stood for. Right. So then when it comes, I don't think that this topic would be a good debate because it's really no point of contention that we would really have. You would have to let me know something specific, because if we're just saying that, well, some person shouldn't have a holiday and maybe another person should, because there's many. Columbus has a holiday, and homie was, a grapist. He was, he did mad weird stuff, but he also founded the Americas. It was more of South America and stuff like that. Well, say discovered it, really more seen some indigenous people there and conquered it. So we have, holidays for people that really was degenerates, right? And I wouldn't be opposed to having Martin Luther King as a holiday. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But if we say someone like a George Floyd, I think there's something like a George Floyd Day. I think there's something. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. Do we have some type of holiday for the whole George, or some type of day for him in some city? Maybe so. I think there is. Though. I'm not 100% sure. But so that's not really a debate. That's kind of more like, all right, it can be our opinion, and we may actually agree on a lot of things because we already agree on the one part that we both don't agree with everything that Martin Luther King was about. So it makes sense for us to come to the logical conclusion that, well, Charlie Kirk saying he doesn't think that Martin Luther King should have his own holiday. Well, okay. Well, I could see that perspective. And I think we can both see that perspective, like you already said. But real quick, let's go on to the pilot thing. So when Charlie Kirk was speaking about pilots, I'll just sum it up of kind of what he said. He said, well, if he walked on a plane and he seen a black pilot, he would question if the black pilot was qualified. And do you know his reasoning for saying that?
Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, well, the reasoning, but that's the thing. This is why you need to, if you're just watching the clip, you need to watch the clip in its full context. The reasoning is because he was talking about DEI, right? And when it comes to DEI, this is a methodology, a practice, and a hiring practice to be more diverse for gender and race, ethnicity. So these airlines was speaking about being more inclusive, to prioritize to be more, get more women in and get more men in. And he was actually responding to something that he's seen with a CEO of an airline was saying that he wanted 50-50. He wanted to be 50. I want, 50% women. I want it to be 50% more. I wanted to be 50% diverse. He basically wanted 50-50. So he was responding to that. Well, if this airline is prioritizing just, wanting to be inclusive and wanting to have more women in as far as race and gender and stuff, then I'm going to question if the pilot is qualified if I see someone that's a minority. And that would be a fair assessment. So I would actually agree with the take on that one. Would you?
I would not even think that at all. It was nowhere in my mind would I think that a person that was unqualified would be a pilot of an aircraft and his employer of the aviation company would skip the standards and risk thousands of people's lives just so he can say, I have 5 more black people. That's why I went back to my example as being in the military.
Yeah. So I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think one of the reasons why you came to the conclusion to disagree is because you just seen a little clip that was out of context and where Charlie Kirk said, if I seen a black pilot, if I went on a plane and I seen a black pilot, I would question the pilot's abilities to fly the plane. But the context behind it had nothing to do with race. Actually, it had nothing to do with that. It had everything to do with basically saying that the company was actually going to be prioritizing a racist practice. Like DEI would be a racist practice.
I don't want to cut you off.
No, you're fine. You can speak. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, that was another thing. I'll just say, again, I wouldn't as a logical person, I would not think that somebody would be a pilot on an aircraft, regardless of what, man, woman, black, white, whatever. That would.
But if they changed up the hiring practice to be more, to not prioritize, because think when this was said, it was said at a time where DEI was kind of just getting started, and we know the results of DEI now. DEI they're not even really, it benefits, women. LGBTQ and women and white people over black people anyway. So this was prior to the DEI being implemented in many of these organizations where we have some data to pull from, to look at. So prior to this is when he made these statements, right? And DEI, it was promoted like affirmative action, right? Basically, we are going to prioritize being more inclusive as far as race and being more inclusive as far as gender. And this is what we are going to prioritize, meaning that if you're prioritizing this, which is being more inclusive in different genders and stuff, rather than meritocracy, which is quality, then it would raise a question to say, well, is the pilot qualified? Is this person qualified if you're not prioritizing quality?
No, I get what he's saying, but what I'm saying is I don't see how that comes to a person's mind as the first thought. Since they made it to the level of pilot, I just don't see anybody.
You're missing the context, though. You're missing the context. If it's the case,
can you let me finish? I've been. I can't. You're not letting me talk at all. I just say a few words.
No, I've been letting you speak a lot, but you're missing the point. You've spoke more than I spoke. You're missing the point of including the practice. You are right. If I wouldn't believe it neither, I'd be like, oh, well, if an airline is hiring people and it doesn't matter if they're black, white, Hispanic, or anything, I'm going to trust that they're getting the most qualified person. You are right. The part that you're missing is, the part that you're missing is DEI, which is what Charlie Kirk, which is the context of why Charlie Kirk said that. DEI is to advocate for the company to hire, their hiring practices to be more inclusive. Rather, like to be more inclusive, that's what they're going to prioritize over meritocracy, over quality. So if you implement that, that's going to be a question to everyone. Listen, bro, if you are watching, let's say if you are watching, let's say basketball, right? You're watching the NBA. Say the NBA. Now you trust NBA to get the most qualified players, right? On their teams with the draft and everything, because they're looking at college athletes. They're looking overseas. They're looking for the best of the best. But say if the NBA was like, you know what? we need to be more inclusive. Most of our players are black, right? We need to be more inclusive. And most of them are men. They're black and they're men. We need to get some women in here. And also, we need to get more whites, more Hispanics, just more races because it's too black. One ethnicity is taking the NBA over. If the NBA said that and put that practice for policy forth, would you question then if these are the most qualified players in the NBA? You would question it, right?
I would question the league and the ownership, and I would want to know their IQ test for why if the players are not the same standard as the black players, if they're only getting them because they're white and now they're putting the team at a detriment, and evidence shows that would not be logical.
Exactly. That's not logical.
So in the same vein,
So look, real quick. It's not. I'm just making a point. I'm running a line of. Listen, man, don't be sensitive.
Talk at all, bro.
Don't be sensitive. I'm running a line of argument. This is my line of argument to tell you. Listen, man. I'm running a line of argument. Don't be sensitive. It's okay. I deal with many people that I debate, and I'll let you run your line of argument too with certain questions.
Can I go?
But let me finish it here. Let me finish it. What I'm saying is, you proved my point. That is the context behind DEI. Listen, that is the context.
Doesn't happen in the NBA, sir. They're not going to get somebody less than LeBron James.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical question to test your logic. Because
that's illogical.
I agree. It's illogical.
Yes,
thank you.
Just like the
so then
scenario, nobody is going to risk.
It's illogical.
They're playing in all those people's lives just so they can say they got somebody black. That does not happen.
Got you. It's illogical, right? Now, here's the thing. When it came down to DEI, before what we know it to be now, right? When it came down to DEI, it was like affirmative action. They were going to implement the same methodologies as far as their hiring practices to be more inclusive, to be more diverse, right? So therefore, this is what they were. If you have a standard in a hiring practices, the thing that is priority, that's the most amount of the candidates that you're going to be recruiting for, right? So,
I don't understand what you just said. Could you say that one more time? You said that one more time.
So,
you said if you're
all right.
Say that one more time. That last little part. You said if
you're
recruiting to.
Got it. If any company, and I'm going to put you on mute because I keep getting this,
Okay.
This echo effect. Hypothetically, let's just go to the NBA real quick so you can understand. When I made the hypothetical, if the NBA put in a hiring practice to be more inclusive, instead of prioritize meritocracy, which is quality, therefore, you would say that that's illogical and you wouldn't really trust the owners and the people that's recruiting because that's just dumb. Why wouldn't you get the best players instead of trying to try to get women in and to try to get other races in? Just get the best players. Whoever is the best, get the best players in. When we're looking at DEI, right? When it first was being promoted, it was very similar to affirmative action, which was to prioritize, right? Are you listening now? We got the NBA. Now we're going to pilots. It is to prioritize the candidates to be more diverse. So not meritocracy, but more diverse. So if it's the case that these airlines were going to initiate a methodology, a hiring practice to be more inclusive rather than prioritize quality, meritocracy, therefore you would question that airline just like you question the NBA team. That's the logical entailment, right? So when I say that you're actually not upset with what Charlie Kirk said, you actually would agree with what Charlie Kirk said with the context, because his context was, if it was the case that these corporations implemented a practice to prioritize the hiring practices to be more diverse and more inclusive rather than meritocracy, I would question the quality of these pilots. Now you're off of mute. Does that make sense? Same thing for the NBA. You said yes, you would question it. You would question it for the pilots as well.
Okay. I maybe I'm saying it wrong. I think you're saying something. You think I'm thinking a way that I'm not. So if the point is that they're hiring somebody that could potentially be below the standard of aviation that everybody would have to pass, if they're going to go below the standard of safety of the FAA and risk the lives of all their passengers just so they can say that I have a black person, if that's what's happening, then yes. But I'm not thinking, that would never occur to me getting on a plane when I saw a black person. I wouldn't say, oh, I hope he really knows what he's doing because of I wouldn't think that. No, that's fine. If that's Charlie Kirk's opinion, and I don't want to get it messed up. Like, I'm not unfamiliar with Charlie Kirk. I've known about him, seen about him, watched him and I don't agree with him. I've known about Charlie Kirk for years, and I don't agree with probably nothing he said. But really, in a weird way, for me, I was surprised. I was very hurt by what happened to him. But I don't agree nearly with nothing he said. So I'm not saying.
Well, you actually do agree with this then.
No, I don't agree that if I see a black, I don't agree with his line of thinking. If I see a
no,
black
you actually
person
do
on the
agree
plane,
with his line of thinking. You just proved it, man.
You're going to tell me that I do agree
because you
and
just said that. Okay, let's run through it again, and then you're going to watch it back and you're going to say,
I don't agree.
You do agree. So let's run it through it again.
You can't tell me I agree.
So we're not going to make any hypothetical. We're just going to stick with the pilots, right?
He told me I do agree.
No, you actually do agree. We're going to stick with the pilots because you've actually already agreed, but now you're like taking it back and saying that you don't agree. So we're going to do it again.
I don't take things
Okay, we're going to do it again.
Okay.
And actually, it's going to make it a hypothetical, but it's going to be about pilots. It's going to be about the airline. Okay.
We're doing a hypothetical or no? You said
no. We're just going to do a hypothetical.
We're
just going to do a hypothetical. Hypothetically speaking, if you looked on the internet on this, you're about to do United Airlines, about to fly United, and as you're looking on the website trying to book your ticket, it says that we're prioritizing to be more inclusive. And to be more diverse, we want to have 50% of our staff to be women, and also we want it to be equally diverse. We want blacks, we want whites, we want Hispanics, we want Mexicans, we want Indians, we want them all, right? This is what
that's a wild hypothetical, but okay.
Bro, listen, man.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So this is the hypothetical, right? Okay. That's what we are going to prioritize, and that's what you read. When you go on that plane and you see a Mexican that's like, hola, ¿cómo está? Talking to him. You said Mexican talk to you, you're going to be like, will you question the Mexicans' qualities?
If the pilot was Mexican?
If the pilot was Mexican and what United Airlines said, what you just read, that they are, everybody is more diverse. That's what they're prioritizing, diversity rather than meritocracy, rather than quality. Are you going to question that?
I mean, you're saying meritocracy and quality. Quality. This is what I'm not going to question.
Meritocracy is quality.
Okay. So quality, meritocracy. This is what I'm not going to do. If I see that they're going to have the UN of flight crew on this mythical plane.
Just answer the question, man. Are you going to question Are you going to question Jose's ability to fly the plane?
The pilot, I am not going to question his ability because he had to go through school and a lot of training and had to successfully do a lot of things before he was a pilot. No, I don't believe pilots are getting hired just because they're Mexican or they're black.
Okay, you're going outside of the hypothetical.
In this hypothetical situation, no, I don't think nobody's going to be on that plane.
So then,
qualified.
So then you would question
Spanish,
it.
That is the second language. Isn't that the second most Spoken
Would you
language
question
in
it or
America?
not? Can I have a direct answer?
Yes, I said no 3 times. I would not question.
Okay, so you're not going to question it. All right, so let's go back to the
No.
NBA, right? The NBA, right?
Okay,
It's
the NBA,
what, like 70% black, I think, right now. Who knows? Something like that.
something like that.
100% men. They're like, we want to get more women in here. 50-50. We want
In the
to
NBA,
we want to get, listen, man, it's the hypothetical that maps on perfectly with DEI because DEI is the practice to be more inclusive for gender and race, right?
but I'm asking you, saying that the NBA in this hypothetical is
They
saying
want to get
want
chicks
women
in.
to be
Yeah.
in the NBA.
They want to get women in. You know what?
In the NBA.
I'll actually throw you a bone. Let's just say they want to be more diverse. They don't even want women in. I was
Okay.
trying to map it on perfectly.
Okay, bro, that
So
was
now let's
wild.
do this. I mean, it's the same hypothetical I already gave you and you already said yes to it, but I'll just go ahead and I'll exclude
No,
women.
I'm not agreeing.
Let's say this. The NBA wants to be more diverse and they want to, in their hiring practices, they want to hire more whites. That's what they want. Forget about any other race. They want more whites. This like thing is too many blacks. There's too many foreigners. We need some white Americans. We want more white Americans up in here.
Okay.
And that's what they're prioritizing. They're not prioritizing quality.
Over winning a
Listen,
championship?
they're prioritizing quality. They're
Over
prioritizing
winning.
inclusiveness over quality. That's what they're prioritizing. Inclusivity.
So the goal is to win a championship.
No,
and
listen,
you're
bro.
saying
You
that
putting
they're not
stipulations in it, bro. You putting stuff in it.
I'm asking you a question.
That
bro.
question
I
does
debated
not.
a lot.
That question
Why
has
you
nothing
so
to
bad?
do with the hypothetical that I'm asking you.
The point of the NBA team is to win a championship. So if they're going to do something detrimental to that,
Yeah, you
they're
don't
not
know how
gonna
to
do
answer a
that just so they
hypothetical
can say
because
that.
you've answered it once
Yes,
and you
I
know
know
you
what
were
a
caught, but
hypothetical
now
is, bro.
you
I'm
can't
well
answer the
read.
hypothetical. You're just adding stuff in there. That's what
What
you're
did
doing.
I add? I asked you a question. I said, "Are you saying
The
for
hypothetical, I'm making the hypothetical, bro. This is what the hypothetical
I
is.
understand
It's only
it. You
about
said
one.
if,
Listen. It's about one thing. It's not about anything else. So anything else you're thinking about, I don't care if you think about it, but it's really about one thing. So you yourself can add any type of stipulations you in. You can add any stipulations
I'm
you
not
want in.
adding anything. I
But the
asked
one
you a
thing that I'm speaking about within the NBA, the only thing that's changing in the NBA is their hiring practices. They want more white Americans in, more white men in. That's what they're prioritizing. They don't care about quality. They want some white boys in. They was mad because they seen the movie White Boy Can't Jump. They like, no, I think these white boys can jump. We getting some more white boys up in here, right? Now my question to you is, do you think or would you trust that these white athletes would be as qualified as the black athletes that's playing?
So let me just make sure I understand what your hypothetical. You're saying that if these
You already answered it, bro.
No, I didn't answer it.
Oh
I
man.
mean, I don't know why you are we having a serious conversation still? Because I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
You know what, Ashley?
So I
This
can-
is exhausting. You know what? You are right, Ashley. This is exhausting.
So do
Go
you
ahead,
want-
man.
so
Just
okay,
answer the
so-
question.
Okay, so can I clarify? Because if you don't want to dialogue, it's cool, bro. I mean, I get it.
No, go ahead. You
cool.
just answer and make any clarifications you want. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So if you're telling me that this NBA team said forget about the results, so actually that would involve quality, but okay. So forget about the results if we win or not. Let's just go get white boys, and hey, if they're worse than the black players, so it's okay. Goal achieved. We got more white players. Is that what you're saying?
In their hiring practices, the people who they recruit, they are prioritizing to be more inclusive. And the part that they want to be more inclusive in is to get more white males in. Everything else, I don't care about it. The only thing that's changing, the only thing that's changing.
That would be crazy to me.
Be crazy, right?
That would be mental.
Mental. Be crazy, right? You wouldn't trust
I'm
it.
not agreeing with what you're saying, bro. I'm not saying that if they go get 5 white boys that are substandard, they are not up to the standard of an NBA player, That would be crazy for them to do that. You want to know why? Because these people that are substandard, they can't run as fast, jump as fast. Now, if they get 5 white boys that can run as fast, and
they could get
there's
some.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, they could, but you just don't know.
If they want more white people and they find more white people that can compete at an NBA level, there is nothing wrong with it. And especially in the case of black people. Because you want to know why we got a firm.
I got it. So listen, let me land my plane with the questioning. Yeah, got it, man. Got it, man. Listen.
So they didn't want to give us reparations. So they were like, how can we
got
do
it?
something?
Yeah, got it. Stop speaking before I mute you, because you're just talking to talk now. This is it. You're just talking. You're babbling. This has nothing to do with the conversation. You're babbling.
Your logic is ridiculous.
No, there's not logic. You're babbling. No, you're just running your mouth. You're just running your mouth right now, bro. You're running your mouth. So listen, if it's the case, you sound silly right now. Listen, so if it's the case,
you sound illogical.
Got
it. On every example.
On every example.
And,
how about you answer the questions so you can?
With wings on his back and
how about you answer the questions, man? Okay, so I gotta mute you because you lack decorum. You lack decorum. So I had 2 women up, but you act worse than a woman, right? You need decorum. So we're gonna get through it here. Why are you still speaking, man? Calm down. See, black men like you are effeminate. You're feminine in nature. I don't even understand how you follow someone like myself and Marquette, because you are not my people. You are not anyone of who I would consider my people, bro. So just calm down. You are acting childish. I had 2 black women up here. I see why black women are complaining like men lacking leadership. You're on a big podcast and you have 0 decorum. So I'm going to unmute you now, and I need you to have some self-control. Okay? Can you do that? All right. You're unmuted now. Let's have some self-control. And now what I'm going to do is, you already said that. Well, it would be crazy. It would be mental if the NBA put in a practice like that, because it's illogical. It would be mental. But if it's the case that they still can find a white player that is qualified, then I'm okay with that. And you know what? The question isn't that, though. The question that I asked you is, would you question if the person is qualified due to the fact that the NBA implemented to be more inclusive instead of implementing quality?
No, because I know the greed of an NBA team owner. I know how bad they want to win.
Yeah, you just dumb.
I know the fire of...
Homie's dumb. I'm not speaking to him no more. He's literally retarded. He just said yes, and he says, no, I know the fire. Bro, you're double speaking. One moment you say yes. Oh, yeah, that's mental. And then the next moment he says, well, no, I know that the NBA wouldn't. That isn't the hypothetical, you dork. Yo, some people are just stupid. Yeah, checkmate. Yeah, bro, Yo, he don't get the point. Chat is killing you right now. Chat, Cooley talking to a wall. I couldn't keep him in here. Actually, it's full. So I had to kick him out anyway so we can get some more people up here, because he was just dumb. And you know what? Man, to the first person I had up, all right, I can see why you say black fatigue. Listen, that dude actually is proving y'all point. Oh, god dang. Oh, man. I can see why y'all be talking about black fatigue now, because we got idiots like him that come up that's just stupid. One moment he says yes, the next moment he says no. He's a complete contradiction. I'm speaking slow for him. Think I've had this debate 1,000 times. One, I got to speak slow because there's an echo in my ear. So when I'm speaking, if I don't mute him, because all the time I wasn't muting him, there's this echo. I don't think y'all was hearing it because y'all wasn't complaining about it. But There's this echo, so I'm speaking slow. So it's already frustrating dealing with that. And then I'm speaking slow because of that. Then I gotta keep repeating myself because he's an idiot. This guy is dumb. Well, yes. Well, no. Yes, no. Maybe so. I don't believe that the NBA would ever do that. Yeah, I know. I don't think that they'll do that either. I don't think that the NBA would, but I could have brung up a video if he had some decorum. I would have brung up the video that Charlie that said that it was an airline company. The CEO said that he wanted to be more diverse, 50-50. And that's what he was prioritizing. He said nothing about meritocracy. He said nothing about any type of quality or anything like that. He spoke about this. And when Charlie Kirk seen that, when Charlie Kirk was doing his tours, he would say, well, yeah, like I would question, or when he was asked the question about these companies implementing DEI and to prioritize diversity over meritocracy, everybody's going to question the quality of the pilot. Everyone's going to question the quality of the NBA player. Everybody's going to question the quality of said player, right? He didn't agree with Charlie Kirk because he watched a 30-second clip or a 10-second clip with Charlie Kirk saying, well, yeah, if I seen a black pilot on a plane, then I would have questioned if they're qualified to fly the plane. That's all he's seen and was like, oh, he racist. No, add the context of DEI, right? He's just an idiot. Dumb people. All right, let's continue with open panel debate night. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What's your name and your age since we're on TikTok? You may be on mute. Unmute yourself. All right, you're unmuted now.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I could hear you. What's your name and your age?
I'm 29. My name is Aaron.
All right, what's going on, Aaron? What do you want to debate about tonight?
Oh, I don't want to debate, bro. I just wanted to show some love, man. I fuck with your podcast. I'll be watching. I used to watch Myron and them a lot, but then, listening to their advice about you can get a lot more done doing, like, not watching TV and being on podcasts, so I really stopped watching them. But then when I got back into it,
I didn't say anything.
Oh, my bad. I thought I seen your mouth. It's like your camera is like it's like the picture's reacting after your words or something. It's not catching up with it.
It could be your internet connection. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's true. But yeah, no, I was just coming to show some love, bro. Just wanted to stop by and show some love. I didn't want nothing. Say we fuck with you out here in Ohio, bro.
Appreciate it, man. I appreciate the support, man. That's much love.
You're welcome. Have a
good
blessed
one, brother. Hey, you too, man. Someone says, Cooley, I understand what you debating and I agree, but the way you go about debating it is lame, asking same questions differently. I mean, you could think it's lame, but it's easy. I had these debates many times, right? So you can say it's lame. I don't give a freak about what you think or why you think it's lame. The people that have these perspectives are stupid. So they're gonna look stupid. There's no other way to go about it. Oh, you could come up, man. Let me see. Who is this guy? This is not a super chat, but he said possible debates. One, is it possible to be racist against white people? I think yes. Two, should racial discussions focus on shared identity or accountability or historical inequality? I think unity. Okay. Yeah, that's John. Yeah, you already came up. Yeah, John, I would say that we would probably agree on most of those. But if I get like a blue pill or a male feminist up here that totally I would have kept him up and I was going to bring everybody in. But he was so dumb and it was this echo coming from his thing that I didn't bring you guys up. Trust me, I seen y'all backstage. I know y'all was like, Cooley, bring me up. Let's cook him. I'm like, I wanted that to happen, bro, but he was so dumb, it really wouldn't have mattered because he didn't understand. And then he got sensitive. Bro, you don't let me speak. Homie spoke way more than I did. I gave him grace to fully listen. It took us 10 minutes for him to speak directly because he would speak and it would be so indirect. And I'm like, bro, what do you disagree specifically about with what Charlie Kirk said? Then he starts speaking and it's so indirect like a woman. And I'm like, dang, I brung up 2 chicks today on a podcast and they spoke more direct than him, which is crazy. And then he says, oh, I'm a supporter of your podcast. I watch you and Marquette. No, you don't. And you're a liar. And I know you don't watch Marquette or me because we want me. This is something that me and Marquette have in common, that most masculine men have in common. When you come up here, speak direct. Let me know exactly your point of contention. And it took you so long to do that. Right? Okay. Who we got backstage? Let's see. Oh, let me get to these super chats and then I'll bring up some people. Let's get to the super chats right quick. Okay, where we at? Silver Lion, seems like Lanier arguing both sides of the coin. Yeah, he was all over the place, bro. His thinking wasn't linear. It was very tangential. With everything. Even when I give him a hypothetical, he's like, well, he's basically saying he doesn't believe the hypothetical. The hypothetical isn't made for you to believe the hypothetical, but it can be true. This can actually happen, right? But the hypothetical is to test your logic on just the one thing, on the diversity, on companies prioritizing being more diverse rather than meritocracy. And you even said that is dumb, right? So if it's dumb, you would question the pilot. You would question the NBA player, but he didn't want to concede on that point because he kept going back and forth. Once he said yes, then he said no, then he said yes. He was stupid. Okay, we got Vincent says a lot of them, okay, he's talking about the Google. A lot of them mention feminism means equality of rights of both sexes. Most feminists believe this and skip the women's. So no, when they say of, it's basically just saying that they want, and you're speaking about the Google definition, Vincent. So it's saying that, feminism is the advocacy for women's rights to be equal as men. So men and women to have the same equal rights. That's what it's speaking. When it's saying both, it's speaking about just men and women to have the same equal rights. So equality, egalitarianism, that's all that is. But there's more to it than just that. That's like just a regular definition. All right, we got, this wasn't even a super chat. Someone said, I don't know who he's speaking about. We got Melinda G sends in $5. She says, Mr. Bean said milk will go up if black men make more money. For context, yo, yeah, Bean's argument was silly there when he spoke about, well, if, people make more money, then, it's going to go up. Well, that's stupid. That doesn't even make any sense. It depends on how they're making more money. If they're just working for if people are, providing in the market and providing a service in the market, then no, things won't go up. If they're creating more businesses, things won't go up. That creates more competition, right? Where actually things will go down. That's what happens. More competition. Well, rates start to go a little bit down because people want to sell product. So it's actually the opposite. Homie's stupid. He doesn't understand basic, economics. Nigga fell economics 101. Like, bro, what? All right. Yeah, I see you, Melinda G. Yeah, good point. He just didn't understand. Who else we got in here? We got Manny sends in $10. He says, left field question. What is your beard routine? My is dry AF, no Fugazi. So my beard, I don't even have a beard routine because I trim it. Like this part of my beard grows very long and this part of my beard is nappy. So like if I pull it, it's long. So sometimes you'll see like my beard looks fuller. It's because like I'm combing it out, I'm putting oils in it and it's looking more fuller. But bro, I wash my beard every day. Every time I take a shower, my beard gets washed because after the shower, I just moisturize my beard. So just nigga, wash. wash your body, man. Wash your beard. Wash your beard. Put moisturizer in it, regular hair conditioner. If you want it to look nice, throw some oils in there. Comb that baby out. It'll look more fuller. And yeah. Okay, who else we got in here? Okay, I read that one. All right, chat. Dang, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I didn't even know that. 4 hours already. What? This is crazy. I'm not even tired. All right. Let's bring up more people. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name. How old are you? And what do you want to debate about?
Name is Grim, and I am 33.
All right, Grim. What do you want to debate about?
Hey, I don't know if you remember me from the Woody a few months ago when I joined the big debate. So I was thinking when you were talking to that one woman about the corn stuff, if you're willing to debate that.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I don't disagree with you about it being like need to be taken away. The one thing that I'm always worried about is like the repercussions of ripping it out, where it's so ingrained in society now. Like men, women use it; it's an addiction. If you ripped it out, the thing that I think would happen, as far as repercussions go, is grape. As I've told a few people who've talked to me about it, grape would skyrocket because people are so ingrained for their needs that they would literally go out, and some people would go out and literally just take it because they have no other outlets anymore.
Okay, well, let's test this logic. So you are saying that, Cooley, I agree with your take on the adult industry, but I think that if we did get rid of the adult industry, which is Korn, OF, and all of these adult entertainment websites and things, I think that grape would increase, and increase by a lot, you're saying, right?
Yeah, I feel like because there's no outlet anymore to take care of that, then it would go skyrocket.
Let's just go to let's go to the 1900s, early 1900s, 1900 to 1920, when there wasn't any pornography industries. Or let's just say whenever there weren't any pornography industries, like where you can look it up online or, you know, watch it on a tape. Was grape higher then when corn wasn't as accessible and as available?
No, the way I would interject to that one is where people were just so different back then compared to today. Like if you go through like videos that talk about like history and such, people got different as time went forward. Even if you compare recently from 1990s to now, people are drastically different.
And what's different about people?
Just the way they are. People are more aggressive, more violent than they used to be. It's less decor now.
People are more aggressive and more violent than there used to be in World War I, World War II, and
okay.
prior what?
You got me there. You got me there with World War I and II.
Yeah.
But
so
what I mean is like, go ahead. Sorry.
Basically, I'm saying that your reasoning to say that, well, if we get rid of the corn industry, then grape would increase is nonsensical, because when we didn't have any corn industries, grape was not like higher than it was now. So like with us having all of these adult industries, this did not lower the grape rate.
That is true. What I'm going to is like, there was a different outlook on, like, for example, men towards women. There was a different outlook. There was a different way men treated women back then compared to today, where it's more sexual. More looks, if that makes sense.
No, I would say that actually is different now. Men and women, I would say that treat each other currently now in modernity, it's more transactional than anything because women have more rights and they have more choice. So they choose guys that are going to provide more or going to give them something for their sexuality. So I would say that currently as it is today, it's more transactional, meaning that it isn't anything conducive to good results, good relationship results, good outcomes in society. In the past, things would be transactional to a degree, but people still had more values and their values were more intact. And not only that, there was a community that implemented more social shame. So if you got married out of wedlock, social shame. Currently right now, you can get married to another man if you're a man. There's no shame. So I would actually say it's the total opposite. If anything, we change as far as male and female intersexual dynamics, like relationships, we change for the worse rather than for the best because, think about back in the day is the marriage rates was higher, the divorce rates was lower. Currently, marriage rates are lower, divorce rates higher. So it actually, the pendulum switched in a way where it is more negative than it is positive, as we're speaking about back in the day.
Yeah, so when you say it like that, yeah, I can agree with you on that. If I can ask, just to make sure I got you right, just make sure I'm on your
Sure, yeah.
If we took out corn, let's say today, immediately, every website goes down, anywhere that you could get it is gone. Would you say that the argument to mine would be like, it would stay more transactional? Like, example, money for pleasure, if that's appropriate. Would you think that would go up?
Money for pleasure. So the thing is, if we take down the corn industry, this would be also getting rid of, we would make, prostitution illegal as well. But not only that, the porn industry is exploiting women as well. So we would have to say that, like, pretty much your argument is, well, if we got rid of these adult industries, would women still exploit themselves, and would men still exploit women? I would say that, as far as prostitution, that's like the oldest job in the history. Women was always selling sex since the beginning of time. That isn't gonna go. Yeah, that isn't gonna go anywhere. They're still gonna do it illegally, but there will be many changes. As far as so many changes, if you think about the changes in relationships, the changes with men, because men don't have this, they wouldn't have this easy access to, get their rocks off. They would actually keep this testosterone men, or at least have more willing to keep this testosterone men instead of what you're going to flap off to some memories, create some memories in your mind. You're going to draw some pictures and flap off. Like, most men is just going to be like, man, let me go ahead and talk to this chick down the street. Yeah, let me go ahead and talk to the girl that's in school. Like, they're going to be more motivated to court women, to get women. So if anything the result is going to be for the better, not for the worse.
Well, let me ask it this way, because I do agree with you 100%. But let me ask it this way: what I meant by the great spiking would be like, it'd be instant, and then gradually over time, it would either go really bad or really low. Is kind of what I'm going at. Is more like the time frame, like from an end to when things finally normalize. Because we know when you just rip something away, things spike almost immediately, and then gradually start to go down.
No, with this one, it would actually just go down. Right? Oh. Yeah, with this one, I think that it would just actually, like, what's going to spike? Grape isn't going to spike. I think that, I mean, one of the reasons for grape is because dudes don't have any sexual discipline because they watching porn all day. So then when they see a woman, it's like, oh, I want this. I've been watching it. She looks just like the woman I've been watching. Come here. Like that's more of the mental. That's like training wheels for grape.
Yeah, I think I get you now. I think I might have just been overthinking it, like trying to dig too deep, trying to predict things too hard. If that makes sense. But yeah, I agree with you.
Fair enough. Tiger, you got a question, man? What's up, Tiger?
Yeah, just a question for Grim. So just yeah, and I'm not trying to be hostile. Just curious. You say that you think that if we as Christians, we say we want to ban corn. You say that if we did that grape rates would skyrocket. Is that correct, or is that correct?
No, you
I think I changed his mind on that.
Yeah, it's not really a Christian. It's more of like a whole, if that makes sense. Umbrella, the whole.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe hopefully this isn't redundant. Cooley says he changed your mind on this, so hopefully I'm not being redundant. But I just got to ask. Okay, so if we let's imagine if we were to allow let's say child corn. Hopefully that doesn't get us flagged. Do you think that would reduce PDF file rates?
Like, I'm sorry, that got me way out there. You mean like? I'm trying to think of the way you're asking it. I'm sorry.
Well, your initial position, correct me if I'm wrong, was okay. If we ban corn, then grape rates will skyrocket. So I'm asking you, wouldn't it logically follow then? Okay, if we want to reduce PDF file cases, then we should legalize. You get where I'm going with this, right? So
I get where you're going. I get where you're going, and I mean, no, if we legalized it, it would actually get higher up, and that's kind of where I gave up my point to Cooley was because it's like once I was listening to him, because it's something I sat on my computer thought about for a while, and I was like, well, this would skyrocket because a lot of men and women have integrated corn into their life. And it's like, if you rip that away, things would spike. But Cooley was explaining that, no, it would go drastically down pretty quickly, because, like you said, what are you going to do? Use your memory? Draw? It's like people move a lot faster now than they used to when I was growing up. They don't really walk anymore. They speed run stuff. So it would go down, in my opinion. In my opinion, if you took it away, I think a lot of things would go way down. And, I mean, I'm always encouraging more drastic aggression towards, that kind of stuff. Like, get these people off the streets entirely and keep them off the streets permanently. Because as long as it's there, it would just feed it. You know what I mean? It would just keep feeding it. And that's why I agree with Cooley about the corn stuff, is because it's like, yeah, if it's there, it'll just keep feeding it. But if it's gone, as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind.
Okay, so it logically follows that, if we want to decrease these things that we know are morally abhorrent, then we should ban the thing that encourages the thought process, right?
Right. That was what I was telling him. That's what I was seceding on.
Okay. Like, all right. Maybe I'm being redundant. Sorry if I was redundant. I thought I had a gotcha.
Yeah, no, you actually asked a different question than I asked, but he pretty much conceded on it.
Yeah, he conceded.
I like debating because there's always two different perspectives to come at, and then once you meet in the middle, you're always going to get the truth, like the real answers.
Yeah, the truth is in the middle. I can agree with that.
Fair enough.
Oh, it was in the pudding.
Yeah.
That too.
If nobody's willing to come to the table, then you're not going to get anywhere. But screaming matches like the last guy, which I know a lot of people in the chat were like, the hypothetical, this, that. And I'm like, no, the hypothetical made perfect sense. It's like, I think they just don't, they might not have understood the definition of DEI. And it's like, and yes, I am completely against DEI. Not just.
Let's not bring up DEI again.
Yeah. Yo, wasn't that dude, was I tripping or was something wrong with that dude?
No, there was something wrong with him.
See, the question I had for the other guy would have been, is like, okay, because his point was like, oh, that guy's a pilot. He made it to being a pilot. Well, then it comes down to, okay, well, you have two pilots ready for your plane. One has 100 hours of flying time. The other has 30 hours of flying time. But they choose the other guy who has 30 hours of flying time because of X. That is the best way to describe of how that DEI is implemented.
Or just 0 hours.
Not 0 hours. I mean, they won't. Most airlines. So it was United, American, and what was the other one that got?
What was the one that
Trying to
hired all
remember.
those women? Because we really brought it up as a hypothetical. It's like, no, that's not a hypothetical. That actually happened, and the plane just plummeted.
Oh,
It's something they did.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but his whole thing is, because I had these debates many times, and two of them actually went pretty viral. I got like over 100K views. So talking to him, it was like, bro, I'm like, listen, man, you don't understand anything. I
just want to know how he would feel if he didn't have breakfast.
That too, right? He kept moving a goalpost. I'm like, listen, this is the hypothetical. That's it, because this is what DEI is. And not only that, this is how Charlie Kirk explained what he thought DEI was at the time. Like, he wasn't putting this was before DEI really even was like coming out and was like implemented at all of these places. He seen an interview. I think he was actually there at an interview where this, I reacted to a video to it, but the one airline company was saying, oh, he wants everything to be 50-50.
That was United, I believe.
United, yeah. Then after that, he was like, well, yeah, I'll question the I'll question the pilot if he's black. Because anybody would if everything's going to be
if it's
all
United
inclusive.
Airlines, right?
I mean,
United Airlines, like specifically, they came out like, this is our policy, right? This is our hiring process, and it's like, okay, if it's the stated goal of the airline, why wouldn't any sane person question, like, okay, if this is their stated goal in their hiring process, to hire over, X amount of identity or whatever over merit, then of course, why wouldn't I say, I don't know if that guy's qualified.
What he kept doing to scapegoat, which is why it took long, is because I would do the hypothetical, then he would go outside the hypothetical. Well, the NBA wouldn't do that anyway. Well, a company, they wouldn't do that anyway. I'm like,
it's just,
I know, but
it was all argument of infidelity.
He's stupid.
Yeah. Essentially, you just wanted to argue and drag.
It was an argument of incredulity on his half.
Right.
Yeah, man.
That's all it was.
Drag it out as long as he could.
But that was a funny one. Homie was whining too. I'm like, bro, I had two girls up. None of the girls was emotional, but how did this dude get so emotional?
That is the first time I actually saw that on your channel too. I never saw two women in a row come up, speak, not get loud.
They were direct.
And then
they
guys
were concise.
Started getting emotional with you, and two women actually had a logical conversation with you. I'm mind blown by this tonight.
Yeah.
They're very respectful. Yeah.
See, cool, you are influencing women. They're speaking logical, and these guys are just flipping out.
Yeah, I myself was very impressed with Cheyenne. Just saying.
Listen,
this guy's
listen.
simping.
You're lucky you paid your SIM tax, Tiger. Okay?
I paid the SIM tax.
You're lucky you paid your SIM tax. Just in case everybody's wondering before.
Beans up here. Let's see if we can have a debate with Beans. What's going on, Beans?
What's up, Beans?
What's up?
Let me. Who wants? It's too many people up, so let's get two people. Who want to stay up with Beans?
I'll stay up.
What are we talking about?
Bro, what did you do?
I can back out. I'm not my computer. I can back out.
Yeah, I know, but I want to reduce it a little bit so we're not speaking over one another.
This is like Beans is loving this right now. He got three white guys up here to attack.
So
wait, Wicked, I thought you weren't white, bro. I thought you weren't white. Aren't you?
I have honorary. I'm like, my skin is white, but I have honorary black cards from 3 friends.
Well, hey, I have honorary black cards too, but where's I need the receipts, bro.
We can identify as anything now. It's right. It's 2025. I could be anything, right? Can I?
All right. So who wants to stay up? Tiger, Wicked, Dane.
I'm down to stay up if you'll have me.
Don't matter to me. I'll stay. What are we debating about? Let's do this.
Okay, Dane, you want to drop out and I'll bring you up later? Oh, I think Dane talking to his wife anyway, so I can't even hear you, Dane.
No, Dane's muted.
Yeah, Dane muted himself.
Oh, Dane, you muted. I
Dane's-
can't even.
Dane's
You can't.
on
I
mute.
haven't. I thought you were speaking to someone else, Dane. I'm like, what? Never, Dane. I'll drop you for right now. Then I'll bring you up when. I still can't hear you, Dane. So you muted. Just come back. Go out and come back in.
Dane, come back.
All right. Beans, you always got, points of contention with my point of view and panelist point of view. So what's up? What you got, man?
Well, I wasn't here. I just came back. I seen that you had my man Dane up, so that's why I camped up.
You cammed up for Dane. Okay.
Well,
All
it was
right.
your instructions.
Oh, okay. I guess I gotta get Dane back up.
It was what you said. You was like, "Yo, I'm gonna drop y'all down, and then I'm gonna bring y'all up in a minute." So I'm just saying, what it is. I ain't trying to change your mind. I mean,
hey, Beans, you can talk to us too. That's
That's fine.
Reminding him of what he said, like the Bible say to.
It's
He's
five
trying to
of
finish
us.
from before.
It's
He's
cool.
like, I'll get you two. Don't worry. Let me just finish this real quick.
It's fine.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dane.
There we go.
I think you could hear me last time. I know that trick. That's what women did to me in high school, man.
Nah, we couldn't hear you, man.
I know that trick. And I had good stuff to say. I had good stuff to say, and I couldn't say none of it, man.
Yeah, man, we wasn't hearing you at all.
Is muted.
And you telling me to go out and come back in? That's the same thing they told me in high school too. So I mean, I don't know where to go with that.
Hey, listen, man, it is what it is. But Beans, I think a good discussion where I know we'll probably have different points of views for a topic would be Charlie Kirk, right? Because there's things, I think you are against many things when it comes to Charlie Kirk. You want to, bring up something that you disagree with Charlie Kirk to see if we have a point of contention with it?
Well, to be honest with you, it's not usually the the person's ideology, because I don't really believe in a lot of times that this really be people's ideology. I think they just be bag chasing, They pick a lane and then they just press down on it. My thing is I don't like liars, right? It's this guy who made a video, and I made a video as well, but it's a guy who made a video that showed that whenever Charlie Kirk would get asked a question, right, that he knew he couldn't really answer, he would say, well, let me ask you a question, right? The most disingenuous shit that you could do. But then I made 2 different videos where I showed him tell a minimum of 6 lies within seconds, right? And that's really my point of contention, right? It's not necessarily what you're saying or your ideology is. I mean, you're free to think however you want to think, but why you gotta lie, right? Why can't you be honest? If what you really saying and what you're trying to get people to understand is the real deal, why lie?
Beans,
why
we don't know what you speak about. Speak directly and specifically of what you're talking about.
And one of his videos, he said that black people commit more crime than white people. It's a lie, right? And then he went on to say that they commit more kidnappings. Lie. Right? Like this, and it was a couple of more. I don't have them off the top of my head, but it was a couple of more. But what I did was I don't just call you a liar. I put the actual data up after each lie so that people could see that it was a lie. So my question to you would be, without saying any other names, why does it seem like the more popular person is, right, the more followers they have, the bigger their name is, they have to lie?
Who lied? Say the names.
Charlie Kirk was lying. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay, you're speaking about Charlie Kirk lied about these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay, I got you. So Charlie Kirk was lying. He made videos, and okay, so let's get to a few of them then. So you said that he lied about black people committing more crimes than white people.
Absolutely.
Per capita.
No, sir.
See, this is why per capita matters, though.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's.
That's exactly why
you just defeated your own argument.
Yeah, he's talking about per capita.
But you gotta take the rest.
You said he lied, and then you took into account per capita, right? You took into account per capita, and that's what matters.
Wait, but you're saying that did Charlie Kirk say per capita?
He might not have
So
said
that's
it
my point,
verbatim,
right?
but that's what he means. That's what he
Yeah,
means.
it might not have
The
been word for
stats are
word,
He has
clear.
said per
Why
capita
can't we say what
before.
he means? Why can't if this man has 4 million subscribers, why can't we think that what he said is what he meant?
Did you follow his content or did you just see his clips?
Wait, I just asked the question I would like an answer to.
I'm trying to clarify so I can give you
I'll
an answer.
I'll answer him real quick. Because he did answer. He did ask a question.
Yeah.
So Beans, what the part that I understand, because I even seen clips myself where Charlie Kirk would give a statistic, and it isn't 100% accurate.
Right.
But the thing is, I even do it as well. Because when you create content, you're speaking so much, you have to remember so much information, and sometimes you may misspeak. Because I heard him say it twice, and he said that black people commit more murders than white people. And I heard him say it without saying per capita, but then I seen 50 other videos where he said per capita. So for me, when he said that black people commit more murders, I inserted the per capita myself because I seen so much more content with it.
Yeah,
but the people, if you don't really watch his content, then you'll be like, oh, this is totally wrong. And it is true. He could have been wrong in that one moment because he didn't add the per capita or add the extra context, which most people would know what he's saying who watches him on a regular basis. So that does, I get your point of contention with that. So I do understand that.
So my thing is this. I'm also a content creator. I don't have 4 million subscribers, but you know what I do every show? I make sure what I'm saying is the truth. I do some kind of research.
We all try to.
Yeah, absent per capita. Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, because that's irrelevant. Right?
Well, it's very relevant, actually.
Well, the per capita is relevant.
That's the key to the whole entire part of the argument that he's saying.
Hey, you're making my point.
The most relevant thing.
If I say right now,
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Is it could have been said at that? Maybe he said it. Maybe he didn't say it at that point in time that video you were watching, but it was said before, prior to that. Should he have added it while saying that? Yes, I will agree with that. But when you have so many people to go through, if you've already said the same thing over and over and over again, by the end of the time of 100 times of saying it, you might sum it up a little bit shorter.
Yeah, and I'll even
because
give a quick example.
So many times, most people already know what you're saying.
And I'll even give a quick example. I just debated the guy about DEI, and I got you, Beans. I'll let you speak next. I just debated someone about DEI again tonight, and I had this debate so many times, over 10 times already, and some of the clips already went viral. But this guy was so dumb, I was like, I'm not even going to waste time explaining things in this great way. I'm going to just get right to the point of it and right to the analogy. And he still didn't understand. This is why some people was probably watching like, Cooley, you could have did better with explaining it. But it's like, I've already did. You already know what I'm speaking about. So here's the point that he's missing. That's what I'm getting to. You get what I'm saying? So it happens when you create content a lot, bro.
Right. And I'm saying it don't happen to me. Right. So I don't know if subscribers.
All right, man. I guess you're not making a lot of content.
You're perfect.
Okay.
You're perfect then, Beans. Fair enough. Maybe not you.
If we go back to stuff that you posted before, and when you have, I just want to make sure something real quick. Hold on, real quick, Beans. Real quick.
Let Beans land his plane.
Awesome. If I could just get a chance to like really complete a thought. Right.
Go ahead, Beans. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this: I don't have 4 million subscribers. But I go out of my way to make sure when I'm being, you know what I say? Being hyperbolic.
You cut out there in a second. Say that last sentence again.
When I'm being hyperbolic, you know what I say? I say, and I'm being hyperbolic right now.
Okay.
Because I want people to understand I'm not here to bullshit you. I'm never trying to lie to you. I'm not even going to argue for something that I don't necessarily believe in, right? So like, and then recently I got invited to do a debate. The guy, he heard me in another show say that welfare was a human right? So he said, I want to debate you that welfare is not a human right. But the thing is, he don't want to do the debate on the premise that I set as what a human right is. He just wanted to debate on what he believes his interpretation of human right is, right? That's what I'm saying. I don't communicate that way, right? I communicate truthfully. So to me, as a person who's going around the globe, not America, the globe, debating people on college campuses, professors, everybody who will step up to the mic, you will do it. I don't give you the grace to tell lies. The minute you lie, you're not trustworthy anymore for me. Right? That's
Okay, what else? What else do you think he lied about?
Just one real quick question, real quick. Not denying that you said, when you say that I clear up everything, when I say this, I'm being hyperbolic and I say all that. So not denying that you do, not saying that you don't, because I don't have as many content. But if I was to go back and look at videos where you talk about the same thing, you're using the exact same words every single time, because that's pretty much what your argument is.
I wouldn't say the exact same words, but let's not confuse.
But that's what Charlie did. He didn't use the exact same words, but he had the same meaning behind it.
So let's not confuse. That's like me saying, you punched the girl, right? But the whole time you punched the girl because she hit you. And then I go on stage and I tell everybody that you just out here punching girls, and I don't add the context, right? That you were hit first. You see how disingenuous that is?
Right,
So
but what if you did add the context in like 2 other conversations, but this conversation you didn't?
And you say this thing that you have millions of subscribers, millions of followers, and you know what they're not doing? They're not researching. They're not trying to go back and figure out if what you're saying is true. You're the news source.
No, he's actually right on there, because this conversation about the DEI before wouldn't have happened. So he's actually right in that part.
You're the news source for a minimum of probably 30% of your subscribers.
The key word though is
at a minimum at least 300,000 people, right, or 400,000 people, 300,000 people are their source for news. When you say something, they believe you. So when you say black people commit more kidnappings, black people commit more arson, they believe you. And then
But you know what else? But hold on. But since they follow you, they also know that you've said it with that different context multiple times before.
Go to other people's chats. We see them go on Instagram and other social media posts, and we see them regurgitate your lies.
Well, wouldn't you say, Beans, that your following knows what you mean when you say a thing that you've said 1,000 times already, even if you don't provide, context every time? Do you have to provide the nuance every single time you make a point that you've made several times already to your own viewers?
Yeah.
No, you don't, because they know you. They know you. They know what you stand for, right? They know your talking points already, right? So it's very easy for anybody to take your clips out of context and say, "Oh, look, he said this, and he didn't qualify it with that."
So
right, anybody can do that.
Yeah,
so what you're saying about Charlie Kirk, anybody could be guilty of doing it to you as well.
The argument that you just made was that when you're speaking to your own audience. Let's say I concede and I give you that. The video I'm talking about, he was on Jubilee, so that's not his audience.
Yeah, that Jubilee video, that's the one I seen where he misspoke. I was like, he should have added the per capita.
Yeah, which also we should note that Jubilee is like, it's purposely, all the members that, like, all the Jubilee people, like they correlate before the debate happens. It's so as to set the main guest up, like, right? They all correlate together. Okay, I'm gonna ask him this. I'm gonna ask him that. You ask him this.
And then it's also timed, and you don't really get to get full context of conversation because it's people voting you out in and out. It's not favorable to have an actual real conversation on Jubilee.
It's a setup.
To have a real honest conversation on Jubilee is not an actual setup to actually have a real conversation.
Especially since it's timed.
So
Jubilee is an ambush.
Just so it's understood, right? What we're basically saying is the grown-ass man in his 30s with 4 million subscribers isn't responsible for what comes out of his own mouth.
No. He's responsible. Nobody said that.
I didn't say you did. I'm trying to make a point. Y'all don't ever want to let me finish my thoughts, right? If I do that right now, you see how that feels, right? I'm taking what you're saying, right? And because you're not holding him accountable, but you're saying all of these things which would excuse the behavior, I'm taking that and then I'm just saying, oh, well,
did I not say in the beginning of my conversation that he should have added the per capita in this context?
Right?
That's why I started my conversation.
I'm making a point.
Go ahead, Beans.
How disingenuous that is. And right now I'm doing it in real time.
Go ahead, Beans. Floor is yours.
I'm doing it in real time right now, showing you how without context that shit is disingenuous. And you didn't like it. You
I
didn't
literally
like
just
right
agreed
now
with you
that
and
I
started
just
my.
said,
Well, hold
that
on.
I
At the
said
beginning
what
of my
you just
conversation
said,
to you
then
was
I take
at
out the
that point in
context of
time,
what you
if he
said
didn't
earlier.
add the
You
context,
didn't
he
like
should have added it. That was literally my first words to you.
Okay, so this doesn't mean I'm disagreeing with you. I'm just staying on my point. I'm making a point in real time that you're choosing to argue for some reason. I just did it to you in real time and you didn't like it. Right? So that's the point. All of these excuses that y'all making is irrelevant. He shouldn't.
It's not
He is
excuses.
too
It's not
grown,
an
too well trained. To me, when he does that, there's another video that he did, right? In this particular video, he said, you know how many unarmed people are killed, unarmed black people are killed by cops every year? He said 15, right? Now that number was wrong. It wasn't as egregious as the other take, but that number was still wrong, right?
I don't know that, so I can't argue that because I
Absolutely.
don't know.
Absolutely.
So
I'm a liar, so just don't believe me.
I'm
But
not saying that either.
what I'm
That's not what
saying
he
is,
said.
I just said I
Calm down, bro.
don't
There's no
know,
need to
so
crash out.
I don't.
okay, what are we doing? So what I'm saying is right after that, what he said was, oh, he said, and they were even kind enough to say it was unarmed, meaning he had a gun nearby or a knife that he dropped. So let's see, since y'all say y'all not making excuses for him, yes or no, does unarmed mean you had a gun nearby or a knife that you dropped?
No, to me, unarmed just means you don't have a weapon at all. That's what unarmed to me would mean.
So why would he
It means
say
there's
that?
no weapon.
So why would he say that?
I mean, I can't speak for why somebody else would say
Well,
something, but
he's
to
saying
me
that
personally,
because
if somebody doesn't have a weapon, if somebody doesn't have a weapon on them, then you should say unarmed. If somebody does have a weapon, then they are armed. That's my opinion. I don't know
Yeah,
why
I mean, my
I
opinion
can't speak
too.
for somebody else.
If
But
the
that's
black
what you
guy
this is
who
what
is
we're doing this whole
killed
time,
by
and why he would say these things that he's saying. That's what literally what y'all doing.
if the black guy who was killed by police had a gun nearby or a knife nearby, they dropped it, it's underneath the seat of the car, blah, blah, and then they statistically count that as unarmed. He's saying that's inaccurate. Just because it wasn't in their hand doesn't mean that they were unarmed. Right? It's just we need to be accurate when we're citing stats, right? So if I say I'm unarmed even though my gun is underneath the seat, that's not actually unarmed, is it?
Cooley. Really? You not gonna say nothing?
No, I mean that's
He literally
well.
just said the
Are
words
you
that we
to me?
need
You
to
would have
be.
to have a weapon in your hand to be armed.
He literally just
Yeah,
said the
right.
words that we need
For me,
to be
you would have to have a
accurate
weapon.
while
You would
stating
need to
stats.
brandish the weapon
That's
to
what he
be
said.
considered armed.
Wait,
So wait,
I've missed what
I
you
need
just
to be
said,
accurate
Beans.
while stating stats, but Charlie Kirk doesn't. He doesn't have to be accurate while stating stats. But Tiger says we should be accurate while stating stats. And yet this whole conversation is based on the fact that he was
When was Charlie
inaccurate
Kirk?
while stating
You
stats.
haven't demonstrated how he was inaccurate. You
I
haven't done
literally just did.
You say
None of
unarmed.
y'all think that unarmed
Hey,
means
Beans,
that
you
a
know
gun
what
nearby
you could
or that
do?
he dropped a
So we're
knife.
not
Nobody
Beans,
did.
I got a solution to this so we can speak more concisely about this conversation and get more and make it a debate about something that we actually have a disagreement on. Because right now it's like he said this, like some things we know that, like with the whole pilot thing or with the wrong statistic and not adding the per capita each time. Sometimes we'll remember it, but like this one, truthfully, I don't even remember him saying this and bringing this up. Do you have a clip of this that we can play and I'll let you share your screen?
Of course, but here's the thing. Can you do me a favor before we play the clip? Can you
What's up?
respond as if I'm telling you the truth? That I'm not gonna lie about what he said? If I'm telling you I have a video that I did myself reacting to it. Can you
you could.
that? So you're
We're gonna bring
maybe
up.
it's fair that the gun is under the seat and maybe they're unarmed, but
So,
you know
Cooley,
it's
I'm just asking you, Cooley. You agree that unarmed does not mean had a gun or dropped a knife nearby?
Yeah, armed would be if you have a gun on you, or if you get pulled over in a car and your gun is, with you, that would be armed. That would still be armed if your gun is with you. I would say that's armed.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say that's unarmed, right? So, but unarmed would be there's no gun around. You don't have one on you, and you don't have one by you where you can
Yeah, I
grab.
think
That's
anything
unarmed.
within reach.
Yeah,
If you have nothing within reach, then you're unarmed.
I'll actually concede. How do we actually define? Okay, if it's within reach, is it armed, or does it have to be in the person's hand? Or are they brandishing it? Right, like that. It's sort of there's a line there, right? There's a gray area.
They consider it armed. So if you have a gun in your car, that's considered armed because I think it's within reach.
If it's in a car, like if it's
so
in
that's
a truck.
So I think if it's within reach, that would be considered armed. If you have no weapon
so
on
maybe
you
I'm not
within
crazy
reach,
then.
that's not armed.
This is so good. This is going to make a great reaction because here we get to see it. This is how difficult it is when people have a certain ideology, right?
Well, yeah, it's nuanced. It is a difficult conversation to have.
I'm not asking you about what armed means. I'm asking you.
So what's your question then? Because that's what I thought your question was.
Unarmed mean yes or no? Does unarmed mean
we just answered
a
it
nearby or a knife that they threw down? Yes or no?
We once again, I think we all disagreed. Now even Tyga agreed. We would say that armed. Right? It is still to a degree, but we would say that armed is a gun on the person or a gun in reach. Unarmed would be no gun on the person, no gun in reach at all. So, but once again, gun or knife or stuff like that. So
I'll give you an example. If your gun is in your car and you're outside of your car, you are not armed.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that would be you're not armed.
I would consider that not armed.
Yeah.
I mean, also more white men are killed by police than black people.
Well, I mean, I don't. I'm trying to make sure that I understand your question, right? So, if say I'm outside of my car and I have no weapon on me, but my weapon is inside of my car, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it literally what I'm saying. I'm asking you for a yes or no response.
We already gave you the yes or no, but then we could just go ahead and everybody said yes or no to it.
You didn't, or you could just say it now, yes or no.
Okay, what's the question?
Everybody already said it, man.
Okay, don't worry about it. You're not gonna block the video or nothing. I do want to react.
No, I'm literally trying to answer your question. I'm just maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Like I'm really just
trying to make sure that he's not.
Tyga and Witkid. No, y'all let you bring it up and we can. We'll react to that one little segment, but you keep on saying, "What's the question?" Your question is, I can repeat it back to you because I've been listening. Your question is, what does unarmed mean? What does unarmed mean? What does armed mean? So it really wasn't an.
Well,
I'm sorry.
You asked what unarmed means, right?
I'm only asking you if you agree with the statement that Charlie Kirk made. Does unarmed mean that you had a gun nearby or dropped a knife? That's yes or no.
We already answered that. So unarmed, if you have a gun nearby, and if you drop the knife, therefore, currently at that moment, you are not armed. Well, it would say how nearby is it? Is it within arm's reach? That's what we were getting at because we don't understand how close it is.
This was confusing me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
The yes or no question is nearby. Well, what do you mean by nearby? Is it within arm's reach? Am I in a car? Is it right there?
Do I got to go walk around the corner?
What do you mean?
Do I have to unbury it from the backyard?
I think even highlighting that the question is confusing because again, I didn't say it. He did.
Okay, what did Charlie Kirk say? What did Charlie Kirk say?
Oh, real quick, fellas.
Just state it again.
Now, real quick, I got you, Tyga. What we're going to do is to make it simple because we're talking past one another. So Beans, his whole point is that, well, Charlie Kirk said things and he lied about it, right? So Beans is going to play a clip where he think that Charlie Kirk lied about it. Now, once again, I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said. So we may agree on things. Yeah, we may agree.
Neither do I.
All right. Yeah, so we all actually may agree on something, but go ahead and play your clip, and you know how to do it, right?
I didn't do a short. It's a full reaction, so I have to find it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm in the video. I'm in the video, like I'm actually trying to find the.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the meantime, chat, get the likes up. We're going to stay live for about 15 more minutes here. I've been streaming for going on 5 hours. I need to eat. My old lady done cooked some good food, and I'm starving, so I need to eat and hit the sack like a quarterback. Homie need to go to sleep, too. But get the likes up. You know, I just came up with an idea. What I should have did when that guy was on, I should have kept him up and said, whoever sends $100, that's when he goes. And then I just would have had him annoying the entire chat. I would have kept repeating. I would have kept asking the same question and have him keep contradicting himself and say, listen, chat, it's going to continue on if you don't send $100. Contradiction number 7. Another one.
Fully trying to hold this chat hostage.
Yo, next time I'm doing that because I'm thinking like I could have came up off some cash right there.
Well, just make it a reasonable goal, Cooley. Don't be like, okay, I want $5,000 before I,
You found that, Beans? All right. Other than that, chat, fellas, did y'all watch the dating and relationship show I did?
I did.
I watched it.
It was actually a good panel.
Yeah, it was
actually a really good panel. I like that game. The game that the wifey came up with.
Oh yeah.
It was pretty good, man. It was pretty good.
That game.
Ease was even cooking for a little while over there too.
Yeah, man. You like the men in black suits?
I did. I told Ease the other day I didn't mean to trigger him with my comment. I was just joking.
Man, we got another one next Saturday. So next Saturday we're doing another one.
Nice.
And then we're done for we only got 2 more.
Soon.
What'd you say?
Put the thumbnail up early, not like 30 minutes before the show starts. I didn't even know what was going on. I'm just laying there chilling. Next thing you know, I'm like, oh crap, there's a show about to start.
We had so many technical difficulties because I was doing it in my other studio room at the studio because in the other rooms, I rent them out. So this is why y'all be saying like, oh, why this background? Because I'm renting spaces out. So, but within the one studio room, we had a little technical difficulties with the outlets and stuff for the connection. So it took a little while for us to start. But we only doing 2 more full panel dating and relationship shows for the year. So we got one November 8th and then December 6th, and we're done for the year. But we got a lot more debates coming. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you doing more like Raging Tomato or anything like that?
I'm doing more debates. I had something scheduled with Raging Tomato. Me and Jake Rattlesnake, my guy Jake. Nice. But it got canceled, and I'm not really sure what happened with I was like uninformed with, I guess, the behind the scenes stuff that happened with of course you guys know.
Oh yeah, she was talking trash about Rob Noor, and
yeah.
Andrew was like, I don't think so. He had
I prefer not to speak on anything like that. But
I mean, it wasn't. He didn't. The funny part is like they didn't tell anybody to go unsubscribe from her. They're just like, she shouldn't have been talking trash about somebody who was close to them, and then everybody took it upon themselves to go unsubscribe from her.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware.
I guess I was aware later on, but Andrew's my guy, and but the whole stuff behind the scenes, I was aware late, so I'm thinking like everything good, but then everything got canceled. I'm like, all right, well, everything's canceled.
Wicked, you're gonna have to fill me in on that later. The whole Raging Tomato drama.
I'll talk later.
That's something y'all can talk behind the scenes. Nothing on air. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not with the whole drama junk. I don't speak about
neither am I. I'm a Crucible member, so I saw the live stream.
Oh yeah. I haven't. Once again, you guys know we support the Crucible over here too, and Andrew's my guy. But I was like late to the party, so I wasn't aware with a whole lot of with everything that was going on. But anyways, Baines, you good?
Muted beans.
I'm trying to use my bad. I'm trying to use this goddamn you know how you do the transcript thing to find
No, I'm so computer illiterate. You asked. I have no idea.
Listen, Beans, you're gonna have to bring this up another time, man. I'm about to wrap up then.
Yeah, oh man, I hate that. I'm gonna still send it to you though.
Yeah,
Send it over. I mean, I might actually agree with you. Like I said, if the guy didn't have any, if he had a weapon on him, I would consider him armed. If he didn't have a weapon on him, I would consider him unarmed. That's my opinion. I don't know what was said, what was not said. You know what I mean? But if the guy did not have a gun on him, then he would be unarmed. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if he did have a gun on him, he would be
real
armed.
quick, fellas. Real quick, Dane, he hit me in a private chat. He said he wants to do a quick engagement with you in regards to the unarmed and armed, because I guess he knows about what was said.
Is the mic agreeing with me right now? Is the
Yeah.
mic working? Okay, thank God, man. Chrome and the devil wanted to keep me off the panel tonight. Anyway, here's the thing, though. I mean, y'all are arguing over what y'all subjectively consider qualifies as armed and unarmed. You can talk to any law enforcement officer, and they're going to tell you that when they're dealing with someone like that, whether it's just walking up to them because they got a trespassing call or whether it's something more nefarious, they're trained that everybody is considered an armed person, because you don't know if they got a pistol in their pocket, down their pants, what. And I don't know if y'all have ever really researched this, but a man that's unarmed just that quick can have that pistol out shooting. So if you were that officer, would you be trying to interview him to find out, does he have a gun on him? Is it in his hand? Is it beside his seat? Is it in the floorboard? Is it on his hip? Or would you just assume he's unarmed? So I'm looking at everything because I want to go home to my family too. And then when that person makes some sort of aggressive movement that indicates that they're going to be coming at them violently to do harm with a weapon, I mean, he can't stop and wait. Look, is that a stick? Is that a knife?
Is it a
that
phone?
water gun?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And armed doesn't mean a gun. It can mean a club. It could mean a fork. It's a weapon.
It could be a needle.
At that person to injure him. I mean, that guy wants to go home too. What's he supposed to do? Of course, he could try to taser him, but there's some people the tasers do not affect. And those two barbs, sometimes the one or both of them will miss. And it's in that guy. It's called I think it's called a 3-second rule that says a running man can run at you from 20 feet and be on top of you in like 3 seconds, just that quick. So if a man is coming at you, if the officer's saying, stop, get on the ground, wait, stay, and he charges at you, what's he going to do?
Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
If he's standing at the car window and he's trying to talk to him, just that quick.
And that's not my number. That's the.
Well, they say like if a man was within, I think it's 15 feet of you with a knife, you will get stabbed before you can shoot him.
Before you can draw your gun or anything.
What's 15
Unless
feet?
you already have your gun.
I think it's
drawn
15 to 20 feet. I believe it is something like that. If you have a knife, you have a better chance of killing that person with the gun if you're within 15 to 20 feet than they do of shooting.
Right. And the message that's sent through the media and through the culture is like law enforcement officers are just going around looking for people to shoot.
Just
hold up. I'm gonna play Bane's video real quick.
Yeah, play.
Be lying.
How many black people, on average, are killed by police a year? Yeah, it's 15 people a year. Yeah, it's 15 people a year. And that's not my number. That's the Washington Post that came up with it. And they even were generous, and they said unarmed, meaning you had a weapon nearby, or you had a knife that you dropped. Unarmed, meaning you had a weapon
unarmed is
nearby,
ambiguous.
or you had a knife that you dropped.
I think we're all smart enough to know that unarmed doesn't mean had a weapon nearby or dropped a knife, right? But he also said that the police only kill 15 black people a year. And here's an article on the Washington Post, updated as much as last year, right? That's telling you 6.1 per million per year. That's telling you in the last 10 years, it's been 2,484. And if you divide that by 10 for the 10 years, you get 240 a year, like I said. This dude just be lying. Yes, I am saying he's a bigoted, racist douchebag because the demographic of people who he chooses to continue to lie about are black people.
So Now, there's one thing I do want to say about this video, because when I posted it, people was like, yo, you edited out the part where he said unarmed black people, right? I did. But if you notice, I put it in when he said it the second time, because that's the context. He's saying that the Washington Post is saying that only 15 unarmed black people get shot every year. Now that number was closer to 30, right? Which is why I said it wasn't as egregious as the other lies, in my opinion. But the fact that he chose to say, and they said unarmed, right? Meaning had a gun nearby or dropped a knife. And my friend, Diesel TV, who's a 20-year veteran, who I did a debate with on Fatty's channel, was in my chat and said, absolutely not. That's not what unarmed means. Right? It does not mean you had a weapon nearby or dropped a gun. Unarmed means you don't have a fucking weapon. That's
let me ask you this real quick. So, like, if I was to watch your video, the first part of it, where it come up with that 2,000 or something number, and then I didn't finish watching it, and then I didn't get to the end where you clarified, unarmed or 30 or whatever, would that mean that you were lying in the first part of that video, or would it just mean that you made a mistake? Because you said earlier that you're very careful about the words you use.
So this is what I'm saying. It wasn't a mistake. I literally just said I did it on purpose. I took out the first time when he said
that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
That's why I'm answering your question and telling you.
You're not answering my question, because that's not the question I asked you. The question I asked you is if I had watched part of your video and didn't get to that second time, and I watched the first part of your video and I said, well, this offends me or whatever, and I stopped watching it, and all I heard was the first part. I didn't hear all of your content in that. Would that mean you were lying in the first part?
Yes, I did. I'm telling you, I did it on purpose.
So you did lie?
Yes, on purpose.
Okay, so you're a liar. So you said you don't have patience with liars. You don't have patience with liars, so you hate yourself. So why are you listening to your own stuff?
I'm gonna let you finish. Now watch, I'm gonna see if you're gonna let me finish. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm asking you a question, and I'd like for you to answer. You said that you don't deal with liars, and then you said you lied.
Right.
So how do you deal with yourself? It sounds to me like you violate your own principles.
Because in the same video, I corrected the lie.
But you lied to begin with.
But in the same video,
you moving the goalpost, brother. You didn't say I don't deal with liars unless they're corrected near the end of the video.
Yes.
You said I don't deal with liars, and then you turned around and admitted that you are in fact a liar.
Not necessarily. I edited out a word that
now you change your argument, man. Don't run. Don't run. You change your argument now.
How do y'all think over talking people helps you win the debate?
You got some nerve. You got some nerve. You talking about somebody over talking. That's what we talking about people that say.
You can let me answer the question, or I just won't. But
no one's speaking over one another. Y'all having a back and forth. Go ahead.
You made your statement about me lying. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, in the same video, I put the lie that I created.
That's irrelevant.
Video, I put it back into the video.
That's irrelevant, though.
It is relevant, because the relevancy is so that people can understand what they're listening to.
That's what if somebody clipped you at that part and posted it?
It's irrelevant to your earlier
doing the whole calling on the moderator shit.
Your claim.
But I am saying this, bro. My time is just as valuable as everybody else's. I'm saying,
look, man, as much as you talk,
just let Beans get this. Hey, Dane.
Make him suffer consequences.
Go ahead, Beans. Land your plane, and then Dane respond.
The part that I took out was inserted. It was still there, which is exactly what I'm saying. Yes, I took out what he said in the beginning because I wanted people to understand exactly what he was saying. He was trying to insinuate, right, that there's this small number of people who get shot every year by the police who are also armed. So yes, since he was lying, I made a lie out of what he said and then corrected his lie in the same 60-second video. Now I can show you videos where he lied for minutes on end and never corrected himself. You see the difference?
No, I don't. No, I don't. But if you get, are you finished?
Yes, you can.
Are you finished?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Now, none of that's relevant to the point I'm making, but that was a great performance. All right, you said when you came in that you had a problem with Charlie Kirk because you did not deal with people who lied.
Absolutely.
And then you turn around and you said that you intentionally lied in your video. And then when I called that out on you, then you started moving the goalpost and trying to run, talking about, well, I had a good reason to lie. But in your first comment, you didn't say, I don't deal with people who are liars unless they have a good reason. That's you moving the goalpost. That violates logic. That's because you can't defend the fact that you claim you don't put up with liars. And then you turn around and admit to lying yourself, man. Just admit to it. Just concede that point that you are hypocritical in your principles.
Absolutely. Here's the problem with your argument, right? Is because you're trying to make a all argument. And this is how I know respectfully that you're retarded. Everybody on earth knows that nothing is all. Nothing we say is all. So if I sit right here and I say white people are racist as fuck, I don't mean all of them, right? So even if I said I don't deal with liars, right? That don't mean I don't know no liars. And that also doesn't mean that I don't lie myself just because I said I don't deal with liars. So
no, you said that you don't lie. We asked you many times. We all asked you. You said that you're a content creator that don't lie and you're very careful with the words and the content that you put out. They ain't got you right now.
I saw light shining out from him when he was saying it.
See, this is what I'm saying. Now what you're doing, you're trying to say he got me, but there is no such thing as all.
Well, I did get you. I roasted you, brother. I showed you to be a hypocritical liar.
Right?
I showed just how feminine your thinking is. You talking like a liar.
So even if I say I don't deal with liars, that doesn't mean I don't know that lie, right?
One mic at a time, fellas. We can't hear you. One mic at a time.
You acting argue like a woman.
I would never lie. I didn't say I would never lie. I said I don't lie to my people.
You said that you don't deal with liars, and then you admitted you're lying.
What does that have to do with me lying?
In other words, you want to be just like you want to be the one to tell
he got on his program and he lied.
You want to be the one.
Hey, Beans, real quick, Beans. You said that you don't lie.
Wait.
I'll rewind the clip back. You want me to play it for you?
And guess what? When you rewind it back, guess what you're going to hear me say? That I don't lie on my channel. I don't lie to my people. I don't. Right?
But you just did.
You just did.
Here's what I'm saying. You're saying that I lied, but I'm acknowledging it. So watch this. Remember earlier in the show, I said, when I do something, I'll say it. Now watch how you skip over this, Cooley, because you're full of shit, right?
I'm not at all.
When I'm being hyperbolic, what did I say I do? I said I acknowledge when I'm being hyperbolic, right? So when I lie, I acknowledge that I was lying because it was intentful.
In other words,
so then why don't you concede in this argument? Why don't you concede in this argument here?
Because there's nothing to concede.
There's nothing.
Okay. In other words, you don't mind lying. You just want to make sure people lie in the way that you like to lie. They can't lie how they want to lie, or you don't mess with them. You think you're the arbiter of who gets to lie and don't lie. You the king of the world. King of the world. He's the king of the world. He gets to decide who gets to lie and who needs to run a podcast.
When I say I'm being hyperbolic, right, that means that I
even though he admits that he couldn't make up Charlie Kirk's ass. That's the bottom line.
Even in this particular
That's
situation,
the bottom line, man.
I edit the video and I put it back.
One mic at a time, fellas.
I'm at least as ignorant as you are. I keep on
even
talking.
when I say this out loud, everybody still heard him say exactly what he said.
Everybody heard you say exactly what you did too, brother. You said you don't mess with liars, and then you turn around and admit that you lie. You just want people to lie how you want them to lie.
No, what I'm saying is this: I lied.
I heard what you said. I heard what you said.
Everybody besides you, right? Because you just want to argue because you think you winning.
You got some nerve, but I want to argue.
Understood exactly what I did. They knew exactly why I did what I did.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
It is relevant. It's absolutely relevant.
The relevance is not your justification for lying.
Really? So let me ask you this question.
The relevance. Can we talk one at a time? I would really like to have a conversation.
Hey, Beans. I'll let you land your plane, Beans. I'll let you land your plane. Let him land his plane. Come on.
I didn't get to land my plane. So
I stopped it many times for you to land your plane. Dane, go ahead and land your plane, Dane.
He taxiing around the airport.
Dane, go ahead and land your plane. Beans, please just let him land his plane, and then Beans, you can speak right after.
Let me land mine. Why are you doing that?
You've landed all your planes, Beans, and you're backtracking now. So just let Dane land his plane.
This shit is corny as hell, cool.
But you hear though. Yet you hear. That's crazy. At any rate, what I'm saying,
he's still corny.
I don't care. I don't care if I'm corny, I'm fat, or we taught it. I don't care. What I care about is truth.
No, you obviously don't.
Excuse me. Can I say what I'm trying to say? Or you just want to get attention out of that one? You want to be the prettiest girl in the room?
So let's see if he
You're the prettiest girl in the room. Everybody look at Beans. He's so pretty. He's so pretty. You need some crystal gel.
Oh my God!
You're so pretty. Everybody look at Mr.
Straight out of the
Beans.
Andrew Wilson playbook, huh?
No.
Now the jokes come in.
In other words, you
Andrew
still want
Wilson
some more attention.
No, you sound.
Or do you want to have a
retarded,
conversation
man.
like a man? That's all you're doing now is spurting in your ovaries.
But this what's so crazy about it, though.
I know what's so crazy about it.
The crazy
Mr.
thing
Beans
about
is
it
crazy
that
about it.
Guess what's gonna happen when I do my reaction? Everybody gonna agree with me. So
Everybody, both of them. Both of them. Both of the people gonna agree with you.
That's why I'm saying why we can't just do it for real.
Here's the point. Here's the point. Here's the point I'm trying to make. If you can handle your ovaries for a minute, all right? What you saying about how you did your video and all that at the end is irrelevant to what you said earlier. That's my point. I don't care how you run your channel. I'm not like you. I'm not a control freak. But in the beginning of this panel, you said you didn't like people that were liars.
That's a fact.
And then, okay, so that's a standard. And then you turn around and now you're saying, well, it's okay to lie if you lie for a good reason like I do. That means Beans doesn't mind lying as long as that person lies how he likes people to lie, like he lies. Which means you do mess with people who are liars as long as they lie in the way that you want them to lie, which means you don't have a principle.
Contradiction. That's all it is.
You don't have a principle against lying. Lying's only bad unless you got a good reason for it. And that's what you've proven. And all you're talking about, but the people who follow, excuse me, I'm almost finished. All of this stuff you're talking about, well, my people know what I do, and my people know I was at the end of the video and stuff. That's moving the goalpost. Because none of that makes a difference to the fact you claimed that you don't deal with liars, and then you turn around and say, but I will lie if I got a good reason and I do it the way I like it. That just means you're hypocritical. It means you're dishonest.
Question super chat. John Terry says, Beans, would you say most people are liars?
I would say most people lie. I don't know about liars.
Oh, Lord.
If
Here
you
we
lie,
go with that
doesn't that
woman
make you a
poetry.
liar?
Here we go with the word tricks. We the word tricks.
This is what I'm saying. It's your
we went out on a
language.
date.
You don't like it.
We went on a date,
Right?
but it wasn't a date. That's that woman talking.
It's his language, but
Yeah,
you don't like it.
yeah, I like it, but I don't like him.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a date. I spent money.
Cooley, don't you think people should keep their hands to themselves?
Nope.
Wait, what you talking about?
Right there. So
Nope.
audience,
Why are you
just so
appealing to the
know,
moderator,
is
Vince?
the setup for the bullshit, right? Because I'll go find that clip
Nope.
of him saying that. Right?
People should
And
not.
then
People should not.
pretend like
I
it
don't
was
think
another
that
reason why he
people-
said it. So
People should not always keep their hands to
don't you think people
themselves.
should keep their hands to themselves? Yes or no?
Not always.
Nope.
Checkmate. Thank you. There is no 100%. Check and fucking.
No, that's not checkmate.
Yes,
You
it
came
is.
in here talking
Don't worry about it.
100%.
Just
You
watch.
said that I don't like liars, and I caught Charlie Kirk in so many lies, and I don't like lies. This was your point of contention. Your
don't like
entire
vegetables either,
listen,
but I eat them bitches.
Beans, your entire argument against Charlie Kirk was that he is a liar. You all, and then we also pressed you. It was Wit Kid was up here. He was like, and then we started to explain like, well, if you're making content, sometimes you'll say things because you're always saying it so much, so you won't include certain terms like per capita. You won't include. You'll forget to include these terms. So we were saying like, well, it's not actually a lie. It's more context, but I can see how someone can consider it a lie. So then we're like, we got off the per capita thing, and then you was like, well, I got something even better. And then you went to this point, right? So then we're like, all right, well, what you talking about? What did he lie about? You went to say so many times as a content creator, it's like you hyper focus on not lying to your audience.
That's a fact.
Then you play a clip and Dane catches the contradiction. How within the clip you lied, and then also you said that you didn't lie earlier in the debate. So therefore, that's a contradiction. Can you trust yourself? That's all he's asking. Just concede on that point, and we can move on.
Right, absolutely. But you don't make nobody else concede, so no. Right? But
yes, he does.
Come on, I always
He does.
what?
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Let me ask you this, Beans. Let me ask you
here's
this.
the thing, right?
Just it ain't that big of a deal, bro.
Not cool. That's what I'm saying. As long as you don't block the video, it's gonna be a great deal. I appreciate it, right? So what I'm saying is this, though, Cooley.
I don't block
You
videos.
just said yourself. This is why you thought you was getting out of it by answering the question and saying not all the time. checkmate. Nothing.
That's
is
not a
100%.
checkmate.
Wait, so
Yeah,
You
just
don't
because you
understand.
say
You're
checkmate
moving the
doesn't mean it's
goalposts, bro.
checkmate.
But there's gonna be a lot of disrespect.
There is no checkmate, man. What did you
Let me
talk
ask
about?
you
No
this.
checkmate.
Let me ask you this. If I can I ask you this, Beans? Can I ask you
to let
this?
me talk, and then you doing exactly what you're telling me not to do, right? So what I'm saying is this: to understand the checkmate, you not conceding right now. Nothing is 100%. That would also include
No one. No.
liars.
Okay, Beans. In order for this to make sense, real quick, Beans. Let me land my plane. In order for what you're saying to make sense and for you to have a checkmate, you would have to catch me in something prior saying, well, things is always absolute and 100%. And then you ask the question, and I'm saying, well, it's not always 100%. That would be checkmate, Beans. But just you randomly asking a question, Beans, stop it. You randomly asking a question and then saying checkmate, it doesn't make sense.
The checkmate isn't the question. The checkmate is when you answered it and said that nothing is 100%. So how can you hold me? How can you hold me to a statement that I made as if it's supposed to be 100%?
Because you said you
did
never
the same
lie.
thing. Yeah, you did it.
I don't lie to my, and I didn't. That's the point.
You set the standard yourself and then broke it.
You're right.
Yeah, bro. You set the standard and you broke your own standard.
The information in the video. Charlie, get the fuck out of here.
Let me ask you this.
We were saying the same thing. Beans, stop it. Beans.
Why don't you get the fuck
Real
out
quick.
of here?
Beans. We were saying the same thing. Beans. Let's just rewind the tape back a little bit. Watch this, Beans. We were saying that me, Tyga, and Witkid, when we was up here, we were saying the same thing in regards to Charlie Kirk clips. People would clip him out of context, meaning within the same conversation, he would say per capita, or he will explain what per capita means, but then he would say, well, most black people commit more murders. They would clip that part, which is not including the other information with the other context within the conversation. And you did that same thing in your clip. And part of your clip, you took out a piece of what was said, had the information, and then at the very tail end, then you corrected it. Then you gave the information. This is the same. What you say?
It was in the middle.
Or within the same video. That's all we're saying. Within the same video. So all we're saying is, I've done this before. Like I said things where I maybe wasn't so accurate on a statistic or with giving the information because I've said it earlier within the conversation. So then I'll say it quickly like, oh, well, this. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. This happens to me. This happens to you. But in regards to this debate here specifically, you said that it does not happen to you. This is why you're so adamant on going hard against Charlie Kirk and calling him a liar. But then we watch your clip and you lie the same way.
Absolutely. What did I say don't happen to me?
Bro, you said that you don't lie.
No. You just said I said it don't happen to me. I never said that. You said I said it don't happen to me. What did I say don't happen to me?
I'll reiterate the entire thing again since you didn't get it. No, because I don't think you maybe you didn't understand it.
You literally said that Charlie Kirk is.
I'm going to repeat it again. Going to repeat it. Okay, I'm going to. I'm going to repeat it again.
I know.
So within the conversation that we're having about Charlie Kirk when you came up, you said that Charlie Kirk lied so many times about statistics and about certain things, and I'm like, well, you know what? I even agreed. I said I've watched some stuff where it was a clip. And I actually didn't hear him say per capita. And it's like, well, if you don't say per capita, then yeah, that's a lie. You're lying right now. Absolutely. Within the clip, because it was clipped, within the entire show, I had him either say per capita or explain what it means, what per capita means, which would then make his statement true, which means that basically he's correcting it or already he fully explained it. So now he's just saying it. What I'm saying is when you did the same thing in the video that we just that you just played, right? You did the same thing.
I didn't. See, that's what I'm saying.
All right. Never mind. If you did not do the same thing, you know what?
He's making an accident. You're saying that he's doing something and that is not intentional. That's the thing that you're saying. You're saying
no. I'm not. I'm not even saying that he's not. No. I'm not even saying that he's not doing it intentional or an accident. I'm saying that everything needs context. This is why we wanted you to bring up a clip. We said, bro, just bring up a clip so we know what you're speaking about, right?
Which
Bring
you
up a
haven't
clip.
addressed yet, but go ahead.
Yeah, because within the clip, it was like, wait, well, you lied on this part. Yes. Oh, but why did you take it out? Like, why did you clip that part? It could have still been in there. You could have let the full context get through.
Because I wanted people to hear exactly what he said.
You wanted to lie.
So you wanted to lie, but this is the part that you're speaking about. What you
just did? That's a straw man, right?
No, listen to this. I'll say you did something even worse because you intentionally lied. You intentionally lied. I would say that Charlie Kirk, maybe he misspoke sometimes. I don't even know where he intentionally lied at. So you did something even more. You did something worse.
Right. In your opinion, that's fine. You can have
it. No, it is worse. An intentional lie is worse than misspeaking and telling like a white lie. Like, okay, I didn't really include this information.
You intentionally clipped Charlie Kirk and took him out of context.
You intentionally clipped him out of context, bro.
Truly.
Yes,
go ahead, man.
Purpose.
Yes, so you lied.
Look, here's the crazy thing about it. I know you're not gonna watch.
So you wanted to lie.
Wait, really, it's gonna be so amazing.
So actually, listen, you may be worse than Charlie Kirk.
Show everybody
you
that
actually
I did it on this show.
Look, you actually may be worse.
Let me take a stab at this. So we've let you talk plenty, Beans.
I did it to Wicked in real time.
Okay, let us know when you're done spurging. Are you done spurging?
He was like, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
All right.
Right?
Yeah,
so that's my point. Yes.
Look, man, you making us look bad. More white folks saying they got black fatigue. God dang.
Yeah,
that's a black person who said that.
Believe me.
That's a black person.
It could be a black person. Yes, it does seem like it is.
Can I interject here? Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So Beans, your criticism is Charlie Kirk lied. And then what you do is you take a Charlie Kirk clip, take it out of context, and then lie. Mm-hmm. And you think that's justified. That's the case?
Absolutely.
So you're criticizing Charlie Kirk for the very thing that you have done yourself. Is that correct?
No.
No? Yeah. You just said it yourself.
What if he strategically lied?
Because here's the problem, right? And I know y'all not gonna let me get.
Oh my God, Beans!
I'm gonna have fun with this tomorrow. Right? You just asked the question. Why you don't let me answer it?
Yeah, we're all having fun with this one, bro.
I'm criticizing Charlie Kirk for something that I had already done, but I didn't. I did it to him.
That you did. You're criticizing Charlie for the very thing that you're doing yourself.
It's called retribution. Have you ever heard of it? It's called vengeance.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's collateral damage.
Even when I lied on him, I still put the truth in the video.
So you lied, but still told the truth? Oh, okay,
See,
yeah, let's checkmate, bro.
Yeah. That's fine.
Do you know what checkmate means?
Make a point.
No, we don't.
And it's the fact that y'all don't want to hold, y'all haven't held him accountable for the lies at all yet. It's all about the brother, right?
Everybody on this panel has said if Charlie Kirk has lied, we denounce Charlie Kirk's lies. We've all said
If he lied?
No, if
we know for a fact you lied.
Yeah, we know for a fact that you did.
We know for a fact that I lied in the video of another man lying.
Yeah, and you know how we know? You know how we know that you lied? Because you admitted to it. You fucking idiot.
That's exactly how we know who you really are.
Yeah, Beans don't want to talk to me because I'm roasting him so much.
One of the lies. Why is that?
Beans, let me ask you a question.
Why are you only acknowledging? I'm gonna just keep asking.
Beans, why are you crashing out, bro? Stop crashing out. Chill out, dude.
I don't care one way or another about Charlie Kirk or what he said. That's not my argument at all. Do what?
Why do you care about me then?
Because I like holding people I can talk to directly accountable to live up to the principles they claim they live by, not being a hypocritical little liar.
You don't know that my principle ain't vengeance. You don't know that.
Okay.
You've demonstrated
it. The principle is vengeance.
Absolutely love vengeance.
Let me ask you this. You say I'm gonna show you how silly your little checkmate was. Because it comes right out of a feminine mindset, all in word games. Okay.
This is nothing but
you say it's true. You say it's true you say it's true that nothing is 100% all the time.
Absolutely.
Okay, is that true statement? Is it true 100% of the time, or is it only true some of the times?
Nothing is 100%.
Okay, then so it's not true. So there are things that are 100%. Then correct?
I just said nothing is 100%. Except
is that statement 100% true though?
Is 1 + 1 always 2?
No, sir.
What?
No, sir. 1 + 1 ain't always 2. Sometimes
Okay, what can 1 + 1 be other than 2?
Yeah.
Potato.
It's
It
called
could
a
be
baby.
potato.
It's called a baby.
It can be black person crash out, I guess.
I know. Don't acknowledge
Wait,
it.
are you seriously
Don't acknowledge it.
telling
There you
me
go,
that?
Cooley. Don't acknowledge it.
Are you seriously telling me that? You said
we just acknowledged how ridiculous
we've
it is.
10 minutes
listen, bro.
ago,
I don't care about color.
10 minutes ago,
Race has nothing to do with it. If you black or white
Yeah,
and you
sorry.
looking
I should've
crazy and you
said
crashing
black.
out,
I'm sorry. That was.
I mean, I don't really care. I have
10 minutes
I had
ago.
Grace on my podcast. Like,
Yeah.
she's
Hey,
mad
honestly,
racist.
I wish Grace was here. I think she would contribute more to the conversation.
Wait, Cooley, you said 1 + 1 don't always equal 2. I said no, but what did I say it equals sometimes?
No, I said does 1 + 1 always equal 2?
And I said
You said no.
What did I say it equals?
And then you said that, well, if you have a baby,
it's some more than word games. Some more than female word games.
1
yeah,
+ 1
so that's no.
equaling 2.
Yeah, that's silly, right? Oh, if you
People
have
in
a
the chat
baby,
are
no,
saying, I'm
it's
sorry, chat. I shouldn't have said black person crash out. That's my bad. That's me being
Wait, you
covertly
said that's silly.
racist.
So
Sorry.
1 man and 1 woman don't equal a baby?
Yeah, but
Okay,
numbers
so
can't make the other numbers.
Oh, okay.
yeah. Let me
That's some more of that poetry the women use.
So for my
had this debate, and it's my most guy. Like you said the same thing. He said that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 always. He said that because, well, if a man and a woman together and they have a baby, then it will equal 3. But the number is a number. It wouldn't equal that isn't how it works, right? Because then it will be 2 + 1 would equal 3, or 1 + 2 would then equal 3. But 1 + 1, that always equals 2.
Right.
You adding in another number in there, that just increases the value of said thing of the equation.
Absolutely. So,
Cooley.
Cooley, here's the question. Why do you think I answered the question that way?
Because you like attention.
Really? There's the
Yeah.
man who's
No,
sitting on
no,
the
but
same
you were
podcast
wrong though.
Yeah. Yeah, see,
There's
15
the
minutes
man who's
ago,
sitting on the same podcast with me.
15 minutes
I'm pretty
ago,
sure your microphone costs more than mine.
50,
So you can say whatever you
my
want.
microphone does not cost more than yours, but
Cooley,
that don't
how
matter.
do you think I answered the question that way? Do you
Excuse
think
me.
I had some intent?
Can you
behind
let somebody, can you take a breath, man? Do you breathe through your ears or what, man? Look,
No, maybe so. You think I had some
here's what I
intent
noticed.
behind answering
Here's
the
what
question?
I noticed.
Hey,
Can you
real
control
quick,
your
Dane.
ma'am, can you control your emotions a little bit?
Real quick, Dane. Let me answer his question. He's asking me, do I think that he answered the question? Well, no, you were wrong. There
Yeah,
isn't
that's
any
all right.
scenario. No, that is still wrong. What you are doing is you're saying that, well, you're adding more to the equation. So if you have an equation and it's 1 + 1, that equation will always equal 2. If you add another 1, another entity, another thing in the equation, 1 more, then that would equal, because it's no longer 1 + 1. It's 1 + 1 + 1, which is 3, or it's 1 + 2, or it's 2 + 1. So what you just said was a lie. You're lying. There's no scenario where you can
More
explain
deception.
if there's an equation, 1 + 1 will always equal 2. It would never equal another number.
But you didn't say equation. You said there's 1 + 1.
Is 1 + 1 an equation?
Yes.
You didn't say equation though.
Is 1 + 1 an equation?
Yeah, and one can signify one and another human being.
Listen,
and one can
Beans.
signify one human being.
He's just
No.
dishonest.
Yeah, you're just dishonest right now. You're just okay. Well, Beans, with your logic, no, actually, Dane, let's go ahead and let's engage in it more. With your logic, well, actually, 1 plus 1 never equals 2. Not even sometimes, because listen, stop it. No, stop it. Let me just finish my statement here.
Go ahead, straw man.
No straw man.
Absolutely.
With you, no straw man. Listen, with your logic, you're saying that, well, I asked you, does 1 plus 1 always equal 2? You said no, because if a man and a woman gets together and they have a baby, it equals 3. So what you did was, listen, real quick, what you did was you added a variable in there. And if you're, listen, real quick, just let me land my plane. I'll let y'all speak. If you add a variable into the equation, then 1 plus 1 never is equal, never can equal 2. Because if you have 1, you can cut it in half, and then that could be 2. And you got another 1, you can cut that in, and you can divide, you can cut it into many pieces, into a trillion pieces if you wanted to. And then this thing could, that's your logic. That's the entailment of your logic. It's dumb.
You're not even addressing my logic because all you want to do.
It is. That's your logic, meaning that I can always add variables in. Oh, cut it in half. Cut it in fourths.
Right?
Oh,
you just said that you add another variable in there, right? But what's the other variable? Watch another question, you dummies.
Biology.
You can add any. You can go down to, well, how many within this one? How many atoms within this one? Is it 10 atoms? Is it 2 billion atoms? Or are you speaking about just one atom itself? And if it's just one atom, how many electrons and neutrons? Oh, well, we know that it takes these many electrons and neutrons to make an atom, so it's truly never one. You're just dumb, bro. You can always add a variable in. So which means that with your logic, 1 plus 1 never equals 2. With your logic, bro, 1 plus 1 never is equal 2. If you would have said that, I would have been like, well, okay, then that's even more dumb.
Absolutely. So here's what you're not doing. You're not answering my question, which was, why do you think I answered the question that way, right?
I've answered that multiple times.
Argue about what I said, right?
No, now you're asking a different question, Beans. You asked me. No, Beans. Now you're lying.
Show everybody what bad faith argument.
Beans, you know what? You are actually a liar. You asked me this, Beans. You asked me, do you think that I answered the question good?
Why do you think I answered the question that way?
No, you asked. No, you asked me.
Why do you think I answered the question that way?
No, Beans. That's not what you asked me. So now you're actually reframing the question. You asked me, do you think that I answered it good? That's what you originally asked me. That is.
Talk like this.
Yes, that's what you asked me. You asked me.
I'll make sure I tag you.
Yeah, you can tag me. You asked me, do you think that I answered the question right? That's what you asked me.
I didn't say that. I asked you, why do you think I answered the question?
And it doesn't matter any way that you asked it. Is the point is that you're still wrong.
But here's the thing, Cooley. Here's what's so crazy. You're calling me dumb, but you said if you take 1 plus 1 and add any other variable, it will never equal.
No, that's your logic. I'm doing an internal critique, you idiot. You are a dork. You're dumb. That's the entailment of your logic. Because if you can add another variable in, then you can always add a variable in, and it would never equal 2.
Absolutely. That's what you said. It'll never equal 2.
Your logic, not mine.
Wasn't my logic.
Yeah, it was. All right, Beans. Never mind, bro. You don't get it.
You're dishonest.
Yeah, you're dishonest. You're just a liar, bro. You lied with the clip that you posted. Now you're just lying, man. Just concede on something, man.
But it's okay for him to lie as long as you lie like he likes to lie.
First power equals 2 if you can't add another variable.
He's a professional deflector. No, he actually is not professional because we're catching him.
Absolutely. On what? 1 plus 1 to the first power equals 2. I just added 1 plus 1 and added another variable. And it still equals 2.
Yeah, hey, real quick.
That would be you, half-breed. You're the dumb.
I'm trying to dip out here. Hey, real quick.
Wait,
hey,
half-breed? What do you mean by half-breed? Who's a half-breed?
Oh, God.
Who?
You.
Wait, what does half-breed mean?
It means you're a mutt.
Who?
It means you're not melanated like me.
Wait, you said I'm half-breed?
Absolutely.
Oh, God.
Wait, how am I half-breed? Who's mixed in my family?
That's you.
Wait, oh, you said look at me.
What's wrong with being mixed
Actually,
race?
this is funny.
What's wrong
though.
with being mixed race?
I think he think he knows me.
What's wrong with that?
No, I think you know me, and that's the fucking
No.
right?
No, he actually think he knows me.
I'm on your shows a couple of times.
Got it.
All you wanna try to
So
do is
wait,
make
you
fun
think
of
that
people
I'm
and
mixed? This nigga, he think I'm mixed.
Even if okay, cool. Even if you were, whether you're mixed race or not, what's the problem with being mixed race?
Ain't nothing pure blood about you.
When a woman can't deal with the fact, when a woman can't deal with the fact, then she gonna go to talking about the person she talking to. That's it. He can't deal with his own failures. That's just cope.
Hey, yo.
That's just cope.
Yeah, dude,
Hey, yo,
that's
chat.
crazy work. Yeah,
Chat.
it's so ironic that
besides-
Beans like hates white
Go
people,
ahead.
but he's like mixed race people. Oh, you're a mutt, coolie. Blah blah blah. How is that not the most racist thing that's ever come out of anybody's mouth ever?
Principles don't matter to him.
Let's say that it is. Now what?
Do what?
I don't. So real quick, I don't care.
American, I get to say racist shit, right?
So real quick,
You're the
just
one
like
saying
when-
racist shit, bro.
I know. Real quick,
I'm
let's
American. That's my right, right?
fellas, real quick. Let me speak. Right. So even when Tyga said something about oh you it's a black. He said black in there, and now you're saying like, oh, Cooley, you're not full breed. I have no problem with that part. Like, I have nothing with the whole race stuff because I'm not sensitive. That I don't care, right? But it's funny because you're making this assertion, you're making this claim as if it's true. And the only thing that you're using as far as proof, you're saying, look at the color of your skin. You're saying that I'm black, I'm fully black. Like, so, but Cooley, you're not black because you have lighter skin. Is in Africa, are there different, let me just ask you a question. In Africa, prior to the white man getting there, did black people have different shades of skin?
Don't know.
You don't know the history about your own people, which is I'm fully black. I'm a foundational black American. My mother's fully black. My father is fully black. So not a drip of white. There's no white at all. There's zero white. No European at all. Right?
Really?
0%. Zero percentage, right? So, I mean, I don't know what you're speaking about, man. You're just wrong.
Okay, fine.
It doesn't matter to him that he's wrong. He don't care as long as he gets attention, he gets followers. He's just like a woman. She don't care.
Nobody
A woman don't mind. A woman don't mind spending that money on the boob jobs and getting the weed.
Hey, that's not. I actually do like you, Beans. I think you're smart, even though you're misguided and completely incorrect. But like you being the guy who says I'm standing up for black people and racism is bad and blah blah blah, and then you say an egregiously racist thing like calling Cooley a mutt because he's slightly lighter skinned than you.
Why do you think I'm standing up for black people?
Well, I've watched some of your content. I mean, that's what you do. That's your whole shtick. Is that
Literally
you?
not what I do.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Bro, so this I know you don't really watch my content. 'Cause if you
Well,
watch
yeah.
my
I mean, I haven't
content,
watched
then-
everything, but I've explored your channel. Yeah.
There we go. Right? I'm not saying you have to watch everything, but what I'm saying is in my shows, I literally tell people, bro, I don't care about color. I care about stupidity.
Well, it seems
we
like
just
to me
address-
that
we
every
just
time you
address
come
people
up
issues, no
here,
matter
every
what.
time that we interact, it's all about race with you. And
Yeah,
it seems
it's the
that.
mustache. It's the mustache. It's just triggering.
What does
for
my
me, bro.
mustache have to do with anything? Why?
It's just triggering.
That's
for me,
just
bro.
his way of dodging the truth again.
Yeah, it's your way of like, okay, I'm losing the debate, so I have to attack my opponent's appearance.
I haven't lost
yeah,
the debate.
congratulations.
I ain't seen you win one.
Beans, you lost all your debates here, man.
He was really close, but the only issue is that if I'm telling you I'm lying, then
No, he wasn't really close.
Let me ask you this.
That's the whole
He
difference.
he got there. We've
He
all.
was close.
Oh, here's the term.
Beans,
The term
you've
was.
been beaten to a bloody pulp, bro. Like you've
me
been,
ask you this,
you've been
That
was the term.
consistently getting
That
demolished
no matter
this whole
what, which
time.
is why we can't trust you,
Beans.
right?
Beans.
So it doesn't like it's irrelevant. We'll see.
Beans.
Just watch my show. You will see.
If you could be so gracious as to
Motherfuckers gonna be
extend some
saying
of
the
your
same shit about
audience to me.
y'all. They gonna be saying you a racist. They
You
gonna be
know,
saying
I
you a
don't
sellout.
I don't
They gonna be
care
saying
about
this nigga's a
racism,
cracker.
so I don't really care.
Beans, you said earlier that a problem you had with Charlie Kirk is that he said racist stuff about black people.
And then you say racist things
And
yourself.
then you turn around and say racist
See
stuff
what I mean? How
about,
you keep
about
changing?
people.
Cooley said 100 times that I said he lied.
So there's the
Now you
second
said that
time.
he said
So
racist
there's the
shit.
second time that you've actually contradicted something you said caused you to dislike Charlie Kirk.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
It's crazy that you did that. Oh,
Crazy
I don't like
word.
Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk
it's
because
super
he's
crazy
racist.
that
You
you're a
said
hypocrite.
racist
Yeah.
stuff, but it's okay for me to say racist stuff. That's
How
what you
much,
say.
bro, am I gonna have to pay you to not take the video down? Because I know you're already setting up to do it.
What are you speaking about? Taking a video? I don't.
Cooley doesn't take videos
I don't take
down.
the video
They get
down.
flagged and
Like if they
removed.
get
Okay, cool.
flagged,
Hey.
then like if it gets flagged, I'll take it down. But that's the only reason. It's always for members. Like even if I take it down, I'll put it for the members only. So it's always like if you become a member, bro. You have access all the
Yeah,
time.
stop
I seen
stop
your
playing the
cash
victim,
app.
dude.
That's what it's his feminine mind.
Okay, this is
It's
gonna
feminine
be-
Look,
mind.
listen, Beans. You become a member, you get priority access anytime, man. Like these two fellas.
Yeah, same thing on my channel.
Yeah, become a member, man. Priority
Hey,
access
man,
anytime.
I become a member on your
Beans,
channel, you become a member on
like
mine.
Beans. Seriously, 100%. I will totally engage with you on your own channel if you would have me, and not be like totally racist towards me. I would totally do that.
No, Tiger, I'll be honest with you, bro. I'll be honest with you.
It's about time.
The thing that I like about you, even though I think you are a fucking tyrant, but the thing that
I'm
I
a
like
tyrant.
about you is that you challenge me, bro. Yeah, that's what, like, you're part of the reason why I keep coming back, because you challenge me. So when I go to other places and you force me to try to, I get worse than this, right? So, but you force me to try to laugh shit off. So I appreciate that from you.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
induce
just-
your crash outs because you're wrong. Yeah, I appreciate you acknowledging that.
Well, you don't actually induce my crash outs. Cooley does, right?
Oh,
Cooley induces
it's
my
Cooley's
crash
fault
out
now?
because when I watch him, he's this super conscious, understanding, you know what I'm saying, brother type of
Yeah,
guy.
a
But
good
then when I
guy.
do his
Why
channel,
not?
Nice guy.
he's like,
Why not just
Impartial
control
guy.
your emotions like a man?
Yeah.
Why not
Wait,
just
wait,
control
wait.
your
What's that
emotions
last
like a
part,
man?
Beans? What you say? You said Cooley what, and then what? I couldn't hear that last part.
I said when I'm watching you, you like this super conscious, understanding brother. But then when I come on the panels, it's like being with Anton Daniels from AntonDaniels.com. That's the homie though. Shout out to Anton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, shouts out to Anton. All right, fellas, we about to wind down.
Yeah,
Almost
I gotta
did a
get out of
6-hour
here.
stream.
Dude. It's 1:30 in the morning. Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, man.
Hey, yeah,
listen.
I'm gonna get out of here. Hey, I had fun.
you're
Thank you,
welcome, bro.
Cooley. Thank you, Beans. Dane, you're the shit. Blah blah blah. I love all of you. Chat. Blah blah. I gotta get out of here.
Appreciate you, Tiger.
Yep. All right.
Peace, man. Beans, yeah, man. Become a member, bro. You get priority access, just like these fellas get to come up. I don't care having members that have different views and stuff. And some things I would say we agreed on a lot of stuff actually earlier when I brought you up the first time. So yeah, man, I got you, brother. As far as Dane, appreciate you, Dane. Dane always coming in with a lot of history, man. You got a lot of historical knowledge, which is good, man. But other than that, fellas, have a good one. Let me read these super chats and I'm gonna wrap up.
All right, man.
Be safe,
I
man.
appreciate the back and forth, Dan.
Peace.
Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah, let me get to these last few super chats. Get these pulled up real quick. I had a lot of them that came up. Where we at? All right, we got CJ Stack sends in $2. He says, oh, he ain't say nothing. He just sent in, sent in $4. Sent it in twice. We got Silver Lion says, clips are trash. It's whole story or no story. Mr. Bean's TV is not telling the whole story and pushing his clips narrative. Let me know if I'm wrong. No, you were right. He only put out a little portion of it with zero context, and even within that, he still took it out of context because he removed a part of the clip out. So yeah, it was he was lying. We got Yo Boy Lane. He sends him $5. Appreciate the support. He says just Uber Beans a triple cheeseburger and he'll calm down for sure. We got a Silver Lion again. He says, Mr. Beans TV, I'm paying to call you trash. That's crazy. Listen, man, up here, you got to keep it no fugazi. Listen, man, if you lose an argument, it's better to just concede. Or if someone catches you in a contradiction, it's better to concede. And there's many ways where I've conceded certain points, but you can concede a certain point, but you come back stronger in your next argument, right? And you can still win a debate. Like, I've had many debates where may have like, oh, okay, but I've never had something where I was caught in like a contradiction like that, where it's crazy. I haven't experienced that. That's crazy. No one never caught me in no crazy contradiction like how I be catching people and how Beans was caught today by Dane. But just food for thought, any of the people that want to come up and even the members, if you ever get like, someone catches you in something and you lose that little argument right there, you can concede that. But if you have another argument, you can come back stronger the next round. And if you maybe concede once and you get them to concede 3 times or 2 times, you still won the debate because they conceded more than you did. So there's nothing wrong with conceding a point, right? Because maybe you didn't concede like the full debate, but maybe you conceded the point. And I think that it's healthy to do that, because if you're not going to concede certain points, bro, if you're truly wrong and like you're called out for being wrong and you know that you're wrong, but you want to double down, man, it's very effeminate. And it's fugazi, bro. It's not no fugazi, man. It's very fugazi. So, yeah. But anyways, this podcast was cool. I actually had, I wasn't planning to stream this long, man. So, I'm not doing another debate. I'm not doing another stream until Sunday. So Sunday is my next stream. Today is Wednesday. But I got a lot of clips posting from the last girl show that I did. So tune in. I got a good clip posting tomorrow and then another clip posting over the weekend. Fire clips. So tune into those if you didn't have time to watch the full dating and relationship show that I did. It was about 4 hours long, so maybe you didn't watch it all. We're putting out these clips on the main channel because it's good clips. And so tune into that. Other than that, man, hit the like button before you go. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And peace. We out.
No fugazi.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here. We can do it in person. And after that, we can box. I'm about my business. So remember, I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay, though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.